Oh boy, it's the noisiest Sunday I've ever seen. But we're gonna make it do what it do. So, guess everybody's in. Let's check the sound. Sound is good. Lower the mic just a bit, and away we go. Let's see who's in. Okay, State of the Bay, Tampa Supreme. There's Rodney. Rodney, the father of the Pookie. Valeri. There's the mix master, artist, and MC. Malcolm. Craig, yeah, I don't even know why people take her seriously, but they do. And I had forgot about it because she used to be on the Roger Report, and then she disappeared. Now she pops back up. Larry Griffin, Tampa Supreme, what up? Dar, what's up? Triple X, Mr. Obadiah, Sir Obadiah, what's going on? Chemistry, Cornelius, Excalibur, we got Jeff, Shaka, DJ Smiley, Mental Agility, Jackson J, Demon Brown, The Rush Code, DH, Shell Prosper, AL, Kareem, Ladon, Brandon, Savant, Daniel Scott. Russell is the super simp. Well, I disagree because Russell was never a simp. Ask his ex-wife. A lot of stuff about Russell Wilson, man, they keep secret. Russell Wilson's image is not as clean as you think it is. In fact, at that level, it never is. Adam, what up? If that was the case, the biggest simps are the guys rolling around with a whole bunch of kids. Those are the biggest simps. You got 9, 10, 12, 15 kids. Ciara, stop. Okay? You won't have to start blocking people. So stop before you even get started. Detrice, what's going on? I actually put it, they're supposed to speak their mind because that's why I'm actually doing this. So unless you want to get blocked, I'd say calm down. Straight 88. Nah, Sierra's not coming on, man. It's not about that. I'm an 89 dude living in an 89 world. Okay, Art. If you say you're 89. Oh, really? I am a hotep. Yeah, that's true. Well, she's gone. Okay, she's gone. All right. Let me go ahead and hide her. I guess she's gonna do her thing. I don't think it was a woman anyway, but it's okay. Yeah, yes. Not really. They're actually on the same playing field. Oh yeah, on a different than normal people. They are. So that's not unusual. Ask Janet Jackson and Mariah Carey's ex right after she got divorced. Does that make a difference? But since we're in here, yeah, the two things I want to give people people have their reasons why they believe Russell Wilson is a simp, even though it really wasn't about him. For the most part, it's about Ciara and Carrie. And I know simps when I see one. Russell's not one. Because I see dudes that simp all the time and fly chicks out and all that kind of stuff. All the simp stuff that guys do with IG models and paying them off and all that kind of shit that they do. Russell doesn't do that kind of stuff. That's how come I know. Russell, you know, he got a few of his ball players traded. There's things that went on with Russell's wife and the other players' wives that they won't talk about. Okay, when you do what they when you Russell has a lot of darkness that people don't see. Russell planned this. Okay, so to say that Ciara is leading anything or leading Russell around or fooled Russell at any point, um, I haven't seen that in 5 years. You know, Russell. You know, you think Russell's a simp. Russell's in charge of his marriage, very much so in charge of his marriage. She had 2 more kids after getting with Russell. So she, in my estimation, they got another at least another good 10 to 15 years. She's not going anywhere. Where's she going to go at this point? If she was 21, I might agree with you, but at 35, she's not going nowhere. Yeah, but the thing is, how did what did Golden Tate say when Golden Tate got traded and he was blamed for being with his wife? He was trying to get Russell Wilson to tell the truth because it wasn't what that what went down exactly wasn't what went down. But Russell Wilson never spoke about it. Neither did Golden Tate. He was trying to say you leaving me hanging. You're blaming me for something. Yeah, Russell is cold and calculated. No, Golden Tate had her too. But the thing is that he had Tate traded out of Seattle too, and he had to take the Goldie petition. When I asked her the questions, the thing is that if what she's saying, what she have the petition about, if that was the case, she wouldn't have to do anything. She would have went right to YouTube instead. If she thought that she had a case for violence against women, she would have went right to YouTube. I'm sure she already did. YouTube ignored it because right there in YouTube's terms of agreement, the code of conduct is right there. If you want to be on YouTube and actually post YouTube and get monetized by YouTube, you got to agree to all that stuff. And if you out of whack a little bit, they're gonna whack you. YouTube does not need very much to take down a video or demonetize you. And Kevin knows that. Kevin's read this. He's actually read the agreement over and over again. Okay, he reads all the agreements, and Kevin knows where the line is. So if there was a line, what's your take on water seeking its own level in hypergamy? Hypergamy means what you would like to happen, right? Your top end. Settling or water seeking its own level is what reality is actually going to show you. And women, well, these modern day feminists think everybody's supposed to get a trophy. So they think that everybody's outcomes is supposed to be exactly the same, and it's not until the rubber hits the road. That's what she's supposed to be. Well, you know, Rael, we tangle with Goldie on Roger's channel. But we go. Let me go ahead and get the second thing out of the way, and then I'm gonna open it up for you guys to actually comment because I want to hear what you guys got to say because you guys, you know, this has been 5 years, right? If you guys said it wouldn't last, they would never get married, she wouldn't have no kids by him, she wouldn't stay by him, she'd run the whole relationship, all that kind of stuff. After 5, almost 6 years, none of that has happened. He made her go celibate for a year, you know, by his request. They got married when he wanted to. She had 2 more kids for him. She basically when she couldn't settle between Future and her and Future, he said cut that nigga off. Tell him keep his goddamn pennies. Basically, Russell told Future go fuck himself. Like get out of my life. Says they cut him off. Don't accept any more money from him. Take him off child support. Let him go pay for the other kids. That's what he told him. It doesn't matter whether she's waiting for the 10-year mark. Big deal. She still got small children. She's gonna wait 20 years. She ain't going nowhere. And by then, let me ask you this, Stoneham. Okay. Kanye West, was it good for him? Because everybody said the same thing about Kanye. Is it good for him? How about all the other athletes that having problems with their baby mamas and their wives? What about them? Well, he did, which is what I think is a pimp move, because most of y'all wouldn't have done that. But let me get to the second part about Goldie, because I went over there. I actually went. I actually went to find out what the whole petition was about. Find out who did. I said, "Are you kidding? This chick." And I wasn't even going to bring it up or engage with it because I didn't think it was worthwhile. But y'all like this kind of stuff. Y'all keep mixing this stuff up and keeping this stuff going. Because I didn't think it would get very far. That's why, for the most part, I ignored it. But you guys want to bring her in, so guess what? She's here. So now we have to comment on her. And basically, that's why I went over there on at the very end of the breakdown, right? I asked her questions that she couldn't answer. And she's supposed to be a teacher. And none of the questions that I asked her, she could answer. So, from what I'm saying, no, she ain't even printed by hood dudes, because look at all the guys that she's been with have been wealthy. Tell me one broke dude that she been with. Tell me one tell me one dude that she broke with. It doesn't matter. Why she have 2 more kids? It doesn't matter. Everybody got an out. Russell Wilson wasn't married to his wife how many years? It wasn't even 5, and he bounced her. He was already married. She tried to defect everything. But yeah, wait, Quill. You know what, Quill? Why don't you come on up, baby? Instead of being in the chat, why don't you come up and we engage full time and see how much you know? I favor emotions over logic. That's how come women fail. Exactly. That's why they fail. That's why you fail. You fail. You favor emotion over logic, but the world doesn't run on emotions, unfortunately. Yeah, he basically. Do you guys really know what's going on with Will and Jada on the real? If you guys were in LA, you would know on the real that Will and Jada are partners, and they do. And this ain't the first. The only difference is Jada made it public. She slipped, and Homeboy made it public. This is not what Will and Jada do. That's not new. Okay, that's not new. She tried, yeah. Yeah, well, the thing is, I know we've engaged her before. Somebody reminded me that she's been around, and she was on Roger's platform all the time. We engaged her before. She went on. Officer Charles's platform, his channel, and he eviscerated her. She doesn't have anything. That's why I can't understand. That's why I actually told Dr. Johnson to listen to it and give me his evaluation. He said he couldn't. He got a headache because there was nothing there. And say that she's a teacher, I said, I would have never guessed that she's a teacher. I mean, she is, God bless her, but I would never have guessed that she's a teacher, because she doesn't sound like any teacher I ever met. Well, Dr. Nealfield, yeah, we destroyed her on Roger's channel. We did, when we actually engaged. But I'm not here to jaw jack. Everybody know what the topics are. I don't have to give my explanation. I always do that during my my pre-recordeds. So I did, basically, this is so you guys can fire back, because you guys feel some kind of way about these 2 topics. So we're gonna open it up, and especially you people that want to engage. Woke, if you're welcome to come in, because anybody can comment from the chat, because you can come. The thing is that the difference is, Woke, when I'm on your channel, I'm somebody else's platform, I'm very respectful. Okay, this is my house, and trust and believe, you won't get the same kind of courtesy that you did on your channel, or Concrete Rose's channel. I'm very respectful. I actually hold back. You basically you're not gonna get the same kind of deal over here. So if you want to engage, you think you got something, come on over here, bring it. I have no idea. She might be a good teacher. I don't know. The thing is that I know what she's saying coming out of her mouth. She doesn't believe. I can tell that because she got nothing. I can tell when somebody doesn't have anything, and then she's trying to shame guys about not knowing anything and why pressure on stuff that you don't know anything. Oh, really? You don't have no disagreements? Nah, come on up here. Because you have plenty of disagreements when I'm someplace else. Now you don't have any. Okay, come on up, Brandon. Don't wait. Don't wait on me. Come on up. We can have a discussion. We're gonna have a discussion. I actually said why that I don't have to prove anything to you. I can give my reasons. I don't have to prove nothing to you because you're gonna believe what you want to believe. And weren't you on?
Salute, boss. Handle your business.
Okay. Weren't you on? Whatchamacallit? Just on Concrete Roses, and weren't you just on? Maybe you're the wrong woke because there's another woke that actually mods for Goldie. Is that you? If that's not you, I apologize. All right, y'all up.
Hey, what's going on?
What's up? Who's speaking?
AB.
AB, what's up, AB?
Can you hear me properly? Yeah, I come in clear.
I hear you fine.
We can hear you good, AB.
On the topic, okay.
Okay, I apologize in woke Will. I apologize to you, then, bro.
Okay. As far as the topic, I don't care. Why does everybody care what Russell Wilson's doing? That's it. That's between him and Ciara. I don't care.
Because a lot of these guys here see themselves in Russell Wilson. That's why. That's the reason. They see themselves in Russell Wilson. If that was the case, they would identify with Future. They call Russell Wilson a simp because they identify with Russell Wilson. They do. That's why. They always say what I wouldn't do. Okay, you're not him. You don't have the same contract. You're not in the entertainment business like he is. This happens all the time.
Yeah, what's the big deal?
If you saw Russell Wilson's video in high school, you know Russell Wilson ain't no simp. Okay.
Yeah, he looks like he got know.
One time.
Boss, do you know what it takes to be an NFL quarterback, a starting NFL quarterback? You gotta be alpha of the motherfucking alphas to deal with 10 other hard-headed motherfuckers for 16 weeks straight. They got life fucked up if they calling him a beta or a simp.
Yeah. If he was a simp, if he was simping, you'd have heard it from his players, especially what's his name is running back, because he from the hood. He'd have told you.
Marshawn Lynch.
Marshawn Lynch would have told you he was a simp. Yeah.
Yeah, he would tell you like, no, that motherfucker is no simp.
Yeah.
Of course, he doesn't like doing interviews, but yeah, I see your point.
Yeah, you'd have found out because the talk would have got around.
If you asked him if Russell Wilson was a simp, he'd get beast mode on you right then and there. You're like, the fuck you talking about?
What the fuck you talking about?
That motherfucker. Yeah, the fuck you talking about?
Yeah, we know simps. We know the ball players that are simps. Okay, that simp. They take care of chicks and all kind of stuff, man. We ain't gonna talk about Shaq, but that's another story. Buying out his wife.
But hold on, my nigga Shaq just had a hell of a lot of money though. So I mean, is that really? He was trying to pay bitches. No,
Shaq.
Having money don't make you not a simp, boy.
Yeah,
I know, but I'm saying how he used it. He was using to pay them hoes off.
He does pay them off. What I'm saying is, I know a couple of women that went with Shaq, but and some of the chicks that Shaq messed with, man, that everybody said, well, why is he messing with her? Okay, that's that life, man, and that circulated. Like Derek Fisher marrying What's his name?
Oh,
That shit happens all the time, man.
But boss, what you need to educate them to is this: what they keep failing to realize. When you got that much motherfucking money, you're not paying them off. You paying them to leave, man. Leave. Less headaches.
And the thing is that I always but the thing is that what I fail to actually get people to understand is who else would he replace Ciara with? Off the top of your head, that status and fame and that kind of pull.
Carrie Hilson.
Olivia. Hey, BGS.
What? Carrie Hilson.
Go hit your head upside the head with a mop. You dumb, man.
So let me get this right.
Who has more pull, Carrie Hilson or Ciara?
That's
I
kind
think
of
they
hard
both
to say,
got the
Mr.
same
BG.
amount.
No, it ain't, nigga. It's Ciara.
Not even close. Not even close.
But
No, it
Carrie
ain't.
Hilson, she still look good though. She look better.
And who has more pull, sir?
Ciara.
Okay.
Nigga, Oprah got more pull than fucking Carrie Hilson.
I don't see how
But-
Ciara got pulled. Ciara is not really like
Good.
her name don't ring anymore like that.
Yes, it does.
This
Yes,
is
it
the
does.
thing.
All right, bro.
We still talking about her.
My thing is this.
y'all
Yo,
talking about
BGS.
In a situation.
One time. Y'all
Oh,
can't
man.
talk at one time. Wait your turn, please. Okay.
Okay.
Who's
Well,
first?
BGS.
Yes, sir.
I've been trying to talk for like 5 minutes, bro.
Wait. Okay, bro. Guess what, man? Look, count how many people on the panel.
I know, bro. I know. Damn, I can cry too a little bit. Damn.
Well, don't cry here.
Ain't no crying in these spaces. Ain't no crying in these motherfucking spaces.
Don't cry here. Okay? I'm trying.
I'm just
the
talking
first
shit,
person
man. You know, I got love for the bros. I'm just talking shit. But I just wanted
Go
to
ahead,
say,
brother.
Well, you know.
I just wanted to say this could be summed up in one statement.
I still live in the hood. Okay, so don't get it twisted.
Listen, the game. Listen, this could be summed up in one statement. The Game of Thrones is not understood by peasants, man.
That's true.
We don't understand what's going on in the higher. Like, listen, man. Just when you in the hood, even we can relate it to the hood. The nigga with bricks is different than the dude who's selling a pack on the corner, bro. You cannot compare. Once you raise class levels, there's different rules inside of each class. You not allowed, if you got that much, you're not allowed to go down in class like that, bro. It's like social policing going on and shit.
That's
I noticed that when I moved out to the suburbs, you know what I mean? I moved out to the suburbs and everybody asked what I did for a living. When I was in the hood, nobody gave a fuck what I did for a living.
Nope.
But as soon as I hit the suburbs, my neighbors was just walking, you know, that was shell shocking to me. People just walking up to me, like knocking on my door, like, hey, how you doing? Like, what? Like, what's up? Like, what you want? They're like, well, we just wanted to come say hi. We brought you some
feeling
tea.
like they was violating your ass.
They try to figure you out. They want to figure you out.
Yeah,
they want to figure you out.
We just wanted to meet to see how you doing.
Yeah, they wanted to welcome you to
because
the neighborhood.
then I started understanding that for those type of people, everything is a potential opportunity inside of their network. Like for us, lower class people, we not doing business like that. You know, we just working. We part of the working class. But when you raise up a class level, there is a level of people who actually plan their life, bro. They plan what they gonna do with every check. They plan what they gonna do with their time. They plan what type of car they gonna buy in what year. Like when I started learning that shit, I was like, okay, this is how they so much ahead, because they actually having forethought and proceeding down a path that they plan to do, as opposed to us just getting a check. Like, oh, I'm gonna save some of this, then I'm gonna do this. Like, no, they don't do stuff like that. All of their money is allocated towards certain things, and their lifestyle is a certain way. With that being said, I'm gonna be going, y'all. I'm gonna let the brothers handle this. I'm gonna be listening in the background, B.
Yeah.
Can I go next?
Hold on.
I'll give you one example, right? Why did that billionaire, the multi-billionaire, marry Janet Jackson and pay her off for $500 million for one baby?
Wait. $500 million for what?
$500 million to break up the divorce. That's right after she had the baby. Why he do that? Why did he do it?
Oh shit, class.
It's called basically it's called projection. Basically, it's called legacy. It's called getting your name out. Nobody even knew who this dude was before he married her, right?
Yeah, he had all the resources, but he didn't have any what do you call it?
Not in this part of the world.
They used to call it. They used to call it cash for class. Okay.
Okay.
Why would you marry a broke prince or a broke king or somebody? Because you're trading the name and the publicity for the title for some money.
For the resources, yeah. Okay.
For the money.
Do you have any idea how many broke barons and dukes and whatnot are out here in Europe? A lot of them only just have their names, they're prestigious to trade with. That's why they try to get with. Yeah, I mean,
that's enough.
No, they don't got no loot. They don't got no loot, fool. They ain't got no loot.
They don't have no. They got connections though.
But somebody else wanted to get in.
They got the connections, but oh my bad. Go on ahead.
Yeah. Go ahead. Next.
I kind of wanted to.
Yeah, I'll jump in next. Go ahead.
Who's first? As long as y'all go one at a time. Just go ahead.
One at a time.
It was that whole Goldie Jones thing. It just kind of it blew my mind. It blew my mind. Okay. It's just the links that I'm seeing these girls go to just destroy a man. It's just ridiculous. On one hand, it's like, oh, they the biggest supporters of alphabet dudes, but then, oh, we gonna shame you by calling you an alphabet dude. Now that your platform is getting bigger and dudes in my generation especially not tolerating the BS, it's just like, oh, now we have to pull up every single victim statistic you can pull up and stuff like this. And I'm getting so sick of hearing this nonsense over and over and over again. The next time somebody hear these shaming tactics, I'm gonna need them to say the reason that these girls not getting married, for one, the behavior obviously as we see. For two, I just read a CDC stat that said 50% of them have HERPES. 50%.
Yeah, that's through the population because it's been so distributed out that it was actually like 20 when I was young, it's like 20-30% then. So now people having unprotected sex, they're spreading it. So now it's
exactly. And they never bring that up when talking about it. I know most dudes would not want to be with a girl who has a permanent infection that they cannot get rid of. I definitely can't do it.
Bad luggage, you mean?
If they tell you,
bad luggage is called.
What if they don't tell you?
Yeah. That's the thing. That's the thing.
Yeah.
It's like JoJo, to piggyback what you said, because I remember that STD thing. I remember my man Patrice O'Neill said this because he said in the spirit of of what Eddie Murphy talked about women being vindictive. He said, "Bitches will give you herpes, then leave you."
Yeah, they will.
Anthony Cumia going bye. Enjoy the Valtrex.
Go ahead, Lex. Jump in.
Oh yeah. Shout out to you, BGS. What's up, everybody on the panel?
Wait, Lex know what when I said Georgia, Lex got it immediately.
Oh yeah, definitely. What's going on with a lot of people's heads too, BGS? And I know you already peeped it because you dropped a lot of it in the last Ciara Carey Hilson video, but that's actually a pimp move to make that girl who was already jumping around to a bunch of guys settle down for a whole year before he even got with her like that.
Yeah.
Facts. And another thing these guys is overlooking, because I'm seeing these comments in the comment section. Ciara, whether she had the kid or not, when you get with Ciara and you already famous, that's a power couple. That's a power move. You can get a nice looking young woman from LA or Texas or whatever, but she ain't got no status. She ain't got no pull. She's just an up and coming chick, that ain't got nothing. Ciara already established. She's known and she's popular. You get with a chick like that, that's elevating your home brand. You bringing everything up right there.
Yep. Like I always ask. I said, okay, if you get rid of Ciara, who you gonna replace her with? How many Ciaras in the world are there?
Exactly. Like she do more for your brand than somebody like Lori Harvey, because Lori really ain't did anything. She's got a little status out there, but she ain't did nothing.
No, she don't have her own brand. Lori Harvey doesn't have a brand. Ciara has a brand.
She just started.
Yep.
Hey, you fellas, real shit. If you want to shit test these broads, this is what you need to do. When you first get with a broad, before she even utters some shit, You and me finna go down to the clinic, whether we have sex or not, and we both finna get checked. And if she get to hesitating off the rip, then you know.
Ew.
That's how you start dealing with that shit.
Yeah, but you ain't gonna do it at that level. That should already be understood. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I'm gonna give people to ask me why would he make her wait, right? And most guys, I said most squares don't understand it, right? Okay. For the group? What is a woman's high card? What is her big joker? What is her ace, right?
The box.
The box is, of course.
Youth and beauty.
No, her pussy is the box, right? What does she try? What does she try to hook you with?
The pussy.
The
Because pussy like
right?
will whip a motherfucker like heroin.
What if a dude with a whole lot of money he's trying to get what you trying to put on the hook, right? Says, look, wait, hold on. Okay, I could get with you. I could get with 1,000 women. I could get with you. But thing is, I want to see if you can if you can be celibate for a whole year. And if you can do that, if you can go through that, which she's probably never done, she probably hasn't done since she's like 15 years old. If you can do that, okay, then we got something. I want to get to know you first. A pimp says the exact same thing. Prove to me that you're worth being on my program before I even fuck you.
Facts.
Master teacher?
Yeah.
Master teacher, sir. I believe the field master, Ron Wilms, if I can mention his name, he broke it down like this one time. We said use like he talked about how a certain bald head, Laurel Harvey's stepfather, or had that 90-day period that he has women put guys through. We do the same thing to them. He basically, if a woman expects you to wait 90 days for that puss, you got to make her wait 90 days to wait. You have to make her wait 90 days before you start splurging some cash. If she asks you what's going on, you just look at her and say, well, baby, you got to understand, as much as you're a reformed good girl, I'm a reformed trick. And I want to be special when I pull out that MasterCard. So in case,
my fiance tried to pull that. I think it was 90 days. I think it was like, I think a little more.
90 days. What the fuck?
Can I finish my goddamn statement before you jump in?
Sorry.
Thank you.
Excuse us.
Thank you. Okay. She tried to pull that stuff, and I told her I was good with it. I'll still date you, but guess what? I said, just don't call me on Friday and Saturday.
Damn.
Thanks, BGS.
That's all I said. I said, hey, you know what, baby? I said, you're the one I want. I love you to death. I said, I fell in love with the first day I saw you. I said, I'll wait for you, but just don't call me on Friday and Saturday. She said, what you mean? I said, because I'm gonna be out.
Right. Right.
All right. What was the vibe from that, BGS?
2 weeks later, guess what I was doing?
Oh yeah.
She thought I was thirsty over a box. No, I can wait.
No.
In other words, yours is not the only one.
And in a sense, he was trying to.
And I'm not trying to get what you just. I'm not trying to get with you just because of what you have between your legs. It's something I haven't even had yet. It could be good, bad, or indifferent. And just because you love a woman doesn't mean her box is going to be good. I'm going to tell you that from an old player. Okay. I had better box from chicks I couldn't stand. Okay. Trust me. So I'm not trying to get with a chick because long term because of her pussy, because that's, that comes with the package. And whatever she got, I'll accept. But thing I was letting her know that you bad as hell, because she was, and she had them, she had the little bitty tiny waist, like 23-inch waist, and them 38 triple D's sitting out front, and she was tall, and you got a nice little bubble. Perfect. That's what I wanted. The thing is that guess what? I'm not going to do. You're not going to control me with your sex. If you don't want to give it to me, guess what? That's fine. I just got to go get it supplemented someplace else. If you can deal with it, that's we good. We can talk.
Facts.
But you're not going to control me with that. But anyway, that's beside the point. That's why.
What a lot of people.
Go ahead.
What a lot of people forgot is that Russell had a crush on Ciara.
Yeah.
And people of that status, they don't go out and just commonly meet women like that. They get introduced. So I'm pretty sure she already knew that Russell had a crush on her, and it probably threw her for a loop when he made her go celibate for a year. You take away her superpower, and what else is there? She has no other choice but to submit to his authority.
Yeah, that was a player move.
Russell has been a ace one top notch basketball, baseball, and football player his whole entire life. Guess what top-notch ace one ball players get from the time that they're 12 years old?
Women.
Yeah, women, pussy of all ages,
and higher,
all colors and shapes and sizes. Okay.
The one thing I can say though, I would not call Russell a simp, but I definitely think he's a blue pill alpha.
I would beg to differ.
I don't know if I agree with that because
I beg to differ.
we don't know enough about
blue pill alpha would make her wait a year. I'm sorry, no, you can't prove that. The blue pill alpha would not make her wait a year. That will never happen.
You gotta also understand that Russell has a strong Christian faith too.
Yeah, so does Stephen Curry with his 3 side chicks. Okay.
Yeah, man, that's smiling faces, BGS. Smiling faces.
People trying to figure out why is his wife going nuts, right? And she's pissed because he's getting all his attention. Come to find out, okay, on the low, he has his image that's out front, but on the low, he got 3 side chicks, man.
That smiling face, he looked like the perfect little boy,
little baby face. Yeah, you think, oh, I'm not messing around.
You wouldn't expect anything different, BGS. He's in NBA.
But that's not his image, is it?
But blue pills cheat too now. Hold on now.
With Michael Jordan's image, but he was doing the same fucking things, right?
Because Michael Jordan, he was a gambler, so him taking risks like that.
Okay, why do you think? Hold on, y'all. Why do you think he's blue pill? Go.
I think he's blue pill because he's still willing to accept what could possibly come from being in a marriage, being high status, and him getting his resources stripped from him at a moment's notice.
Okay, why is there blue pill and there's plenty of black pill guys that do the same thing?
Exactly.
They must. I mean, I guess they're willing to assume the loss.
There is a risk, right?
Risk is part of the game.
Risk is part of the game.
So you
get some guys like Leonardo DiCaprio that won't play the game. I mean, they play the game, but they won't play it to get married.
You got a lot of guys that won't play it to get married because they may not need to.
Yeah, Russell wanted a family though, man, and kids. That's what he got out of that girl too. Like
he could have got that from his first wife.
He got a young woman, but I mean,
okay. So why didn't he get his first wife pregnant and have kids with her?
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, but that's also probably wasn't his favorite crush either, though.
It doesn't. He met as his wife. It doesn't have to be.
You don't. Yeah, like come on.
He could have Ciara on the side.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have a question for mental agility, if I may.
You don't think so?
I think that's a long shot.
I have a question for mental, if I may.
It's definitely a real possibility.
Can you guys stop interrupting when I'm talking to the dude instead of y'all bouncing in? I understand that it's supposed to be loose and you guys are excited, but I'm talking to the brother. Can the brother been waiting patiently? He hadn't interrupted none. I'm having a conversation. Can we get this over with before you guys jump in? Is that okay?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My bad, brother.
Because this is for guys that disagree to come in and say why they disagree. I want to know. You go ahead.
Mm-hmm. I was listening to your point because I was saying that it was a stretch for Ciara to be his side piece. I don't think Ciara is willing to be anybody's side piece.
Why is that?
I think she values herself enough.
Okay,
or she just hadn't came across a guy that she felt is like worthy enough to be his side piece.
So if she isn't, and she's valued herself enough, and shows herself self-esteem, okay, and trust and believe, okay, if she wanted to keep her family intact with her first baby, how come she didn't go ahead and accept the ring from Future?
Future proposed?
Yes.
Holy shit. Yeah.
Yes, my nigga. She threw it back.
Well, she probably knew what type of dude that was.
She knew. Well, it's kind of hard not. Well, basically, Future's from her hometown, so there's that. They're both from Georgia, from I think the Atlanta area. In fact, they know each other in high school.
Georgia,
I guess. I mean, I don't because I think it all goes back to her age and her prime, and particularly sisters don't want to be married until they feel like they need to be married. And I think, she wanted the baby, but she didn't want the marriage, just like so many other sisters. They'd rather have the baby than marry.
The first one, because I've been around chicks for a long time, including my own daughters, right? The first one you can forgive because you think that you're gonna get something and the shit doesn't wind up that way. So that one can be well, it really wasn't a mistake because she could have married the dude. She could have made it right. Thing is, how come she didn't marry him? She
didn't want to.
Why? Okay, why not?
Because black women don't particularly want to be married when they're young.
But she turned around and married Russell. Why not?
How old was she when she married Russell? I think she was towards the end. She was like at 27.
She just had the baby when Future threw the ring out. The baby's not that old, okay? Baby's only, I think the child's only 6. They've been married 5. Remember the little jersey? He wasn't even walking and had Russell Wilson's jersey on. Remember that?
Yeah. Okay. But I think, I mean, that's kind of weird because I never heard that Future proposed. I never heard that part because I know in the beginning she was sending a whole lot of shots at Future.
Wait a minute. You hear everything else, but you didn't hear that. To hear the main part. How is that?
I guess that I just.
Why do you think he was so pissed? Because he threw the ring out. He didn't throw the ring out to his other baby mamas.
Okay.
Inquiring minds want to know. You guys say he's blue pill and Future's this alpha hood dude, which he's not a hood dude at all. He's not a hood
Hell
dude.
no.
He portrays that, but he's not a hood dude.
It's cap. He said it himself. He sold all the drugs he talks about. He said it himself.
Yeah, he don't even use the drugs he rap about.
He sold none of he sold half the shit he talked about. Not 75% of the shit he's talked about. Ain't been any of the places where he's been.
Why the hell are you doing talking Ray shit?
Bro.
Say what?
Because it sells.
It does sell.
All the baby mamas sell?
Nigga, yes.
He's losing more money.
Okay, the thing is that people are loose, right? And how many dudes that are in sports and in entertainment that have baby mamas floating around?
Probably more than half of them.
Tons.
And these are college educated guys that have been raised right and got 5, 6 baby mamas floating around.
The ones, a lot of the guys that got the multiple baby mamas, a lot of those guys they weren't even going to class. Like Gilbert Arenas, like he said, he barely went to class when he was in college.
Yeah,
and Dwight Howard, he didn't go to college. Yeah. Sean Kemp didn't go to college. I mean, these dudes got like flocks of kids, but you get the guys
go to college, sir. Trinity Valley Community College.
Dude, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, some of these guys went to JUCO. You may not.
And Gilbert, I could tell you, Gilbert Arenas is not from the hood, man. He's from North Hollywood. No. Gilbert Arenas went to school with white folks. Okay.
No, yeah, he would get if he was from the hood, he would have been got slapped, checked. That personality would have been quiet down.
You can tell Gilbert Arenas never was not from the hood by the way he talks.
Because niggas was niggas snatch his shit.
I remember Gilbert Arenas when Gilbert Arenas was in high school. He's not from the hood.
But you don't think
I have a question for Mental.
So what?
You don't think that's code switching?
What do you mean?
Gilbert Arenas be doing because he brought a pistol to the gym.
Yeah, white boys bring pistols.
Yeah, white boys do that shit. They'll bring shit to parties. They'll have
I can tell you for a fact. I live in Los Angeles, right? I am from the hood. Gilbert Arenas is from North Hollywood. That is the valley. That is some of the whitest areas you will see. Burbank, that area is suburbs, deep suburbs. He's not from the hood.
It's not even regular Hollywood, BGS. It's North.
It's North Hollywood. North Hollywood is the other side of Universal Studios. He's not even from Hollywood. He's from North Hollywood. That's the hood. That's not even the hood. That is the white part of town where you get checked if you go up in there. Okay, if you black.
Yeah.
Unless they know you. So Gilbert Arenas is not from the hood.
So how do we explain the Future and his whole bunch of baby mamas? Just him having sexual access and not having that discipline to wrap up?
Sexual access and not caring and believing in your own hype.
Exactly.
Because you can afford them.
Hey, BGS. I want to ask BGS. I want to ask you a quick question. Backtracking to Steph Curry. So I never knew much about this, but a few years ago, like when they first won the first championship, the Warriors did. That Ruby Rose chick that came out, Roni Rose, was that one of the side chicks or something?
I don't know if you play ball, Lex.
Yeah.
You play ball, and you in the gym rats talk. Yeah, it's gym rat talk, man.
Okay.
There's a few other things they said, but it's gym rat talk, and it adds up because she going nuts and she going crazy and she talking all that smack and she hadn't been talking that smack. All of a sudden she getting frustrated, like I ain't got nobody paying attention to me. I said, oh shit, I know what this is, and sure enough, it popped up.
Yeah, she just got no attention with it too. She was bold.
There's a whole bunch of things they suppressed that you don't hear about.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she getting people checking for her, but they just ain't the type of dudes she want, and she ain't gonna get a guy on Steph Curry.
Yeah, exactly.
She's not. Yeah, she doesn't qualify. She's lucky she got a guy on Steph Curry's level because that's his childhood sweetheart.
You talking about you talking about Ruby Rose? Oh, Aisha. Okay.
Curry, yeah. That was gonna be his way. He knew that was gonna be his wife a long time ago.
Yeah, nah. She looks like she could be in somebody's farm or some shit. I'm not gonna lie. The way she just
The old Aisha or the new Aisha?
The old Aisha. The old Aisha.
Yeah, the old
Excuse
Aisha.
me, Truth.
The shit she used to wear.
Truth. Yeah. You said she can be on somebody's what?
Farm.
Somebody saying Aisha's
old Aisha. The old Aisha.
You guys.
She is not a 4.
Hey. No, I didn't say a 4. I said she could be on a farm.
No.
I didn't say she was a 4. I said she could be on a farm.
Not you.
No, we talking about Daniel Scott.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
she's not a 4.
Just off her eyes alone elevates it to a 6.
Yeah, she's pretty close.
Mixed.
She's pretty close to 7 or 8.
Yeah, I'm saying 7. That's about right.
Yeah, trust and believe. You walk in, if she's in shape, you walk in and Aisha Curry on your arm, you're gonna get looks.
No, BGS, just tell them to look up her bikini picture.
No, if you with those eyes and those looks and she's in shape, you walk in and with her on arm, basically all the chicks are gonna back up. They are.
Facts.
Yeah,
I give her an 8.
Yeah,
me too.
Right, that's about right.
But I don't think Russell. I don't think he's a simp, but I think he's playing a dangerous game.
Why? Why? Okay, what's the dangerous game?
The same stuff that Dr. Dre going through, and I know Russell ain't signed no prenup. I mean, didn't have Ciara sign a prenup.
We don't know that, do we? Mm-hmm. Everybody assumes that what Russell Wilson has done. We don't know that. We have no clue. Just like we didn't know Dr. Dre had signed a prenup until he pulled it out during his divorce, did we?
Yeah, probably not. Yeah, but
and the worst that Dr. Dre could have come out with, he actually came out with the worst, right? $3.6 million a year, right? Okay, okay. For it to get half, how long would that take?
Of 800 million, yeah, it'll take a lifetime.
It take 100 years for it to get half.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. Good point.
So
that's still a lot of money, but go ahead.
Well, look. Okay, compared to Jeff Bezos.
Oh yeah, that's
true.
Compared to $24 billion.
Compared to Michael
Bezos
Jordan
on a whole nother stratosphere.
Yeah. Compared to Michael Jordan.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, because did Mike's wife get like 200 million, 150 million or something?
She got 123.
What Michael Jordan?
Yeah, Michael Jordan.
123.
Yeah.
I thought she got more than that, but yeah, you could be right.
Yeah, I think it was like 200. She got a lot of money up.
She got. I think it's close to 200. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, it was high. I know that.
Tiger Woods' wife, she was the one that got the highest divorce settlement for a long time, and I think she got like 220.
No, she didn't. No, they had a prenup. She's supposed to get 75. They gave 75 million, and they I think it was Nike that gave her a $50 million kicker to keep her mouth shut. She got 125.
Oh, 125. Oh, okay.
Yeah, 125 in a house. Who got 600 million? What are you talking about? Y'all be throwing stuff out.
Nah, she ain't getting no 600.
No. No, she got 125 because they actually said what the prenup was 75 million, which she could have got. Plus, if she didn't take it, Tiger Woods could have sent her to jail and got the kids because that's attempted murder what she tried to do. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So do you think?
Go ahead.
Do you think I mean, I guess it depends on what level you are. If you like 100,000, it might hurt you more than if you're a multimillionaire. So is the divorce system really that flawed?
It is. There's no question that it's flawed. It's flawed, but the thing is that you know that it's flawed, and if you plan it right, you can actually if you plan it right, you can kind of lessen the blow. But the thing is that chick gonna make you more money than she's gonna cost you?
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately, I think that answer is no. Universally.
Huh? Universally, yeah. Universally, yes, that you would be right. But we're not talking about universally in this case, are we?
No.
Yeah, exactly.
I couldn't do Tiger Woods. I'm pressing all kinds of charges, taking my kids and keeping my bread.
He would. He probably should have. But the thing is that if Nike calls you up and say we need to squash this, you need to settle and squash it because you still got a contract, you still got to play, you still got to make money for us. What are you going to do?
Exactly.
You got to do what your advisors do.
I'm asking.
In fact, I remember.
Go ahead.
You got to do the latter.
One time. Go ahead.
If I may.
Go ahead.
If I remember correctly, his wife, who's Swedish, has a twin sister. Her twin sister belongs to a law firm, had offices down in the U.S. that represented her during the divorce proceedings, and they advised her to it's better just keep your mouth shut because they could charge you with that shit. And he's like, and then like what you said, it's better to squash this shit, like Nike said, because there's an image you got to protect here.
Mm-hmm.
If they find out about the her wife trying to attempt murder and shit, that could do damage on your image as well.
Yeah.
It could affect the family negatively in the long term.
So at the end, it's about the money. He basically, she got a little bit, but the thing is, she didn't got nearly. Tiger was probably worth about 800 million liquid at the time that happened. That's just liquid. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Liquid with his savings, with his investments, with his also he could have cashed out with about $800 million. He paid her off. Okay. He paid her off cash and gave her a house to shut the fuck up. And allowed her to give one interview. You make one interview anywhere you want, but just that one and be quiet. And she didn't say anything after that. You ain't heard from her since, have you?
Nope.
So you talking about Tiger Woods?
From her?
Tiger Woods' wife. You hadn't heard from her.
Oh yeah, because she got that back. BGS. Speaking of 100 million though, did you hear about that Jeff Bezos thing? What the fuck is going on? This nigga.
I have no idea. You have to wait and see.
Why the fuck is he giving people? This nigga just handing out random 100 millions to random people.
He's worth $100 billion. It's nothing.
Yeah, that's nothing to him, man. That's like me giving
out his phone number. I need 100 million right now. So
you should have been on a rocket ship with him. Maybe he'd divvy some out to you.
BJS, cut the shit. What's his name? The one he just gave it to. He wasn't on the rocket ship.
Man, no. So dude. What? Yeah, but
Ben Jones' black ass was on the rocket ship. That nigga was crying.
There's a reason. There's a reason that he gave him the money. He didn't give it to him out of the goodness of his heart. There's a reason.
Because that nigga
pays more than that. He probably pays more than that.
Hey.
One at a time.
It's not a party line, okay? Hey, AL.
One at a time.
Calm down. Okay. All right.
Yeah, now Roland Martin's crying about it.
Well, he wasn't in line. Okay, too bad.
That nigga always crying. Fuck that nigga.
All right, who's next?
Go ahead.
Truth.
I'll jump in.
I'm getting sick of Roland Martin. He always complaining this shit.
Truth.
I have a question when the next person is done.
Go ahead.
All right. Well, first I want to comment on the first. I'm sorry. The situation with the Goldie.
Go ahead.
All right. So after hearing Jessica X and Roger Report, and then of course BGS, I've come to the conclusion that it's nothing that she can present that actually shows a 15-second clip or anything that shows that Mr. Samuels said go out there and hit a woman. If she couldn't produce that, right, then she's going on subjective, right? You cannot make this shit up.
I know what he said because I've heard him say it a few times. And he never said that men should go out and beat women. What he said is that women have all this aggressive energy and will fly up in his face because a 5'3" woman can fly up in a 6'4" man's face and talk shit to him and hit on him because there's no threat of violence against her. They said men have a low level threat of violence that keeps them in line and keeps them in check and keeps them respectful. Women don't have that. That's what he's saying. He said when they push back, he said if a man was allowed to rearrange your jaw, would you still have the same energy with him? That's all he said. He never said that a man should do it.
And I watched that broadcast, and it speaks to the proxy violence that Dr. Hassan Johnson spoke about, and that she doesn't mean bad by trying to do evil out of it, but proxy violence can come out of this. This is why there's shows that stated we have to protect Mr. Samuels, and so she doesn't know what she's doing indirectly, but it's already being done, and so we already.
Will YouTube or Google cave into what she's saying? No, because they have a terms of agreement, and the terms of agreement is if you advocate violence against anyone, especially a protected group, you will be be flagged, get a strike against you, have your video taken down, and could have your channel taken down. If that was the truth, according to her, she could prove that to YouTube. They take his channel immediately.
Exactly. And so this is where we had this discussion, I think, on Red Pill last Sunday about how I think it was Mr. Uru. And thank you, Black Uru. We have to go after her after she's done with her process. We have to go after her, BGS.
Why?
And that's isn't that slander?
You ask a flag her now. She has a small channel. What's she gonna do?
I mean, isn't that slander in court? I'm talking about.
Well, he has to go after her. We can't.
It's just
Okay. So I'll let Rael get on because Rael wants a spot. So
okay. You BGS referring to the Kevin thing. Is he gonna eventually do any countersuit? Because this is kind of getting ridiculous. Like this is like the third petition.
It's like swatting flies. How many flies do you want to swat?
Yeah.
There's millions.
Yeah.
Especially her.
Can't you just burn those motherfuckers? Teach them a lesson.
Yeah. You become a content creator and see how hard that is.
Yep.
And even if you try to burn them, they don't always stay burned because YouTube and Google will actually protect them. I already know that they will actually go against their own. They will violate their own rules as you protect certain people. So basically, do your content. If it gets to be critical, you do something. If not, you just keep it moving.
Hey, okay, I would.
That's what Truth. You have to understand something. Truth. You have to understand something. When they can keep Kevin Samuels' name in their mouth, they're hoping to get some clickbait out of it.
Yeah.
Get some news, get numbers out of it. You can understand that. I remember a certain YouTuber. He would address that issue, but refuse to acknowledge that person because he said, "I'm not going to give them people any clout because I know they clout chasing, but I'm going to address what they did." Now, as far as Mr. Samuels goes, with the whole issue of him being Alphabet and whatnot, I remember he did an interview with on Vlad TV about that. He said, first of all, especially because it was in June, he's saying, first of all, if people are going to be slandering you about being certain thing, my question is, where is the Alphabet people? Where is groups like GLAAD, that coalition, to defend this kind of slander? Because they've fallen asleep on this shit, that they can't do something about this. I got to do something because he explained, as black men, You guys are open targets to be slandered, to be assaulted, to be denigrated and everything. And that's how the world looks at him.
Me and Ryo probably weigh in on this. Which surprise she's getting this much attention? That's the biggest shock. Why is she getting
exactly? How the fuck can they use LGBT community and if someone has status within that community? How do you use that as an insult and then say you support?
Because the manosphere, especially the black manosphere, is on a list, and they will allow certain things to be said anyway. So
they blacklisted. Okay.
So we've been blacklisted for a long time, and Kevin. That's why it's amazing that Kevin actually broke out. But anyway, go ahead, Ryo.
Peace to BGS, peace to the panel, peace to the chat. Yeah, we already dealt with this chick, man, already. Months ago, she used to be on Roger's panel. She claimed that she was a married woman and she had a child. I had already been peeved. I was like, this chick is a baby mama. She's not a wife. I mean, the reason why we know women like her are married is because women like her who claim they're married, they spend entirely too much damn time on social media. If you're a married woman, especially if you have children, why are you even worried about a person like Kevin's platform when even on his platform, he has been trying to show men and women how to get a better deal. If you're married, like, why would you be against that? That doesn't even make any sense. So we have a lot of females who ear hustle in these spaces. Now, many times they might not say anything, but this is her passive aggressive way of really attacking the talking points that come from this section. He's just the biggest face that she can really get some clown off of. But the reality of the situation is that she's just not that chick like that. And her own personal life is the reason why his content really gets under her skin, because it's speaking to her exact failure in her own personal life. That's why she's so incensed. So she couldn't even win any of the back and forth that we had with her on Roger's channel, and she ran, she left. We haven't seen her over there in months.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying. So then this is just, I keep saying this all the time. Many of these women know that they've already lost. They know they already lost. But what they're trying to do, really, in my best estimation, is they're trying to keep the women who have the potential to go the straight and narrow and go in the right direction. They're trying to keep them in these, masculine energy spaces, or masculine, trying to have them have a masculine mindset, because they know if they lose the women who are teetering, who are on the fence and have the potential to go in a better direction for themselves, they know that their environment will be completely destroyed. Period. They know that. I would actually say that the feminine women, in a certain aspect, is actually keeping them with life. If it was just completely masculine energy spaces, this stuff would have been torn apart. I would say that it's masculine energy women who don't know what they're supposed to be, and who are tricked a lot of times by these masculine energy women. They're the ones that actually keep their spaces alive.
Yep, that's true.
Hey, BGS.
Go ahead.
I feel Dr. T's pain, because when I heard it on the Rogers report, I was like, okay, I've heard all this goofy shit before. I didn't even want to get on the panel. I'm like, I'm out.
Yeah, Rael and folks had to remind me that she was actually on the Rogers report for a while.
Yeah,
and she was there. She was there every day. It wasn't like she was just there once in a while. She was there every day.
Every day.
I was wondering when you talking about it, you said go down. Then I remember like, oh shit, her.
Yeah.
Her. I couldn't even listen. I couldn't even listen to her. I'm like, no. I got a like Dr. T. I got a headache. No.
Yeah.
I honestly think that this is just her trying to have her time to shine. She feel like this is her opportunity to break out. Everybody's talking about it. I heard the interview that she was on. She was ecstatic, and she was talking about how Shade Room picked it up and a couple of the blog sites picked it up. She's just trying to ride Kevin's wave. And I think that's the reason why the LGBT, the alphabet community, and Kevin, they both really don't address it head on because it's free publicity. You know, if these blog sites are going to pick it up, that's going to be more eyes and more ears on Kevin seeing what is he really talking about. So they're bringing in more viewers. So I honestly think Kevin's not even bothered by it. Like he's not even trying to like go back at them with like any type of defamations of character or anything of that nature, because of the simple fact she's doing more help than harm.
Well,
and I also think the reason why the alphabet community, I mean, women use that alphabet community slur, but they're friends with them, is because it's just a simple attack on masculinity, because that's the only leg they got to stand on.
Yeah.
I don't think people really understand. Like, to me, this is when, because I just knew that he was holding back. I knew he was holding back. And I don't really think people really, especially the men in this space, I don't think men really understand the power he really commanded. When he made the argument that when these men they deal with women on the side, it ain't cheating. And when he said that when the women do it, it's cheating. People do not understand what that really did, because it completely changed the kinds of arguments that a lot of these females were having towards black men. And so when he made that assertion, because there was a lot of dudes who wasn't feeling that shit. Am I wrong, BGS?
Yeah, there is a lot of dudes who wasn't feeling it.
There's a lot of dudes who wasn't feeling that shit. Like, a lot of dudes was like, well, no, I don't know about all that, man. I mean, I understand what he's saying, but that's going a little too far. But if you go back into the 1920s and 30s, that was the norm.
It's still the norm. Guys at a certain level, that the masters of the universe, they have options. They have options before they even before you even mess with them.
Right. That's just part of that blue pill conditioning that they just hadn't shook off. Some of it you'll never shake off because it's so deeply embedded, because you worried about what's right and what's wrong morally.
It's that water boy. It's that water boy mentality from the movie. Like my mama said, but my mama said it's that type of. My mama said you ain't supposed to cheat on a woman. It's that.
That's
type
not true.
It's that type of mentality that really even they're training and conditioning, that when he says something that was so powerful to say that, because what he was saying, what he was really telling women is, you do not control the sexual prowess of men. You don't. That's what he was saying. It wasn't so much about getting the ass. It was letting women know that you do not have a control over the sexual prowess of men. You don't. Period. Because there's a lot of women who have, I mean, hell, Lorena Bobbitt chopped off her fucking husband's penis over this shit. Years ago.
Damn, nigga, the penis?
Yeah.
She wasn't the only one. Filipino women are good for that kind of shit, man. She wasn't the only
Filipina. There was also a woman named Catherine Keogh. She did that in California a few years back, if you remember. And they had to talk about it on the Coke, and they laughed about it.
Yeah, I do believe she was Filipina too.
But
I wouldn't be surprised.
What women don't understand.
One time.
Hold on. Let me ask this right quick. Hey, BGS, has this Goldie chick been on your platform before as the black femme provocateur or something?
No.
Her voice sounded similar.
No, she wasn't on my platform. She was actually on Charles's platform.
Okay.
No. She's always gone by Goldie. She's never.
She always gone by Goldie. Okay.
Always Goldie. I looked
one time.
Truth, hold on, back up.
No, who's
Truth,
first?
sit down.
Who's ever first? Whoever's first. If Truth is first, go ahead.
All I was just gonna say is about the Goldie situation. When I rewatched the stream that she had with Charles, she was basically trying to act like she was advocating for men, but throughout the whole stream, if you watch it, he basically broke her down and explained the whole situation to the point where she couldn't respond to anything. So she had to completely concede. So this is, I mean, I didn't expect that she was as bold like this. Like, she was this bold because she was true.
She was comfortable because she was on a woman's platform, and she knew they would only let it go so far. So that's how come she was comfortable. I mean, she started to bounce when I was on there. She started to bounce a couple times.
Just like she bounced from Rogers panels. Same thing, man. Yeah. That's why it's so comical seeing her face attached to it, because it's like that chick.
Yeah,
she's only relevant because of Kevin.
Yeah,
that's the only reason why she's relevant to y'all. Like, she's nobody because we've already encountered her. We like, this chick is nobody.
Yeah. When I went over there, she was actually talking about it, and they had like 10 people watching her. Okay, she's not relevant.
Yeah, I seen that shit. Yeah, it was like 10 viewers.
Yeah,
I think I was one of them for a couple of seconds.
I forgot to like.
Were you saying, Wolf, though? What were you gonna say?
If you go to the interview that she had on that panel,
first of all,
she'll say that she
bro, if I may,
still watches Kevin.
Excuse, sir, bro.
One time. Gang talking over each other.
Wolf was next.
Actually, let Mental go first. Let Mental go first. No, let Mental get what he needs off his chest.
If you go to that panel that she was on, that interview, she says that she still listens to Kevin, and she says she's even subscribed to him, and she believes. I mean, she agrees with some of his talking points. But where she was talking about with the ensuing of violence on women and stuff, I think she more or less is talking about Obsidian, because I went to her page and checked it out, and she's got a little snippet in there where Obsidian is talking about a woman needs a little smack and stuff like this. But I think she's trying to tie Kevin to that because Kevin has the bigger audience.
Excuse me, Mental?
Yeah, go
understand
ahead.
That, brother, understand that females, they are on their feelings, but they are operating on the basis of narrative. She's trying to take things out of context and try to present them in a way that fits a narrative. She's trying to pigeonhole people into certain things when you think about it. And like Rael mentioned, when she gets onto certain panels, she's just trying to get some clout. She's clout chasing. Furthermore,
I agree.
Excuse me, truth.
Nigga, it wasn't even me. It was Mental.
No. I said truth. I know truth. I got a little homework for you. Look up the name John. Look up the name John Wayne Bobbitt.
Yeah,
you'll understand everything because this was long before you were born.
Yeah.
John Wayne. Okay.
Bobbitt.
All right.
Bobbitt. Bobbitt.
Okay. All right. Who's next? Somebody else who hasn't gotten in. Who hasn't gotten in? Mr. Darku, you want to get in or what?
No, I mean right now I'm just listening. I kind of came in like at the tail end, so I was just basically listening to kind of get. But I mean there was a super chat because I mean this is the first time I ever super chatted them because I just had to get some stuff off my chest because I mean the chick is a ditzy blonde, like she's worse than a blonde, man. Like is the fact that people are even talking about it is just and giving her clout is just ridiculous. Like she really, for somebody that claims to be an educator.
Yeah,
it's like the most dumbest. Like the whole situation is like I lost brain cells just listening to her. She has no talking points. She really, to be honest with you, I think she just put it up there just to put it up. I don't even think she even had like a thought that it was even going to go anywhere. So
I think she said that too. She didn't think it was going to go anywhere.
Yeah, you know what I mean. So it's really just something where people just saw it, and because Kevin's name is blowing up right now, everybody's just trying to get on anything that has his name attached to it. I don't think she even thought it through because she's got no talking points. She has no no credentials, nothing to back up anything she's saying. She's just talking, and she's just hoping that if she sticks on the women's side, they'll protect her. From this heat, because the only reason why she even came up was because she knew she was going to be protected. Because I was just on there just to troll her to and for somebody
over there.
Hold on. No, go ahead, keep talking.
Yeah, and like I said, for somebody to be over there, with a kid in the belly and not being able to control a kid, I'm like, you're on a panel for like 4 hours. Talking like, where's your husband at? I don't know any married woman that can be online for 4+ hours
on a Sunday.
Yeah, and her husband is not gonna be like, hey man, Like you got something to do. Like what's going on?
Or at least take the kid. You know, if the kid's gonna bug her, I'm gonna be online on this show. Can you take the child? So
She a baby mama, and she perpetrating the fraud. You know what I mean? She basically got knocked up twice. You know what I mean? And she's basically a single mother. You know what I mean? And everything Kevin is talking is just hitting on her because she's 40 plus. You know what I mean? And all she and I'm pretty sure she's with a dude that probably ain't got no money. You know what I mean? Probably ain't going nowhere. And that's the best you could do.
Yeah,
you know
because her biggest thing on Rogers is about when we actually talked, because Rogers is death on baby mamas, right? And her biggest thing was defending baby mamas. So
yeah, sure was.
So
how are you going to be a married woman defending baby mamas? It makes no sense. It's like us trying to defend Pookies and Ray Rays and like the drug dealers in the corner.
It's true.
Well, you know? I mean, I keep saying this, man. Like, see, we don't a lot of because I've had to say this to some of my friends, like who have had some bad experiences with women, and I tell them, you don't have to seek revenge on these women because life is going to teach them the lesson they need to be taught if they're not right and exact. And what we're seeing is that this older generation of women, you know, some you know, maybe, you know, boomers, but specifically Generation X women, they're starting to really feel that heat. They're starting to really feel that heat, and the pandemic actually turned up the heat meter faster than what we expected. So now they're in a pickle because for much of our lives, they have been talking about not needing men. But every time we look on damn Kevin's show, it's a damn Generation X woman on there. It's a Generation X woman on there. Yeah, we might see some older chicks, you know, some boomer chicks on there. You know, we do see, you know, the younger generation. They're in a different category. But many of the goofiest females we've actually seen on his show has been Generation X females. I mean, completely devoid of the type of mindset that you would want as a man to actually want to link yourself up with this woman until you leave this world. So they're in a pickle because now they have to eat all that I don't need a man bullshit. But you can't just come to this channel for a quick fix. His channel is not a quick fix. If anything, his channel is actually going to expose you for what you are. And so then you make the stupid mistake of what they say in politics. One of the worst mistakes a politician can make is tell the truth. You make the mistake of putting your face on the camera for the world to see your stupidity. I said this on another cast channel earlier on Rose's channel, that there's going to come a point in time where these women are going to go so viral for their stupidity that if a man chose to actually holler at them wherever they are, there's going to be men that's going to say, wait a minute.
I know her.
You was the same damn chick that was on Kevin Samuel's show. And we never, see, we used to either hearing the stories from our male friends, man, I was dealing with this stupid chick, or we used to telling our friends about a stupid chick we dealt with. Now it's to the point now we can actually put the face to these types of females that people thought that, you know, sometimes people thought you was just making stuff up about chicks. Now people get to see like, no, these type of females really do exist, and they're more in the high number than an actual low number. And so they're coming to the realization that it might just be over for them. And that's a very hard pill to swallow, especially when you was an arrogant jerk. The hardest fall for any person is when they just really arrogant and they think they ain't gonna never lose. And then when they take that loss, that shit hurts. And that's what's going on out here.
Oh yeah, in a big way, because like Kevin said, winter's coming, man. They don't have no shelter.
Nope.
So.
Another thing that I've also noticed is that the women that you see that lie about their ages when they come onto his show normally are the exes.
Yeah. Yeah, because if they're in their 40s, you're gonna say, "What are you doing on here?"
They're never gonna admit that. That's why that's the old saying. What's the old saying? You never ask a man how much he makes, just like you never ask a woman her age. That's why the women always be asking the questions like, "So what do you do for a living?" Because they're trying to pride and whatnot. So you just look at her and say, "So what year were you born in?" That's how you counter it. Oh, by the way, Rael.
There was one woman. Oh,
he can hear you. Go ahead, ask him.
What you said about like don't seek revenge. I wonder if you might remember that a certain quote from the Count of Monte Cristo.
Okay.
Yes, I know exactly what you're talking about.
The quote goes, "The greatest revenge is to live well."
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Or I can use, or there's a verse in the Bible I could use if I may. It's in the first book of Samuel. It says, "May the Lord judge between you and me the wrong you've done for me, but I shall not raise my hand at you."
Yeah, it's karma. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I always said the greatest revenge is your success, and that's what Kevin is showing. He. It's not like. See, the thing is, it's not like he has not experienced some of the same things that men have talked about in these spaces, but he had reinvented himself to a point that he finally, he found his niche, and once he found his niche, he's thriving in that niche. And women who might have fit that ilk of the type of women who might have done him wrong in the past, they're being jealous and envious of the success because now he has the might to, because see, the part of his might is not just the words that he's saying, it's the level of support that he's getting, especially from men, to be able to be in the position to say the things and not be hurt. See, Stephen A. said this about Kobe years ago, man, may rest in peace. And then people was talking about how Kobe need to lend his voice to certain causes and things like that. And he said, well, that's not really fair to try to put that type of responsibility on Kobe when Kobe got a lot of shit to lose. He was like, are y'all willing to put y'all stuff on the line and lose it too? You know what I'm saying? And see, the thing is that he found a base that wants to get this message out. And they're willing to back him up to a certain degree so he can be the one to speak for it. And ain't nobody going to threaten to pull his money. There ain't going to be nobody like, oh, on TV, well, we got to, like Charles Barkley recently said. He said he wanted to quit because he was like one female complaining about him making fat jokes about women in San Antonio. He was like, man, they just taking the fun out of everything. So he was like, man, I'm giving this shit up in the next couple of years. So for him, he can say the things. He might have been wanting to say this stuff for years, but didn't have the backing the way he needed to, so that when he did speak, it wouldn't come at a loss to his financial position. Now he can do that, and that's what really pisses these women off, especially since he's not connected to the machine too.
It wouldn't be detrimental to him.
He's on an
island.
He's untouchable.
Yeah. Furthermore, he's untouchable. Furthermore, when you look at it, I mean, like what you said earlier, like women think we got to explain to women that they don't control our sexuality, but understand when women come and try to get in his face, try to antagonize him and shit like that, and like the scenario that Kevin was explaining to that woman, like say if the handcuffs were, the social contract was null and void out the window. No, sorry, excuse me. Let me backtrack. Like when we understand why women have to be are just saying shit, trying to get in our face and everything. It's like Chris Rock said, they're trying to argue with us because they're doing so for distance and irritation. They want to see how far they can push us till we snap. Because the minute you lash out, you lose. Right. You understand?
Right.
The minute you lash out, you lose. That is what they're trying to do. And plus, a lot of men know this, although we don't say it, but I will say it right now. A lot of men are not afraid of what a woman will do. They're not afraid of that woman, but they are aware of what that woman might convince other men to do. Like say she's getting in your face and you look at her or something like that, you got to be wary about other men looking at you saying he better not raise his hand on her. He better not do anything, because they're looking for a reason just to mess him up. That's why some guys like to white knight. Because in certain situations, because they know there will be no ramifications.
Yeah,
I mean, but I hope they're prepared. I hope they're prepared because not everybody's going to be walking around here ready to get victimized.
You might run up on something, and there's been a few white knights that ran up on them and got a little something. So
we
got Meech and we got James.
Hey,
personally,
who's first? Meech is first, but go ahead, and then James.
What we saw with this Goldie chick is the same rinse and repeat, same bullshit as always. I say this repeatedly, just you've heard me. Just because you're putting words together properly doesn't mean you're saying shit, and that's a problem with a lot of these bros. They think because they're speaking in proper English that they're actually getting out a message, and it's not. What she was saying didn't mean jack shit. She didn't have anything to back up anything she said, right? But you know what? I like the fact that they're doing it outwardly because we get to see this shit. This is the shit they used to hide from us. So at least we get to see this shit. She is a fucking goofy, all right? The second thing is, I can't remember the name. Is it Nameless?
Nameless? No, it's Neymar.
Yeah,
Neymar.
Neymar.
Yeah.
When he was saying that, they're going to get dudes to run up on, or they're going to keep on until the dudes snap. Here's what these bras ain't taking into account. When he snaps, then what? You think he gonna pull back? That's why it's called snapping. So they talk a lot of this shit about being in danger, but they're constantly putting themselves in danger. BGS made a video called "Why Do Black Women Go Looking for Trouble?" That's a great goddamn question. All the damn time. You don't have to be talking to them about them. They are gonna come button their nose in your business because they believe they own us. The problem is, and I hope they're listening, you're only driving black men away even more. You don't own us. The one thing we can always do to you is leave you. You can't do anything about it. You can't do anything about it. So keep on running your mouth as though, you know what the takeaway from all these talks, the one takeaway women should have from all these talks over all these years is that black men ain't playing fucking games anymore. They're serious. They know we did. They're telling us what we did. They're repeatedly telling us what we did and providing proof. They're not playing with us anymore. We're going to keep on talking shit and going to be left on the side of the road. And one of the worst things that can happen is if you out there struggling or getting your ass whooped, a black man look at you and say, you know what, she probably started that shit, and walk on by because you likely to get his ass in trouble. So
you might be getting set up. You might even be getting set up. You never know.
Happens all the time. Dudes come over there trying to help, and next thing you know, this bitch telling the police that he started. I kid you not, man. They got to understand something. The juice is not worth the squeeze, and you're making the damn juice even damn worse. It's ridiculous. But y'all go ahead.
Well, I said this before, and I was glad when I heard BGS say it one time. When he said, if you aren't prepared to see women and children die, then you ain't ready for the change.
That's true. Yeah.
And what do we mean by this, though? Because it's not just the sake of them dying for no reason. It's to set a precedent so change can be ushered in. And sometimes things has to get that tragic for a change to get ushered in, because it reached such a depth of lowliness that it needs something of that particular magnitude that most people don't really want to see, because most people in their regular viewpoint don't want to see, women and children just die. So, but I'm reading this particular book, and the woman was talking about how that part of, dealing with certain types of women of this ilk is you have to embrace your dark side. You have to be willing to see these chicks go to a very fucked up place just so the future can be good. And that's what we're seeing. We're not seeing women who are winning at the game. We're seeing women who, for the first time in their lives, lose badly. It might take them to get to 45 and 50, broke as hell, no job, pandemic environment, no options, gotta go out here and suck some penis to survive, for the wake-up call to really happen.
Yeah.
It might have to be that way. And it could be our mothers, it could be our aunts, it could be our sisters, it could be our
fine with it.
Cousins. It don't matter. The same goes for them too. Because when we tried to talk to them and get them to listen to reason, they didn't listen. Oh well, that's just what it is. And that's the place that many of us have to really go to. You're gonna have to be. Even Kevin talked about this on one of his shows, that part of his development came when he was willing to embrace that dark side of himself. And this is some real stuff that many men are gonna have to hear. You're gonna have to be out here and see some females with a newborn baby in a cardboard box in the cold, and you got to keep moving. Because your future depends on you not being distracted by somebody who because you can't look at the woman in that particular state. You got to see what her life was before she got there. And more than likely, that female was hard-headed, rebellious, didn't want to listen to anybody. Nobody could tell her what to do. But it's funny, when these women get in trouble, they all ears and want to hear what we got to say.
Yeah. Hey, I'm gonna head on out of here, y'all. I fucking caught COVID and shit, and this shit got me exhausted, man.
You caught what? Caught a cold?
You got COVID, nigga.
Yeah.
You got COVID? Oh shit.
Yeah.
Damn, nigga.
So
shit. Oh, you on your quarantine?
Oh man, you're right, Meech?
Oh man.
Meech, how many days? This your first day?
Meech.
No, about 4 days and 4 or 5 days.
4 days. Okay.
Okay. Well, in that case, brother.
No, he can't be. It's too late to be vaccinated to make it worse.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I'm asking if he was.
So, but your breathing's okay?
Yeah, actually, it gets a little shallow, just a little bit shallow. The main thing is the damn, the coughing, sneezing, the aches. I got aches and pains. I never fucking suffered before.
Oh, yeah. How about your sense of smell?
You know what? That was my sense of taste is more affected.
Okay, yeah.
Damn.
Smell,
okay,
but you know what?
Get well
soon. I never heard.
Go ahead,
Yeah, get well, brother.
My face feels
Go
like
better.
there's a thin force field around it. So towels don't feel like they usually feel.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
You feel kind of like puffiness, like numbness in the face.
The biggest thing is even though your taste buds are gone, make sure that you eat and make sure that you get plenty of fluids, man, because that's the biggest thing that will actually
I got an
do you
Instacart.
in.
I got a 24-pack of water. I got food delivered and everything, man. So I'm prepared.
Okay.
All right, man. Y'all take it easy.
Keep hydrated and eat, man. So
Get well, brother.
You get well, yeah.
Get well, brother. Good bettering.
Did they tell you if it was a Delta variant?
The shit is real, huh? The Delta variant?
Yeah, I was going to ask him if they could tell him if it was a Delta variant or not.
They can. But the thing is, he'd have to say they got a test for it. Rodney's in the, Rodney's in the chat if you want to come up. Because he has to deal with these people all the time. They do have a test for it, huh?
But isn't there some effects even after you get it? Even after you get rid of COVID, isn't there some there's lasting effects, right?
It depends. You can be a long hauler if it gets into your bloodstream and start affecting the organs. Then that's when you get the long haul. Like if it gets into your lungs or gets into one of your organs, something like that. Then you're gonna have a long-term effects. That's the problem.
Ask Charles.
Yeah, that's the Charles. The thing is, what they're finding out is spike protein does a lot more damage than they actually thought, because they thought it's just a particle. No, the spike protein is really unique. That's what they're finding out with the vaccine. If they don't inject you right, and those spike proteins get into your bloodstream and start traveling, you can start inflammation all over your body. So the spike protein is nothing to be played with on this thing. So that's what they're finding out. They're finding out new stuff every day about this thing because it's new.
Inflammation.
What's the odds of us shutting back down?
Say what?
Go ahead, Truth.
I was just gonna say about the inflammation real quick. It's really weird, BGS, because when I had my back injury, when I landed from when I slipped off the rim, and I had my back injury, like the inflammation, it stayed for years, BGS, for years, and I felt like
because you got damage. So if you damage something, it'll stay. Okay.
Damn.
Snuggle says, tell the young man he has to keep drinking hot teas. Tell him drinking nothing cold will tell him to keep his body warm and warm state and sweat out. Yeah, very true.
Oh, excuse me, BGS.
Sweat it out. Yeah.
I'm just now getting back to like where I was. I'm just like, fuck.
You probably need to go see a chiropractor, man, and make sure that you're adjusted and nothing's thrown out.
Yeah, adjusted properly. Excuse me, BGS, sir.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
I gotta let you know. I gotta let you in on something. Regarding Snuggles here. We don't call him Snuggles no more. We call him DJ Fabric Softener, aka No Static.
No static. All right. No static sounds DJ. No static.
He works because he's part of a rap duo with MC Air Quotes, aka Mr. D.
Okay. All right. Okay.
What's the odds of the us having another shutdown because of this Delta variant? Do you think that possibly happen?
They can't. I don't think they can afford another shutdown. I'd be really shocked if they showed it to have another shutdown. I'd be really shocked. They haven't finished opening the whole economy back up for them to shut it down. I'd be really shocked. I think what you'll see before another shutdown is a forced vaccination.
Forced vaccination?
Huh?
Forced.
In other words, the employers they'll make the employers say if you want to work, you're gonna have to get a shot. I think you see forced vaccination before you see another shutdown. They can't afford to dump another 15 trillion into this economy like they've already had. Like Rodney said, it's unlikely.
So they can force every
if you want to participate, if you want to go to school, if you want to go to work, if you want to travel, you want to go to any kind of event, then you're probably gonna have to get a vaccination if it comes down to that.
Basically,
aren't they already doing that with the NFL?
So what?
Aren't they already doing that with the NFL?
If you want to, if you in the NFL, basically, as far as stadiums, last I heard, either you had to have a negative test within the last, I think is within 72 hours or something like that, or you have to have a vaccination to get into the stadium. Players have to be tested or vaccinated before they can play. You don't have to, they can't make you take it, but thing is, if you're a player, you have to be basically before you get on the field, you have to be tested.
Every time. You don't want to go through
once a week they got a test to do a COVID test. You want to take a vaccination, you got to take a COVID test.
Well, I can add on to this. I know in New York City, you can't go to any of the major venues without showing your vaccine card or
a negative test. Yeah, or a negative test, right?
Yeah, with the database. They got a special database now. Once you get vaccinated, they want you to put your information in, and it basically is like an app. You flash it to all the big venues.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
because there's so many people carrying around the counterfeited cards.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now I figured it because the Chinese have had an app for that for years.
You definitely need an app because you can't be carrying around these little shitty ass cards and stuff like.
And plus the COVID trackers on your phone anyway. So I don't know why they just don't integrate it into the COVID tracker that they embedded into your phone without your permission or knowledge. Okay.
Oh shit!
Really?
God damn, BG.
This is about a year ago, man. Because actually, not a year ago, about 6-7 months ago, right? Actually turned my Bluetooth was always on. I said, why is my Bluetooth always on, right? I'm not using it, right? So I turned it off. 10 minutes later, the little red dot came up and said, okay, your COVID, please turn back on your Bluetooth because this is where you find out if you can been exposed by somebody near you. So they when they do an update on your phone, when they do an update on anybody's phone, cell phone, right? Smartphone, it's embedded into the code. You can't take it out.
I know before the inauguration, they made all of us.
Hold on, Truth, calm down.
I know before the inauguration, they made all of us go get vaccinated, and there was like a database that we all had to log into before we went on to one of these compounds before we got ready to go to the Capitol building. So I guess that's a part of it too.
Yeah, it is.
How does the phone track if you have COVID or not, though? I'm curious about that.
Okay. What it does is if you're in a database, right? If you've had if you had a positive test, you're in a database, right? And what they do is they tie it to your phone. So if you get near anybody that's had a positive COVID test, they're within like 30 feet. I think it's like 20-30 feet, right? It'll pick it up. Your phone will is actually on. It'll actually pick up that signal and actually get it to you and give you a warning that you've been near somebody with COVID. So it tracks people that have had a positive COVID test.
Oh wait, so this is mandatory and standard on all people who have ever had COVID.
If you have a positive COVID test, basically, normally you have to give them your phone number, and when it comes back on your phone, because they actually text you, email you the test results, you go into a database, and so does your phone.
Damn.
And so if you have a positive test, you get near somebody, whether that's positive, their phone will go off and say you've been go get checked because you've been exposed to somebody with a positive COVID test.
And what happens if you don't? The police come or something?
No, they don't come. They just tell. In other words, that's like they can actually tell what. Basically, they track all your phones, right? So say you have a positive COVID test and they want to track everybody where everybody's been with a positive COVID test, right? They can just go in a database and punch it in and say, okay, in Sacramento, how many people have a positive COVID test and where did they go? Where did they cluster? They can do that within a few minutes. That's what they want to do, to find out where people have gone that have COVID. And so in case there's a super spreader event or a cluster, it'll pop up.
And they can stop it, okay, for prevention. Okay. But damn.
Hey, Quad B, I ain't seen you in a long time, man. Where you been? This is my first live show I've been on in over 2 years. Long story. Heard that. I'm glad I'm still in mine. Yeah, you ain't gone nowhere, man. Haven't changed anything. Unless people do something to actually get on my bad side. Well, yeah, that's go ahead.
The bank has been generous today. The taxes have been received.
Well, yeah. I mean, I've been around a while, man. I paid my dues.
Definitely.
Rodney says Lambda is immune to current vaccines. Okay, I heard Lambda's on the move, so we'll see. Hopefully, it's not as
Lambda
catchy as Delta. And I said Lambda, which is I've heard about that one, the Lambda variant. I'm gonna start calling it the Loki virus. There's so many variants, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, what about the variants, the international variants though? How many
we have? Well, we can't. I don't know. We have to. I'm sure it's on a database, but there's no all the variants are international. The virus didn't start here; it started elsewhere. So Delta is just the latest one.
I got a question.
Let's give you truth. Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, but yeah. So I know you've probably seen this with the whole international protests out in France. I think it's Germany. What do you think is gonna really push the limit? Because the French, especially, man, they just every time they don't get what they want, them French people just destroy shit. Like,
yeah, okay, nothing you can do about it. Basically, they got two choices. They can, I don't think they forced them to take the vaccine. And if it were me, man, I said, if you guys gonna protest and turn stuff over, guess what? Lift everything. Take your chances. Go on. You don't have to wear a mask.
Oh shit! Just throw them out there.
Yeah, when they were out there protesting last time, I lifted everything. Okay, y'all want to get out on the street, act fool? Guess what? We lifting everything. Take your chances. Send everybody back to work. Send everybody to school. Cut off everything. Okay. You got a month to get yourself together, get your kids back in school, and get back to your jobs.
Get your money right.
Gonna pull everything. You don't want to be at home. Fine. We're trying to protect you. We don't want to be protected. Guess what? Boom. Go. That's what I would have done.
I mean,
I recall. Yeah. About shouts out to Kwabi. I recall when they had the shutdown here last year. I mean, this is when they were because we started seeing COVID cases up here in Norway in February, and then the government put us in mid-March, just before Easter holidays. They put us in shutdown, which was nothing new to me because I'm used to wearing masks anyway. But I remember there was a couple of cases where some individuals who contracted the virus were told to stay at home, but a lot of people violated those quarantine rules, and they had to. And the only thing they could do was keep them on in house arrest, and they had to pay hefty fines in the tens of thousands of kroners. But that was the worst they could do. But then there've been a couple of cases where people threatened to cough at people just as a means to just antagonize people. But they haven't fucked around with that shit. Yeah, that was before. They even did that to a couple of cops, but they got arrested and charged with endangerment. They're facing some serious charges like that.
Why
they ain't fucking around like that. Some people just wanna act the fool, and they don't understand the gravity or the nature of the threat they're in. Oh, by the way, truth. Here's some extra homework for you. Some extra credit work for you.
All right.
Peep Razzcast, Nature of the Threat. Listen to that song, and instead of thinking of white people, think of the virus in that context.
Okay.
Think of COVID in that context. RASCAS, RAS space KASS. Nature of the threat.
Yeah.
Listen to that song, and that will give you a perspective on COVID. Although he's talking about something else, but think of it as he's talking. Think of it as him talking about COVID in that way.
Yeah. Okay. I can definitely do that.
I think the biggest problem is people just don't want to get told what to do.
Yeah, that's all it is.
Well, do y'all want to die? The fuck?
If I'll tell you this, from being in Los Angeles, people felt the same way about masks and being precautions until that winter hit, where you had like 300 people die a day in LA County. All of a sudden, that stuff stopped. People start wearing masks. They stopped complaining. They stopped doing all this stuff. Because they weren't. They're actually telling people that weren't. They're actually old and too far gone. Hey, we're not gonna bring you into the. We're not gonna bring you into the emergency. You got two choices: we put you on the incubator, or give you some fentanyl or some painkillers, so you can actually die in peace. That's what it was. We're not gonna pick you up. You're not gonna survive this. So we're gonna send you some fentanyl so you can actually die in peace. They're actually doing that in December in LA.
Damn.
People stopped doubting it after that.
And wasn't the incubators killing the people too? Because it was like it was something with the incubator with the
okay. In New York, they really didn't know how to treat it, because everybody didn't need to be on intubated, because intubation could make it worse. Intubation is only there in case you cannot breathe on your own, right? And so what they were doing is if you had this, they're putting you under the tube, right? But after about 3-4 months, they said, okay, there's a better way we can actually treat this rather than put people on tubes. So they stopped it. So they don't always put you on the tube anymore. So so being intubated is the last thing they will try. If you can't breathe on your own, then they'll actually put the tube in you. Before that, it will try everything else before that.
So are we past the ideal that this virus is manufactured?
Are we past the ideal? What do you mean?
He means the idea.
No, it's in fact the idea is actually manufactured very strong. In fact, what's his name? You had Rand Paul question Fauci about it being manufactured in a lab, and there's too much paperwork on it. It has been manufactured. It's not. It's a pathogen. It's actually man-made. It's not a naturally occurring virus.
Yeah, what's up with your boy Fauci, BGS? They going at his ass in Congress.
Because he's the one that opened the program back up again. It's on his watch. Him and Trump, it's on Trump's watch. If you're the new president and somebody made a call that's going to affect you, do you want to be blamed for it, or you want to hang it on the last president?
Hey, there you go.
You're going if there's something that's going to come out, you're going to make it come out, and it's going to be blamed on Trump. That's what he's doing. That's why they're exploring everything. Okay, open up the books. Okay, it's gonna come out anyway. Go ahead and admit what's being done.
What's gonna happen to him now?
Who cares? They don't care. Nothing's gonna happen to him, man. The president signed off on it.
Oh, okay. So he still got a little bit of presidential protection with that, but I was just saying, man, because he was arguing hard. He looking like he was getting frustrated.
See, that's how come they don't put you on ventilators. Ventilators have an 80% of the patient never coming off. That's why there's the last effort to actually put you on a ventilator. Because Rodney,
what did ventilators just do? They like I don't know, what is it they call? They push it. What's that term? What's that term? I'm losing that term. Like they compromise. Yeah, but they compromise your ability to. They compromise your respiratory system.
Yeah, it
that
does.
too as well.
Your immune system. Yeah.
Hell, I mean, if y'all check out the third world and how that place is being affected, how that most of those countries are being affected, this virus, especially in places where democracies aren't where they used to be, this virus has been a godsend for many authoritarian states to try to control and curb their people, and even go as far as to like purposely deny certain sectors of their populations access to adequate care to tackle this shit, because they're hoping that this virus will like eliminate a section of those populations, especially those like in opposition territories and whatnot, or opposition strongholds. hoping that will compromise them and they get some kind of advantage over this.
It could, but also it could do the opposite, infect your troops,
True.
everybody else. Yeah,
True. Absolutely. I mean, if you look like what's going on, like in East Africa, like in certain those places, like where there's instability, there have been new outbreaks of the COVID and everything. There's been fears of that because of the instability.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I mean,
if it gets in the, but the thing is, so far the continent's pretty much immune to it. So far.
Well, what's the joke? What's that joke they say? COVID can't do shit because Ebola would kick its ass.
True.
Oh yeah, that is true. Because the boatman got there, that shit was scary. When he seeing them niggas in them tents, I see one of the hell no, man, shit.
Yeah,
Ebola, shit.
That's what Rodney's saying. Rodney says your airway is more susceptible to infection on a vent.
Yes, absolutely.
That's why, it's important, guys, that your immune system is strong, because regardless if you take the shots, how does any virus stick to you? First of all, 80,000 toxins every time you wake up have the opportunity of entering your body. So what stops an antibody or a toxin to sticking to your mouth or in your mouth, nose, eye, or ears, or sexual transmitted? So is your immune system strong enough to fend this off?
Yeah,
this is where you can. This is where you can to an elevator.
Let me answer Meth K. Meth K9, please, man. I've done a year and a half, man. I did a whole year and a half just doing this every day. Okay. Obama killed the program in 2013. Guess who started it back up under Fauci's behest? Go look that up, man. Stop with that. You're barking up the wrong tree. All right. I know too much about this stuff. Ask Rodney. We know way too much about this, more than I actually want to.
So the nigga tried to turn it on Obama. Oh, really? Nah,
blame it on the nigga.
Exactly.
Blame it on the nigga.
Nah, nigga.
Blame it on the nigga.
It's the white man, nigga, and it always will be, nigga. Don't forget that. Ever.
Yeah, man. So, I in fact, even Dr. Dunbar spoke about this on his last live stream. It takes 26 seconds for anything to absorb in your skin. So when it comes right back down, is your immune system strong enough? Then you won't fear going in an elevator and a person sneezing, right? 10 people in the party.
Okay, you won't, but thing is, how many people in the United States have strong immune systems?
There's actually 99%.
No. How many people in the United States have a strong immune system?
99% don't.
Nope, bullshit. Actually, it's probably more than that. Okay. The thing is that if you just take people with comorbidities that could die from COVID, right? Just the regular COVID-19, right? You talk about 35-40% of the population.
Wow.
Are you willing to lose that many people?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, excuse me, BJS, if I may read this.
Go ahead.
Hold on, Truth. If I may read this.
Go ahead.
This is from our favorite DJ. This is from DJ Fabric Softener, aka No Static. One big reason the continent has its people on the eat natural product. No. One big reason the continent has is that the people
eat natural products to help their natural immune
natural
system.
Products
and the heat. Okay. The biggest reason is that, and Rodney hit me to this. COVID.
Dude, work on your grammar.
Yeah. Rodney actually hit me to this. COVID acts more like a parasite, like an Ebola, or like what is it?
SARS.
No, not SARS.
MERS.
No.
Swine flu.
A parasite.
It acts more like what is it that you catch when you're in the kind that you have to take a shot for?
Malaria.
Right? A lot of the drugs that you give,
or dengue,
or dengue. A lot of stuff that you give are actually anti-malaria drugs. All right, like HCQ. Right? Why does HCQ work on a virus? It's not supposed to, right?
Chloroquine.
Chloroquine, right? Or the
remdesivir.
Remdesivir, right? They work. They're anti-parasite. So why does the anti-parasitical work on a virus? Which is the same reason. Which is the same reason and why it doesn't infect people in Africa, because they have a natural immunity to what? Parasites, whereas most people don't. So that's probably why most people why most people on the continent there are not catching it in the same rates that say the white folks are catching it.
Hell, I'm gonna tell y'all from experience that chloroquine shit.
See this stuff. I'm a first responder in Florida. It's going through our department like wildfire. Yeah.
Oh, does some of this apply to BGS in America?
Huh?
To a certain extent. Does the Africans, since we're like genetically similar to them, does some of this apply to us?
Some of it will, but most of us don't have the same, exact same genome because we're mixed with different people.
Right. So it ripped through the African American community like wildfire.
It ripped through the most vulnerable people, which is people. The vast majority of the homeless are black, and the most susceptible to people to that initially were who? The homeless and the people that were out on the street. Those mostly black men. But then after that, guess who it ripped through? It went through the white people,
older
in the nursing homes, which is the vast majority of people that it killed. Old white people.
Yeah, and a lot of black people that had like diabetes, strokes, high blood pressure.
Yeah,
it was like a match that got lit. So
okay, but they already had okay. They were like kind of on the edge though, but they were still okay.
If you was collecting Social Security already, it was, and you already had some type of ailments and stuff. It was like taking people out, man.
Yeah,
I went to so many funerals last year, including my own sister. It's just crazy.
Oh, really? Your sister died of it?
Yeah, my sister worked in a nursing home.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, God rest her soul.
Damn, man.
Sorry,
oh,
my she used to laugh about it. She used to laugh about it and stuff, man. And it was taking people out. At first, black people were making memes like they're not catching it. Then black people start catching it, and people went quiet.
I want to just read off this court document.
Okay, hold on a second. I said Tuwasco wants to know. So, if you were to get a shot, which one would y'all advise? It depends on who you are, but the one that Nicole advised, it said that probably the closest to a traditional vaccine would be the Johnson & Johnson. That's the one my mother got. She's 82, and she got that one. That's the one I would suggest. But the thing is, it depends who you are. If you're younger, I would say you want to give the best protection against other variants. I would say the Moderna or the Pfizer, because they actually produce spike proteins, and the spike proteins is what's mostly cause the infection. So, if you're younger and healthier, then I would say maybe the Pfizer, maybe the Moderna. But if you're older, I would say definitely the Johnson & Johnson probably would be better.
So after the Pfizer, my arms felt weird. BGS, my muscles felt like there was like something tight. It's just something. It was slack.
Meth 9K, bro. If you want to come up and argue this point, you can get out of the chat and come on up. Otherwise, I'm not going to engage with you no more. Right? Okay. I've talked about this for like a year and a half, man. I don't feel like talking about it.
So the document.
Rodney says he took Moderna. Go ahead.
So the document says U.S. Senate Document 264. 99% of American people are deficient of minerals and marked deficiency in any one or more important minerals actually results in a disease. So that means your immune system is low. That means just like the broke genius that just explained, you are actually eligible to catch any toxin, much less the virus. So ask yourself a question again: how many Americans are deficient of minerals? And
95% of people that died, I think it's 95%, or what age bracket?
They don't have the number here.
Yes, they do. 50. The age bracket of the people that died of COVID-19 are 50 and above. 95%. Okay.
Yeah, they'll have those brackets.
That is facts.
That's fact. And they list the comorbidities, right? If you got diabetes or you got some kind of bloodborne disease, you're
Yes,
actually more
underlying
susceptible to
diseases.
an underlying disease. It's like obesity or diabetes. But the thing is, if you're over 50, you got one of those comorbidities, you're actually on the list to die if you're going to catch it severely. But the thing is that, but the thing is, you got children that are perfectly healthy, they catch it and get it. They don't die from it. They will recover from it. But the thing is, they're going to get it because this is not a normally functioning virus. It's different. Okay.
And to add to what BGS is saying, you'll increase your 80% chance of what they call lifetime lung damage. Explain that better for me, BGS.
Okay. The thing is, okay. The thing is that even if you survive it, right? Even if you survive it, the spike proteins and stuff like go all over the body, right? And it does damage. It lodges in places like your brain, your organ, your eyes, any place the blood travels. In fact, they found it with kids. Rodney actually said this before. Kids get I forget what they call it now, but the thing is, it will get into your skin, right, and give you something that looks like that you have frostbite. They have something called COVID toe because it does travel through the bloodstream just like a parasite, right? And when if the spike proteins lies,
oh, you mean like meningitis and shit? Sounds like meningitis as well.
Yeah,
because eczema does not do that.
Meningitis?
No, I forget. It's a rare disease that with a Japanese name, and Rodney was the first person that. No. Stop for a second. Okay, if I remember that, I would actually. Rodney might know it. But the thing is, Rodney was the first person that actually told me that this was happening. So what it will do, and what they say why it might shorten your life, is that it's going to cause damage to certain organs. It could be your heart, could be your lungs, could be your brain, it could be your liver, right? Any place where there's blood, it's going to lodge. And if it does damage and it stays there and does certain damage, it will actually shorten your life, even if you don't die immediately. So that's the problem with COVID. So if you're young and healthy, you get a big enough dose of it, it'll start damaging organs and it'll actually shorten your life. Well, here's Rodney. Go ahead, Rodney.
What's up, fellas?
Yeah. I hope you got work,
I mean, there's so much going on with this thing. I mean, I've been looking at it locally, and I'm here in Arkansas. I mean, they're calling us the Chernobyl of the coronavirus right now.
The Delta.
I'm
sorry, calling the Loki virus. Man.
Yeah, our children's hospital just had its first children that have died from it. Our local university hospital is at capacity. They're starting to open up other areas inside the hospital to handle the overflow of respiratory patients. We're starting to see spinoffs from the Delta variant with other forms of respiratory compromise like RSV. So things that we normally see in colder months, we're starting to see right now. And
so that means that the bump is getting bigger, and so what's going to mean for the when the fall hits?
Right, it's going to be a lot worse. And they're saying that if you happen to get COVID and you get
the flu
at the same time, you're finished. You're done.
Wait, whoa, back up. No, whoa, back up.
Go.
Say that again. So back up. Say that again, man.
They said that. As of now, they're warning people that if you get the Delta variant or you just COVID period, and you get the flu at the same time, and you decide that you don't want to get the vaccine for either or, you're probably not going to make it.
Wow.
I have a question.
Damn. Hold on.
Damn.
And
it's pretty scary.
I just let that sit for a minute, man.
Mm-hmm.
Let that sit for a minute.
And then look at the number of people who don't get flu vaccines every year, and how big that push is for people to get these flu vaccines just so we can get through. And they do that because they don't want you losing work time. Okay. But we still have problems getting people vaccinated for the flu and whatnot. So imagine still having those same problems. And then you have all of this information out here, or misinformation about, to where people don't trust anything medical right now. And going back to what you were talking about comorbidities and all that's out the window now. Comorbidities, we don't even talk about that anymore because it's not as important as you think. People have been using that as a means to not get vaccinated. Well, I'm not old. I'm not fat. I don't have this. I don't have that. Well, we saw people dying still that didn't have anything. And I'm starting to see. I just had my first patient who has had both the previous variant and just had a new infection, and she got over that infection, but she's had strokes in the past, so she's
okay.
So
damn.
Oh yeah, she's really susceptible.
And I saw my first case of a person who here in this state has had it ever since when I first started working on people. She is a long hauler here in this state, and she's had it ever since her first infection. She's still having the same
issues. Yeah,
exactly. The same respiratory issues, the same effects as her initial infection. It never went away.
She damaged organs and probably her lung. Forever. In fact, there's been people. A chick was actually like in her 30s. She had to have a double lung replacement because it damaged her lung so bad. But I want to tell you about Rodney, man, because I never say how much I actually appreciate Rodney. Rodney actually told us all this stuff way before it actually hit the papers. This is like March of last year. Rodney was telling, look, I see this stuff coming in. It's not good. I'm intubating people. Okay. It's going to be bigger than people think it is. And everybody was poo-pooing. Rodney kept saying, hey, don't sleep on this because it's worse than you guys actually think it is. If you don't catch it if you don't have to. This is what Rodney was actually telling us. That was like over a year and a half ago, man. Yeah. So don't sleep on what Rodney's saying. Please don't.
And I'm going to tell you, if y'all go back and y'all think about when we had this mystery disease about people vaping, I really truly believe that was COVID, and that was prior to, that was in 2019. That was prior to December 2019 that we were having all of these kids that were dying from this mysterious respiratory issue. And you go back and you look at that and people were talking about trying to sue these people and all that. All of that's mysteriously just gone away. Nobody's talking about the vaping illness or any of that anymore. All we're talking about is this. There's no research into why it's happening or any of that. All that went away. So, it doesn't take much of a stretch to see that, okay, we had one respiratory illness that of unknown origin. Then all of a sudden we start having people dying from coming back from cruises and whatnot. We had people right before December that were going in for flu-like symptoms. And everybody in the VA were wearing masks. People on the outside and other systems weren't wearing masks. We didn't start wearing masks until after, I say around January or so. And then, then I start seeing a big old influx of people coming in.
I got a question for you. I'm sorry, bro.
Go ahead, ask the question.
No, so, do you think, like individuals who are, cigarette smokers, the weed, stuff that inhales, right, that compromises the lungs, right, or have history. Does COVID have very drastic effects on individuals like that? Because the reason why I'm asking is a woman I dated recently just is having some chest issues, and I think when they're saying when her clavicles is too thin or something like that. And they tested her for COVID. She says negative, but something just doesn't seem right. Like, but again,
I would keep watching that because people have been coming up with multiple negatives, but are positive.
That's what I sense.
How?
I have a question.
It depends on the test.
It does depend on the test, and basically we have different types of tests. We have one test where we basically do the nose swab, and then there's a card, and you put in there's a protein that you put into it, and it'll activate if COVID is present, and it's pretty much a fast test. If that test can be, I'm not sure about the effectiveness of that test, but usually if you get a positive on that test, we just go ahead and we treat you like you're positive. We will get you retested, but even if we get a negative on the test and you're still symptomatic, we're going to send you for another test. Nobody's taking any chances now. And we've had people who have had 2 negative tests go to the hospital and have a positive test.
My question is, now we actually broke down some data. There's a high percentage of Americans who are lacking minerals and nutrients, which makes you below average on immune system. Also ranked 19th in terms of countries in unhealthy births.
Right.
Does this COVID after the lungs effect, even if you live through it, now affect even the birth of your new child?
That may be something that we're studying right now. But if you look at the effects of clots throughout the body, I mean, clots could, if you're in a condition of circulatory compromise, obviously it's going to cause damage. It's going to cause tissue damage. It can cause brain damage in children. It can cause a number of things. It's no different than a car. If you cut off cooling in your car, it's gonna destroy your engine.
So that means our ranking will get worse in terms of birth, with chance of being retarded or chance of being ADA, chance of being something formality wrong.
I can't say one way or the other because I don't have the data, but I can see the logic behind the argument.
I actually have the data. I'm a holistic health coach.
The thing is, nobody has the data because this is a very new virus, and they don't. Even the people that created have no idea what this virus is going to do from one iteration to the next. Like the Delta variant was like 1,000 times more infectious than the previous one. Instead of getting better, us getting more immune, we got less immune to the same damn thing. We have no idea what this pathogen is going to do.
Yeah, that's what I was.
My question for Rodney is
my apologies.
Actually, I have a question for Rodney.
So basically, okay, we have two nurses, ICU nurses that work with this stuff. We got two doctors, right, that are experts in this field. We got one doctor, which is Nicole, that designs these things, that broke this stuff down to us over a year and a half ago. They actually been 100% right. Okay, they have that's why I trust Rodney, Nicole, and Dr. Dunbar, because they have been on the money for a year and a half.
Right.
Okay, I'll put their track record against anybody. So unless you got somebody that you know personally that has a better track record than them, please put them on. Rodney would be glad to speak to him.
I think the gentleman was talking over me, and they didn't hear. But what I'm saying is, I have the data that we're ranked 19th in terms of healthy birth.
You said that
after being compromised by COVID-19, and even if you live through it, will the birth chances even be greater that of not having?
They don't know.
And if
that's the data.
Right. And with the data saying that, they may be compromised some, but you have other things that are going to compromise that too. We are socially compromised because we're not interacting with each other. I mean, BGS has talked about that. I think some of us, others have talked about it as well, where people are just not interacting the way they used to. People are no longer having sex. So the birth rate is going to drop. In addition to the COVID situation, we have another situation that's running parallel to that's going to cause a drop as well. So this may hurt us in a big way, but something else I was going to address with that before you guys go is, when you talk about a compromised immune system, that can easily be tested. You get the blood work, and you can't just say, just based on that data, that because certain vitamins and minerals are absent in the diet, that they have a compromised immune system, because it will show in the blood work, So, and once that comes into question, people are tested. I'm sure that data's out there. I don't have it, but I know that I send people out all the time. You get complete blood counts, and you see what their white counts are. And if they're at a certain level, that's when we start a whole regimen of treatment. So do we see a lot of that? I don't see a lot of that. I don't see a lot of.
I have a question. Hold on a second. Rodney's got a channel. We're trying to get Rodney to 1,000. So if you haven't subscribed to Rodney's channel, he does this kind of stuff all the time. Hit the link, go subscribe. Do the brother favor. Yeah, do brother solid.
I'll definitely do that.
Okay, now
so my question for Rodney is,
who's first? Oh, somebody. Okay,
actually,
who's
me
first? Okay, go ahead.
Well, Rodney, since we're talking about compromised immune system, to what extent could this virus affect those of us with autoimmune disorders, for example? Yeah. You can use me as an example. You can use me as an example. I have something called celiac disease. It attacks my intestines and whatnot if I have certain proteins detected in my system.
Right.
So could that raise my risk of contracting the virus?
Not sure about the celiac disease. I don't see where that would make you more compromised than anybody else to infection. Are you taking probiotics and whatnot for?
No, I can't.
Yeah, you can't take probiotics. Okay, so I would continue, eating the way you're directed, and just basically try to keep yourself from coming into contact with disease as best you can. I don't.
Which I'm doing as much as I can. Wearing a
Right.
mask and everything. Keep the hand sanitizers. So I know.
I'll have to look at how celiac disease affects the immune system, and get back with you on that one. That one's will take a little bit of homework. So
I much appreciate it, brother.
I have a question. So is getting COVID now versus last year worse or about the same?
It's worse. Because the Delta variant is a lot more infectious. I mean, like one example was like, okay, if I'm on an elevator and it's full of people, with the original virus, you had a pretty slim chance of not getting it. You get on an elevator with Delta, everybody on the elevator is going to have it.
Okay. Much more infectious, huh?
Much
more. I got a question for you, Ronnie.
Go ahead.
So are there any other alternatives, therapeutics that are available to be used? So I think I sent one to BGS a video, I think it was called Invetica, which was discussed on the Joe Rogan podcast. And these two individuals were debating, or I would say they're having an intellectual conversation about how effective it is, right? And it's I'm wondering,
hold on.
So I'm wondering.
So excuse me, forgot to mute myself.
So I'm wondering, are there other therapeutics that are just as effective or better than the vaccines, or is it one of those things where big pharma is like, this is where like that slippery slope?
Can we shorten this up just a bit so we can follow it? So, what's your question?
I got it.
No, I'm done. I think Ronnie.
Yeah, I at first we were saying vitamin C, zinc, and other things to boost your immune system. Studies have shown that that's ineffective, and we still got people out here, and you're gonna look. Black people love snake oil. Okay, we will do everything other than what's recommended. We'll try to find any kind of alternative. I do recommend that you try to eat as healthy as you can. Basically, again, wear your mask. I've always been an advocate of when they start talking about taking this mask mandate down and having you guys wear the regular blue mask. I was never a fan of that. I told everybody I knew, don't stop wearing N95 masks because N95 masks are rated to protect you against viral infection. Okay. The others are not. You can look this up. It's online. Matter of fact, I'm going to get some information. I'm going to post it up and I'm going to show why each mask is being worn, because some of the stuff that they're putting out there, they're giving people a false sense of security with some of this, and Joe Rogan is known for alternative forms of treatment. I mean, he's a mushroom guy. He's an ayahuasca guy, so he's a weed guy. So there's a lot of people you have to watch some of those folks, man. Now, I mean, the Pfizer, Moderna, and what's the other one?
Hydrochloroquine?
No, we're not doing hydrochloroquine anymore.
Talking about the vaccines?
Yeah.
Johnson
Johnson.
Yeah. So, now we've got people saying, okay, they're blood clots with the Johnson & Johnson. They said the same thing with some of the others also. But you have to realize that blood clots is one of the effects of COVID. So these people may have had COVID, and didn't know it and got the vaccine. So there may have been explanations for that. And I'm going to read off some of the effects. Of long-lasting, COVID exposure. Some of these people who have had severe illnesses with COVID-19 experience multi-organ effects or autoimmune conditions over a longer time, with symptoms lasting weeks or months after the COVID-19 illness. Multi-organ effects can affect most, if not all, body systems, including heart, lungs, kidney, skin, and brain functions. Okay, see, they're not going into that. When they start telling these people, the virus can, again, long-term effects. They keep hitting on all of your vital organs. The virus can damage your lungs, your heart, and your brain, which increases the risk of long-term health problems. Then it goes down, it talks about the long haulers. The long haulers are those individuals often referred to as COVID long haulers and have a condition called COVID-19 syndrome, a long COVID for COVID or long COVID. For COVID long haulers, persistent symptoms often include brain fog, fatigue, headaches, dizziness, and shortness of breath, among other issues. Okay? So that's not worth it, y'all, because I'm going to tell you, the worst thing in the world is seeing a patient who cannot breathe and nothing that you do
can save them,
can help them. You give them things for anxiety. You give them things. You put them on oxygen, and I'm telling you, it's not fun. It is not fun. And people go, everybody says it's not going to be me, And I'm telling you, I've been dealing with this ever since the end of 2019. Yeah. And here we are in 2021. And they got, hey, everybody saw the pictures of me suited up. I was in the space suit. I was in the whole 9 yards.
It was funny though.
Yeah. He was in the throes.
Yeah.
It's sweating up a storm.
Absolutely, man. And it's crazy. And I'm seeing people in this state who are no longer wearing masks, who are going out. I mean, it's just like, it's a free for all. And our governor is now on tour, running around to all these places saying, yeah, you should wear a mask. You should wear a mask. We went from, I contacted BGS when I first started seeing the numbers going up, and it was like 1,200 to 1,500. Now we're at 1,800 to 1,900 plus a day. Okay.
So,
okay.
Rodney,
go ahead. Go ahead, Dr. Dunbar.
I have a question. I just subbed the channel. And for those of you who don't know, my channel was taken down because I clipped a conversation between me and Nicole, so I'm a little hesitant to talk about this on my channel now. But I took
you're on my channel, so fire away.
Yeah, I'm safe over here. My question to Rodney is, what are you all attributing the increase in cases to? Is it the lack of masks? Is it people not getting vaccinated? Is it everything opening up? What is
it is no vaccine. People here are the least likely to get vaccinated here.
What state?
This is Arkansas. Okay. Oh. And I was looking at Alabama and Mississippi, and they're having some of the same problems. All I can say is Fox News has done its best work, because nobody trusts anything in the healthcare system. They don't trust us. They don't. I'm even talking to coworkers who believe that, stuff that they shouldn't believe. I'm having to open up books and show it to them and go, where did you go to school? It's just, there is a total just lack of basic understanding of low level healthcare concepts. And, all I can attribute it to is that, we used to be a part of a respected profession. Now everything is doubted. Mm-hmm. And there's always something else. You got everybody out here selling these gel caps with, apple cider vinegar and all kinds of snake oils and whatnot. And these people, they will go and buy that rather than go and get real information from a doctor or healthcare provider. And it's hurting us bad. I mean, people are not getting the vaccine. People are not wearing the mask. People are just, they act like it just doesn't exist. Mm-hmm. And the government here, our governor, he denied it for the longest, and his main priority was to get everybody back to work. And I understand that, but they're not even taking the precautions to protect kids in school. You know, they were denying that children were even affected up until the two that just died a couple of days ago.
So, Rodney, I'm asking Rodney and BGS. This is a combination question. So let me start with BGS. BGS, you know, I sent you that article with Janet Yellen, and obviously Mitch McConnell is talking about shutting down. I think you touched on it earlier. Do you think they will? Do you think they will shut down certain states that do not comply?
No. They can't. Okay, the thing is like I said, go back and look at my video to Kobayashi Maru when Donald Trump was deciding whether to shut the economy down or keep it up, right? Because either way, it's a no-win situation, right?
Gotcha.
And they just dumped $15 trillion into your economy on the credit card. They're not, and Biden is not going to do it again. He's already said not going. He said after this round, he said after July, there's no more eviction moratorium. He's not going to enforce it anymore. After September, after the beginning of September, the unemployment's gone. Basically, he's not going to do anymore. No more credit card. Okay, this is it. Okay, so if you like Draco said, if he dies, he dies. Okay,
and I'm telling
you got to protect yourself. So if you want to be silly and run around like it's not happening, you can do that. But the thing is, I think it's going to go from a pandemic to endemic. I don't think it's going to go away because it's happened 2 years in a row with the exact same pattern, and the virus is only getting worse. So that means this bad boy is growing because Dr. Dunbar, Nicole, and Rodney actually said this virus is basically empty. It doesn't have a whole lot inside of it, right? It's basically a carrier, right? I said, what happens if they start picking up material and becomes worse? And the Delta virus is just that. It's become worse. It's mutated into a worse form instead of a better form. So that's the luck of the draw. You got lucky the first time because it was basically benign. Got probably the least deadly form that you could get out of this particular virus. All the different variants that were actually in the Chinese lab. You got lucky, right? But that doesn't mean you're going to remain lucky. So, if you don't believe anything else, at least be cautious about it. So maybe you believe it and maybe you don't. But the thing is, don't tempt the devil, man. Because if you look at because I was just looking at I think I'm looking at an article about India, right? They said India only lists like 400,000 people dead. They said it might be 4.5 million. They might have undercounted it. You don't want to be on that side of the equation.
Absolutely.
Just read my mind. I was just thinking about India.
I got a guy that I talked to that's from over there, and I know some doctors that have been from over there too, and they're talking about it is raging through some of the more like ghetto-like areas. It's raging through those areas. You're seeing people just piled up, and they said these
slums.
The pyres and stuff that they're burning bodies like day and night.
I've seen those. I've seen pictures. I know what you mean.
Yeah,
because in Hindu tradition, you're supposed to cremate the body.
Absolutely,
which is probably the best thing because of the spike proteins are still there, and they suggested they really suggest that you do burn the body. That's what we were doing at first. For a while. Yeah,
that's what we were doing at first. I think I told you that too.
Yeah, you did tell me that. Yeah, a lot of this stuff doesn't get out, man. I really mean it. A lot of stuff doesn't get out, and
it was burning people remains.
And trust and believe, man, because my other think tank, man, they wanted to bring Dr. Dunbar and Nicole on the air. I said, you know what? I said, these are my folks, and I will protect them to the hilt. And I said, unless they're ready to become public, I said, you will not even know their names. Okay. If you want to blame me, don't believe me, you want to come after me, that's fine. But the thing is, if they have positions, they're experts, and I said, I will not jeopardize it. Even Rodney. If Rodney didn't come on, you would never even know his name because I actually ingratiated to my experts, man. I don't put them at risk. If they want to come out and come forward, fine. Like Dr. Dunbar doesn't want to put something on his channel. Hey, put it on mine. Give me the information. I'll read it.
And I appreciate that code. That's the mind code that we're talking about, gentlemen.
Yeah, because Rodney
must be kept.
Rodney will tell you. I always ask Rodney. I said, man, don't if you jeopardize your job, man, don't come up, man. Don't even come on. Don't talk about it.
And I said it from the beginning. For a minute You know, and you know, I put it up here now a little bit, but I don't cam up because I mean you can't, because you have to kind of protect that. And then when you see, I saw a white nurse that was working in New York, and she came up and she was talking about how she was pulling up patient records and going through them and saying that there were false diagnoses of COVID being put in. And I said, okay, you're up there working, you know, in an ICU setting. When the hell did you have time to go through and just pull up everybody's records to go through and you know, check diagnosis? See, you got people out here who I believe are just agents of chaos.
Yeah.
You know, if you're up there and you're working in that kind of setting, you don't have any time to do any of that.
Yeah.
You know,
Just people just want to stir up the pot.
And how does she know they're false? If she didn't see those patients.
Yeah. I mean,
she had to be friends with some kind of a media outlet or something. Somebody was probing her to do something like that, because she was ready. The way you put it out, it sounds like she was ready to let that type of information out.
Right. And,
on the back end somewhat.
It was being played on certain political venues and whatnot. And this has just been politicized. And I'm going to tell you, even if you stepped outside of this and you don't know much about this, you know, the adaptability of this virus is remarkable.
Yeah, it
to
is.
say the least. Go back and look at any other viral infection and tell me what other one has been able to adapt this quickly, have this many variants, and kill this many people. And then the home nation of the virus.
AIDS didn't even do that much damage. AIDS ain't done this much damage.
It wasn't communicable like that. So.
Right. And the home nation is not allowing anybody from the World Health Organization or anybody to try to track down the origins of this virus. So, you know, that question that you asked earlier, as far as was it manufactured, is that a done deal? No, it's not a done deal. It's not.
Yeah. Oh well, you know, but basically everybody that I'm not gonna say what Nicole says. She said it's awfully funny because it doesn't, because and she makes things like this. She says this is awfully funny. She said this doesn't look like it's naturally occurring, and I take her word for it.
And you go and you just look up. Just all you got to do is just go to you know, a reputable source, you know, that deals with CRISPR and genetic you know, manipulation and gene therapy, and you look at where it's all going. This is not. I mean, like we just talking about, you know, Nicole working on cancer. That is the main tip of the spear as far as treating cancer in the future.
It is.
Yeah.
In fact, that's how come she knew so much about Moderna and Pfizer, because the original messenger RNA therapies were actually cancer therapies with prostate. So she, like I said, we're just lucky we have people like Dr. Doug, you, Dr. Dunbar, and Nicole. It was just fortunate. People don't know how fortunate we actually are, because we get this stuff way ahead of time. I do mean way ahead of time. Rodney told me about this Delta variant, how bad it was, man. Like what is it? Almost 2 months ago, right, Rodney?
Yeah. Before we even talking about it.
Before you talk, before they hit the paper.
Thank you for coming on here, Rodney. We appreciate you, bro. We're giving you your flowers now. We appreciate you, man.
Right.
Thank you, man.
The fact that this is on regular,
we need to get you a better fedora too.
Public domain is amazing.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rodney. No, go ahead.
You know, I felt like I had to say something, because the stuff that I'm hearing, even amongst, you know, medical professionals, that, I mean, they just denying what's right in front of their face, you know, and just for the sake of trying to, you know, continue a political narrative. And it's like, this has nothing to do with that. You know what I mean? These people are dying right in front of you. I've talked to other people that were, you know, in you know, some of the other hospitals, and they're talking about drawing blood on people and it's hemolyzing before it can even get in the tube.
Ooh,
you know, so it's clotting before you can even get a sample. You can't get IVs in people because of, you know, the clotting situation. You know, the inflammatory process is just out of control. You know,
may I comment?
So, I mean, yeah, and I'm getting, it's so bad. You know, we're getting stuff in the mail about coming to work at other places. They're encouraging us to work at multiple places because we don't have enough people. That's how bad it is.
I have a question for you, Rodney.
Go ahead.
Ken Chan was first, and then you get your question. Go ahead.
Okay, my comment is, I have a channel, a small channel, and I'm teaching holistic health on there. So when you brought up the fact that the rate of that people are dying and how the Delta is, the disease is expanding.
Right.
One thing that I teach people with a strong, healthy immune system, and I've been taking quercetin and zinc, guys. I haven't taken any shots. So, and I'm not trying to give advice, disclaimer, but I'm just saying, with my healthy immune system, I take colloidal gold, I take colloidal copper, I take colloidal silvers, I take all of my nutrients and supplementation, and I work out. But the thing about it is, how is in your opinion, how does that affect your longer living with this strain of COVID around now?
Well, if we're going to look at this in a a neutral kind of way, before you take anything, I would have you get blood work to see what your immune system looks like, and then I would get blood work after you take all of that to see if it did actually boost your system, or if it is causing damage. If you're taking a lot of extra stuff, it could cause you to have kidney damage. Because there's only so much that your body can take in and absorb before you start to damage its filtration process. So that's another thing that people don't really understand and end up putting themselves in a renal failure because they're taking a whole bunch of extra stuff. If you can only absorb, so many, milligrams of that stuff, a day, and you're taking, 2-3 doses of it a day, or whatever the case may be, you're taking it every day instead of every other day, whatever, would, allow you to reach the level that you can actually metabolize or that you actually need for your system. So there's more to it than just taking stuff,
So I hope to
I think somebody's getting a text. Okay.
I hope to add to this community in health wise as best as I can. I have an actual free world's first comprehensive health evaluation. So you're able to get over 9,000 symptoms with my evaluation.
Okay.
And I'm able to diagnose over 2,000 non-communicable diseases.
Do you got a YouTube channel?
Yeah,
yes, I do.
Yeah,
put your information in the chat so we can in the back chat so I can post it. Okay, so they can go look. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, can we lighten the mood a little bit? This COVID shit is
if people want to change the subject, they're perfectly willing to change the subject. But the thing is, when you have people that are experts, I would because Rodney's not on here all that often, right? Because he's busy and if he feels there's something that he wants to tell you, he'll actually come out and tell you. That's not that often. So I would say if you really want to find out what's going on, I would advise you to actually peep game, because he's not just doing this on his just because he's done this before. He was actually 100% right the last time.
And you can't run from this truth. You cannot. We have to deal with this.
Right. And I've done 2 shows on it. My first one was when with the first run and about them raising the mask mandate and all of that and how it was going to be a mistake, and it has been. And the new one here is dealing with the Delta variant, and I went through some other things on that. I got some heat from a lot of people who are saying that I'm part of the problem because they just refuse to believe that the virus is real. But the information is up there. I put it up there so that I can put it out there to people so that they can make their own choice. But you need to know that when you make that choice, you need to know everything bad that can happen, and you need to know that you're giving yourself a chance to basically survive it. And don't think like a lot of my folks that say basically, well, so and so got the vaccine and they still got it. The vaccine is not to prevent you from getting it. It's to allow you to survive it.
You survive it, yeah.
So that's why people get flu vaccines, any kind of vaccine. It's to keep you. Now, some vaccines will keep you from getting things, okay, but other things will keep you from dying from it. Now we wiped out things like your normal childhood immunizations have wiped out most of those ailments, but they are totally different from what we're dealing with right now. This thing is going to allow you to survive it. We're trying to keep those numbers, those deaths down.
So, Ronnie, I got a question for you.
Go ahead.
When it pertains to the N95 mask, right?
Yes.
How good? I'm sorry. How how is the durability and longevity per mask, right?
There-
That's one of the things I get confused on. Like, are you supposed to, I've heard, nurses say they wash them and reuse them.
No.
Yeah, like, I've heard some real
Good question, man. Good question.
Yeah, very good
You know what I
question.
mean? Like, I used to work in healthcare as an analyst, and I still have friends who work in that field. And some of the stuff, I scratch my head, and I try not to be, like, what are you talking about, right? This rambunctious person, right? So that's why I'm asking these questions, so I can get,
Okay, so here's how you're supposed to wear them. N95 is supposed to be worn as a single use. So you're supposed to basically go into an area which is supposed to be, infectious. If it's an area where people are quarantined, you basically gown up, you glove up, and you put that mask on, which is fitted for you as an individual. Each time a person is supposed to wear that, they are supposed to be fitted for it. You cannot have facial hair.
Okay.
And you go in and you use it. When you come out, you're supposed to take it off, discard it, and discard your gown. Each time you go into that area, you're supposed to wear new gear. But we can't do that because we don't have enough of them. So mostly, I think most of us are wearing our N95s for about a week, and then we'll swap them out. You're not supposed to touch it. You're not supposed to, like a lot of women are putting lipstick on and putting their mask on and then thinking that they're protected. No, if any kind of oils or anything touch the inside of the mask, it's compromised.
Wow.
If you touch the mask from the outside, it's compromised. So there's certain ways that you're supposed to, wear that mask to protect yourself and then get out. Now, if I were to, advise y'all, if you got some, you can buy them from Amazon, whatnot. You wear it for about a week. When it starts getting to where it's just, filthy, get rid of it. You know what I mean? I would not recommend that you get the ones that loop around your ears because your ears will start going numb after a while. You get the one that goes around your head, and one strap has to go up high on your head. One strap has to go down low so that it maintains a seal. Okay. Some people just put them on. Nobody's taught anybody how to wear the mask, anything. You wash your hands. Don't touch the mask with dirty hands. You don't necessarily have to wear them outside, but when you're about to go inside of a store or something like that, put your mask on.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me, Rodney.
Yes.
I personally, I have my experiences with that M95 mask, but it was kind of hard to wear that when I had hair on. So when I started shaving my head, it was a lot easier to wear it. But like you said, don't wear ones around your ears because they sometimes can like really dig into your ears, especially if it's the wrong size. But there's a type of mask that I wear. It's one of these reusable masks. It has something called a HEPA filter in it.
Yeah.
What's your view on that one? It's by a company called RZ.
Yeah, it's not supposed to wear
mask?
those. Not supposed to wear those because they've the data that we have got on those is that the ones with the HEPA filters on them are not doing what they're supposed to do. They're actually susceptible to breaches.
Even if they have like a built-in filter, there's
at first everybody was wearing the filters because that's what the original masks were, but then they recommended that we not wear filters, and no one in the healthcare fields are wearing filters anymore, and that's been for about a year.
So you basically, Rodney, do you have any do you have any recommendations for masks for like athletes, like when we're training like inside and stuff like that, or in the weight room and stuff like that?
You can wear that same mask, but after that mask is done, after you sweated it out and stuff, you got to get rid of it. Yeah.
Okay. And it's just hard to breathe with those things on.
It is. It's very hard to breathe. Trust me.
And basically, what Rodney's recommending, the mask he's recommending is for if you're in a big crowd or a hospital setting where you want is the maximum amount of protection that you can get.
That's right.
If you're out on the street walking by yourself, you probably don't need it as much. Or if you're going to be, like briefly in a store or something like that, you probably can do with something less. But what he's talking about is in a hospital setting.
So like crowded areas, like hospital, crowded concerts.
Okay, so
high infection areas.
Yes.
Yeah.
Rodney, should we still practice the 6 feet rule at all times still?
I would not tell you not to do that, but the data has shown that
I've been trying to uphold
matter.
that as highly as possible. And down south, we got a back give us 50 feet rule, and I'm
yes.
really trying to stick to that.
I agree with that.
We got a super chat. If a man is 40 to 50, which vaccine to take? Pfizer, Moderna, or Johnson & Johnson? Well, Rodney would tell you
any of them.
He says any of them. Okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. Basically, the data says it's pretty close,
right,
to pretty close to it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's now it's probably going to be whatever they have available. You know. So
yeah, it's just whatever they have at the moment, whatever shipment they.
Yeah, they didn't really give us a choice. They just rolled it in and just basically said, today's the day, and we got it. And some places I'm hearing that they're doing all kind of incentive programs for you to go ahead and take it because people are just not taking it. People are having sandwich truck runs and all kinds of stuff, all kinds of incentives for you to. Free food, everything for you to try to take this mask. They're trying to convince people to take it, but you've got people who are just not doing it. I was reading a story where one lady who was a nurse educator at that, she's out in a rural area, says she didn't get any of her family vaccinated, none of her relatives vaccinated. She got it. And she was, basically telling everybody, oh, you got to take this seriously. See, everybody's, making up these scenarios in their minds where they're safe, even though the data does not substantiate that thought process, and people are, there's another story that I read on Twitter where people were dying and demanding that they get the vaccine. And they were telling them it's too late now. I mean, can you imagine? You got a person in there that's dying and they're demanding to get the vaccine. You're going, okay, I'll give it to you. Give it to me now. Give it to me now. Well, no, it doesn't work that way.
The fuck? Like, oh my God.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous, man. These people complain about taking it, and then when they catch it, they complain about the fucking virus. I mean,
right. And then people are putting their kids at risk, all kinds of stuff. They've had all kinds of stories where people, the data's out there. They want you to go to school. They want to send our kids to school, but they're not putting the money into keeping these kids safe. You got one kid out of a classroom of 30, and only one is wearing a mask, and there's no mask mandate.
Yeah. That's at some point they don't care. That's why people have to.
This is gonna be bad, Rodney. Very bad.
Let me read the super chat real quick. It said, "What are the top investment strategies for 2021 COVID shutdown that you didn't do or know about in 2020 shutdown?" Well, basically, we didn't take advantage of people not knowing what was going to happen. Like, it's like everybody knows about, say, like Zoom, right? Okay, Zoom. You could go Bitcoin or the altcoins because it took off because China took a dive and then recovered. Some of the stuff you can't predict. It could be the some people say the latter half of the year is going to be about the metals, about gold, silver, and stuff like that. That's been undervalued. I would say anything with that's going to automate in tech. If it hits again, basically. They're going to have to do something about the remote learning, remote working, all that kind of stuff. So basically, anything in tech that would deal with the internet or remote learning or something like that, that's what I would invest in. Artificial intelligence, if it's going to be a play. Chinese actually going to go to the say if you're doing a currency play, the Chinese are actually going to switch over from the regular currency to the blockchain currencies and have an AI run it. So I would say you got to be nimble in this environment. So some people say depending on who you are, some people say that they're going to stop dumping money into the stock market. So you may play the stock market to the downside. So look for the stock market to actually come down and back to earth. So play the short side. So some of these things are going to be shorted. So you're probably going to have to be very, very nimble and keep your eyes open because in this environment, it's unpredictable because the things that should happen under ordinary circumstances, like a market crash, something like that, they're pumping in a whole bunch of money to keep it up. The thing is, are they still willing to pump money into it? Some of the banks are going to get hit because they've been pumping money into the banks to keep them alive.
Propping them up.
They've been propping up properties. Should you short real estate because that's going to get hit. What's going to happen is with the with all the evictions. Okay, that's going to be a downside for the bank and real estate. So there's a lot of things that could happen if they set it up right. Just depending on the will of the United States to actually prop this stuff up, because they've been propping it up for a year and a half. If that makes sense. All right.
Yep.
Speaking on something a little bit lighter though, Rodney, man, how's your Pookie son though?
His son's all right.
His
to
boy,
me, man.
he has asked about his. No, he asked him how is he doing. That's his boy.
Oh, he's doing good, man. He's doing good. He actually had fun with you guys, man. I was on my phone in the other room.
I know you're laughing. I know you're laughing. I know you're
laughing so hard. I was like, bro, I said I was going to come on here and thank y'all for going soft on him.
He's all right.
He's all right, man. We had a good time. It's like all we needed was Smurgo to actually come in. That would actually completed the whole field, right? Because they had 3 Pookies binding at the same time. No, the quadfecta. They already had 3.
True, we need the quadfecta.
I started talking. I said, don't tell me Rodney's son is a Pookie. I said, I'm gonna give him a break. I said he might not be a Pookie. I said, let me not judge. Yeah, but when he started talking, I said, "Oh, man, you a Pookie." He said, "Talk about pregnancy scares." I said, "Nigga, you a Pookie."
He was bullshit.
I got one question for Rodney that's kind of unrelated.
Go ahead.
But,
Go ahead.
Is Little Rock still a hood, or did they gentrify it?
Oh man, Little Rock is hood as fuck, man. Let me tell you, man. Look, I mean, they're still killing. They're still.
I always been hood when I truck through there.
We just had an incident where a guy was shooting on the freeway here. And he had an extended magazine shooting out of a Glock, and they got his face and everything. We had a young lady.
That is fucked up, Laverius. When 2 Pookies come together, it's called a barbecue. Rodney, what is the video that you just dropped? Okay.
Oh, that's the one that I did on COVID, the latest on COVID here. Okay. And what the state's trying to do. I did it 6 days ago. So that's the one that I just dropped out about. And that was right before I think I'd emailed you the first results. So I did a video after that.
Okay.
And I put that up there. I've got some other ones. I try to do a Bookie on Science like at least once a week. I've done a couple of those on CRISPR and Cas9.
Okay.
I also, have talked about, just some of the things that the Chinese have been doing. They've been putting their money into infrastructure, into power, into they just put out this fastest train in the world. They got a fusion reactor. So they are really trying to surpass us in so many different ways, and our infrastructure is falling apart. We have been affected terribly by this this COVID situation. Also by them buying up all of the GPUs for data. For mining.
Data mining.
Yeah. So their AI triumphs are through the roof compared to ours. They're doing everything that they can to beat us. Even their space program. They've sent a probe to the moon. They've sent a probe to Mars. They're working on other manned flights, and they're also trying to start their own space station, their own Chinese space station. So they are trying their best to basically make it to where once the payday is up, that they're going to be self-sustainable. And we need to look at that. BS has been talking about the rise of China for forever, and it's upon us, gentlemen.
Yeah, it's here already. They've already taken over for the most part. They're just trying to finish up the job.
And this may be an effort to basically fight us without having to fight us. The Chinese are legendary for that. This has affected us in the military. It's affected us, our civilian infrastructure, our ability to do trade. Look at that whole bottleneck in the Suez Canal. That was disastrous, and they're sitting back. I'm sure they're sitting back looking at all of this and gauging it. on how it benefits them. Not to mention their efforts in Africa right now. All these rare earth metals and whatnot that are up for grabs, and why they want them is because of advanced electronics. If they become the new leaders in advanced electronics, we're screwed.
Yeah. The next stop is the asteroid belt. That's the next.
Absolutely.
Friday friends here. Nobody's talking
Absolutely.
about it.
Yeah.
But is there a difference between Moderna, Pfizer, and Johnson & Johnson vaccine?
BGS just talked about one of them that is more like a traditional. There's the time frame in which they are effective is different from each vaccine. So, it may take like a month for you to be protected with one after both of the injections. And I think the Johnson & Johnson is the least amount of time.
Yeah, I would say, make sure that suggest you get a checkup before you take one of them, okay, if you can. Yeah. Make sure that you talk to your doctor and read the literature and make sure that you're not on one of those people that's actually susceptible to one or the other vaccines, because they actually work differently. Yeah. They have different risks. So read carefully, talk to your doctor, make sure you're healthy, okay, and then go get it, right? Then decide which one you're going to take, and take your time. There's no rush.
Right.
Okay.
Right. And your doctors will be glad to talk to you about the effects and anything that you want to know about the vaccine. They also have people there that can talk to you about the vaccines. They give you information about the vaccines. They also give you a number that if you have any kind of conditions or reaction to it after the vaccine, that you can report those, so that because they're gathering data essentially.
Yeah, and because this is a big experiment, right? So people say they're not counting, they're undercounting. No, they're keeping a very good track of it.
Yes,
they do not want to get caught. Like some person said they killed 900,000 people with the vaccine. I said, no way you can hide that. Number one.
No.
Number two, no drug company would even
continue
sign on for that. Yeah, they wouldn't sign on for that because I think it was Johnson & Johnson. They had 20 people with blood clots. They stopped distributing it because until they find out what was causing it.
Yep, and then they tested it, and then it went back out.
AstraZeneca.
It was AstraZeneca with the blood clot thing. Johnson & Johnson.
It was Johnson & Johnson had blood clots. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think it was the people in Florida when they stopped it.
Speaking of Johnson, is Goldie Johnson? Is that her actual name?
Goldie Johnson. I have no clue.
Who knows?
She's been going.
You mean Goldie Jones or whatever her name is?
I doubt it's her name. I doubt it's
okay, because I just don't. I think it's a bag of bullshit that she's talking about. She's married. I don't think she's married.
Yeah, we all do.
Yeah.
yeah, we're all on the same sheet of music
on
with
same
that.
Page, yeah.
Yeah. One of the guys was talking about being I guess he was sick after the second shot. It can be either the first or the second shot. I got sick on the first shot, and it was mostly headaches. My arm was hurting.
Your arm just be hurting.
You will have the soreness in your arm, but that's because it's an intermuscular injection.
Yeah, it is.
And basically, anytime that they give you an intermuscular injection, they're supposed to draw back. If you get any blood, then you do not inject. So it's unless you've got a moron.
Yeah.
Injecting you, your chances of getting it in your bloodstream are,
pretty slim,
rare. So that can happen, but you should expect that. I mean, because look, if any intermuscular injection, if it's given with a decent sized needle, it's going to hurt.
But it didn't hurt the shot initially. Like, I mean, I felt it in my injection arm, but what I was talking about, Rodney, I'm talking like a week and a half later, my other arm was feeling like my injected arm.
No, that shouldn't be the case. So yeah, my arm hurt for about a week. Yeah, my arm hurt for about a week. Have you had your second injection yet?
Yeah, I've had them both.
Oh, okay. So all of that's passed?
Yeah, like weeks past.
Okay. So what you probably had was some muscle aches.
Okay. You never know, man, because this shit, man. I don't trust these motherfuckers, man.
Yeah.
They really out here just conducting a whole experiment.
Well, the thing is, the drug companies were tasked to do it, and they released it because they needed to release it.
They had to.
So they had to. That's why they didn't want to be sued in case something went wrong. It's on the government because
And they did go through limited trials. They didn't. And now people say that, oh, this is totally untested. No, they went through limited trials. They went through first and second stage trials. They skipped the thirds.
Yeah. Because the United States government wanted the vaccine now. Yeah.
Yeah, the Trump administration was forced to.
That's
the Biden wasn't far behind,
and it was an election year.
It would have come out no matter who. So it doesn't matter. You just had one guy who basically didn't want. Trump didn't want a public view that we were weak on the situation. And I can understand that he took an old style viewpoint but this isn't bombs and planes and shit. This is something totally different.
Nigga, this is real.
You're not weak because you're wearing a mask. You're not weak because you're taking precautions. I mean, look, Japan and in China and all, they've been wearing masks ever since SARS first broke out. Okay, so and they have had substantial decreases in viruses and other infections that were passed in a respiratory way. So, and we're not blaming Trump, Bruce. We're not. It's not. These are the facts.
These facts. Basically, okay. Who signed on to actually restart the program, Bruce? I'll wait. It's on him.
Yeah, and he doesn't even want to take credit for it. This is something he could actually take credit for. That was a good thing, but he doesn't even want to take credit for it.
He don't want anything to do with it.
He's had multiple interviews that said that
didn't he fuck around and contracted it?
Yeah, he got it.
He did get it.
And look,
they're actually writing a book on it.
Yeah, we were on that night. We were on that night talking about it, and I told y'all. I said, look at how he's breathing when he got to the top of the stairs. I said, man, that dude is in bad shape.
Mm-hmm. He almost died,
especially at his age in his 70s and his bad health.
There's a book gonna be released about him going through it. He almost died.
Yeah, and to the point to where, hold on, but to the point to where the CIA, not the CIA, but the Secret Service started to totally revamp their system to where they're trying to revamp how they protect the president to where he's not going to be shaking as many hands. How do you protect him from being exposed to somebody who may have a virus? And don't think that other people haven't learned from this to look at vulnerabilities. Okay?
Yeah.
They're evil people in the world, but go ahead.
Chemical warfare, types of terrorism and shit, terrorist groups, they'll be looking for ways to spread viruses.
Yeah.
Weaponize these things if they can.
We call
people don't remember
contagions and shit.
People don't remember how many people were catching and falling down in the White House under his administration with this shit. And he's walking around now willy-nilly like, no, it's not gonna touch me. It's not gonna catch me. Yeah, okay.
Bruce, if you want to come up and debate it, boss, I'll drop the link, man. You don't have to do it from the chat. Grow a pair. If you want to debate the Biden thing, because we got the notes, man. I can go through chapter and verse. It has nothing to do with Biden or Trump. It's on Trump's watch. He signed to actually start this program back up again in 2017. He can't hide that. Him and Fauci. That's like on Fauci's on the hook. It is what it is. You fucked up.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who. This would have happened no matter who was in office,
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know why people are trying to politicize it. It is what it is.
Once it broke out, the vaccines were going ahead, and in fact, the Biden administration was fully on board with the vaccines even before he got elected. Is what it is.
Yep. And that's how they make sure that there is no drop off in the leadership. There's no power vacuum in between the transfer of power. Everybody's got to be on the same sheet of music.
Yeah, in fact, if his last signing in office is actually extend the unemployment for the people that are actually out of work during COVID. Okay, it's continuation of power. It is what it is.
And Biden's making the same mistake that Trump made. He is not forcing or not encouraging his aides in the White House to get vaccinated. So they said there's an alarming number of his staff who are not vaccinated. This just came out a couple of days ago. So he's making the same mistake.
There's not that much difference between Biden and Trump, believe it or not. Yeah, it really isn't. I've said that.
They all up in there like they just some walking petri dishes. Damn it, boy.
Yeah,
well, it's about the look, man. About how it looks. They're doing politics.
Right. And you know, you either listen to your experts or not. I can guarantee you they have people in there sitting at the big table and they're briefing them on how bad this can get. And I'm sure they have everything from the best case to the worst case scenario covered. And the worst case scenario is how we're going to get rid of all these bodies.
Yeah, it is what it is.
There it is.
Mm-hmm. The thing, trust me, if you don't believe us, believe what Rand Paul said when he actually talked to Fauci. He said there was a certain virus in this program is actually 15 times worse than the one we got.
Mm-hmm.
That go back and look.
Could COVID become strong enough to eliminate the human population?
We have no clue because we have no clue. That's the whole thing when these things get released. You know,
but looking at its adaptability, you know, it wouldn't shit.
If I see Dr. Fauci on the street, I might whip his ass.
If it's allowed to if people continue to just choose to not look at it seriously, and people, you know, get it, and you know, stronger versions of it keep, you know, proliferating throughout our population, you know, it's not a stretch to say that it may get that strong. We don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully Fauci, if it do, hope Fauci and the people that was in that lab, man, I hope the truth gets uncovered. It probably won't.
If for the nurses shortage or whatever, are they doing anything about that? Are they like lifting requirements or?
Man, they still working us short. They're still, I mean, the people, look, there's an age-old battle between administration and the people who actually work the floors, the managers, and the actual, you know, nurses and doctors. And they're trying to make a profit. We're trying to cure disease.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what you're going to come into is the battle. How much do we actually need to spend? Which you saw that with the mask. A lot of people were stockpiling supplies and whatnot, and only allowing us to use certain amounts of supplies, hoarding and whatnot. And it was, you know, we need it. We don't need to have it sit in a room, you know, but that's the way administration looks at it. And we look at it totally different, you know, and sometimes that may cause people to go and break in things to get what they need and whatnot. And, you know, just do what you got to do. And other people just quit and just say, if I got to work under these kind of conditions, I'm just not going to do it. Yeah.
Why go through all the stress,
kind of? You got a visitor.
That's probably my son coming in.
Okay. Tell Pookie we said hello.
But yeah, it's we are living in crazy times, man. Crazy times, and I'm gonna tell you, all I can tell y'all to do is to be as analytical and as logical about the process as you can. Don't get out into the weeds. It's not that you don't have to go out into the weeds. It's all right there. You know. Yeah. But a lot of people just want to get out into the weeds and beat the bushes down for extra shit. It's all there, man.
Shit.
All right.
The bushes come to me.
It's a sad fucking existence, man. Goddamn.
But I truly enjoyed that little exchange between you and the young lady BGS. She could not. She wasn't ready. She was not ready.
No, she wasn't.
Who? BGS win? Which one?
It was on the breakdown with the women right at the end.
And they kept saving them, man. That's my thing. I was pissed off. I was like, thank God, BGS. Yeah, thank God that who else was there? Ryo was there, and who else was there? Roger was there. I was like, fuck yeah, finally, you know, because it was just ridiculous. They just kept saving her, man, trying to.
Somebody got the link. I need to see this. Who has the link? I have.
Let's go to Sister George's and Concrete Rose's latest video
and look at both.
Go
look at the interview.
Yeah.
And then look at the responses. Now she was all pissed off. Well, we just keep saying the same thing. Yeah, and they keep asking you the same thing because what you're saying,
you can't answer it. That's why.
Exactly. If anything. You might need to. You got them little babies in the background to deal with, and you don't have them under control. that would be what you would have to deal with first before you worry about some Kevin Samuels and how the domestic violence is being portrayed in the black community. How about you deal with them future pookies you got in the background before they become pookies?
Well, ask
you
yourself
deal with
this:
them.
she's got supposedly 2 sons, but she's anti-male as hell. You know,
and one in the oven.
No, she's not anti-male. She's anti-ministry because we don't like baby mamas.
Right.
She got one in the oven and 2 on the side of her.
I know she had 1. Now she has 2 more.
I think she said she was pregnant too. That's what Sister George was saying.
I know she had
too,
1, and she's pregnant. She got a baby. And she's pregnant.
Yeah. So
okay.
Yeah. So and
hopefully she is married for her sake.
Well, she said she was married. But
we'll see.
Yeah,
what a ring
I didn't hear any men.
I didn't.
Yeah, I don't see no ring
on a Sunday.
On a Sunday too. Yeah.
And then she kept getting irritated about. But she couldn't answer the questions. She was all over the place. She really wasn't listening to a lot of the questions that were being presented. So the lady is she's disingenuous. She says that she listened to Kevin's content, but she didn't know anything about who he has on, how many white women he has on, if he will allow any white women to come on. And then when she said that he allowed white women to talk bad about black women, he's never done that. There was
Rodney, that's only because she listens to answer and never listens to comprehend.
Right.
So you shouldn't even be in a debate with her.
There was a Latin young lady that was on, and she said, "I've got me a high value black man, and I love him to death, and I cater to him, and I do this." And that was all she said. She said, the ladies are just gonna have to do what they have to do, and it's not bad to do that. I cater to my man, I love him to death, and she was beautiful. Now why that stung? That stung because a man that they feel like they potentially could have had went somewhere else and got a beautiful Latin woman who is catering to him, who looks feminine, who's wearing those pretty sundresses, got ass, got hips, got titties. She is everything and no mouth, So that is something that they feel like is to their detriment. They feel like they should have to.
More importantly, Rodney.
Go.
She's down with the man's program and understands she understands the importance of putting his happiness first. She understands when he's happy, or put it this way, in the terms of chess, like my man Crazy Bone once said on a meme, if she don't know the importance about protecting the king, she doesn't deserve to be the queen.
Man, I saw I worked with a young lady when I was working with a pain management doctor, and she was from, I want to say, either Argentina or Bolivia or something like that. But they wear these dresses, these really colorful dresses. And she
do they wear top hats?
No hats. But long,
colorful dresses.
Long hair. Colorful dresses with the frills and stuff on them. At the bottom of the skirt and on the shoulders. Well, every one of those women were beautiful. They were small, and she talked about how they acted with their men, and she was working in there with the doctor's fiance, and she told her to her face that she was ugly, that her makeup was terrible, her hair was terrible, and she said, "Well, can you help me? To help me with that, to do better?" And she said, "Sure, okay." Name a situation where that would go over well with a black woman.
It wouldn't.
No, that's getting punched in the mouth.
Those women, definitely not.
That's what I'm saying.
The weeds getting pulled, most definitely. The hair is gonna be pulled out. Especially them edges. The edges are gone. She gone.
And I'm telling you, look, y'all, all you gotta do is go on YouTube and just look at the streets. Look at guys just walking on the streets in some of those countries, and you look at how the women carry themselves, how they react when they come into contact with men and whatnot. It's totally different than here. But then they want to say, well, they act the same. I get so tired of hearing them saying, well, white women do it. Well, those other women do it. Well, so you want to be?
You cannot compare
a piece
black
of shit.
woman's wig to a white woman's extension. It's not the same.
No other group of women do what our women do.
No, they don't. And they
it's not just your women, dude. It's black women throughout the world, man.
Yeah, go ahead. Somebody
You know,
trying to get in.
said that Two Wolves that they're comparing extensions to weave. A weave is a whole hair on your fucking top of your actual hair.
Yes, sir.
Extension. And see, no one has already talked about it, and a lot of people need to start mentioning more of that.
They talk about it. They talk about it.
Yeah,
I've been mentioning that before,
my
brother.
thing is this, BGS, because I was listening to it, and you pose a very strong towards her, and her answer to all of it. Remember, she's from Chicago.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
To her, she feels that you must pull
Corey
yourself.
Holcomb, Chicago.
Pull yourself in the bootstraps. You know, worry about the breeding of the boys. They eventually get it eventually. And I'm looking at it, say, no one eventually gets it eventually. Once they get resistance, they just tap out.
Right.
That's how shit works. If a man doesn't know how to do something, or he feels there's nothing up to or any challenge, he stops. That's his nature. Now I don't like that, but when we look at if these boys are not even reading at level, wait, is that me? All right, hold on.
It must be you.
Candygram and chaos.
Candygram and chaos.
But what I wanted to say was like, you know, my question is, he said she's from Chicago. We mean from Chicago. We mean like Bernie Mac Chicago, or more like Corey Holcomb Chicago, nigga. Kind of type of shit.
More like Corey Holcomb Chicago, nigga.
Probably.
Damn.
That would explain it. That would explain it.
Yeah, that would explain everything.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Continue.
Chicago, like 4 different states.
Man,
Yeah,
Chicago is a state within itself, man.
I wish we had like I wish we had Black Guru and if only Black Guru and Brian and the Snowman were here, because they're both from Chicago. They would have broken it down.
20 minutes from Chicago right now. I'm born.
Where you from?
I'm born in Chicago. About 20 minutes from Chicago right now.
Yeah, you used to teach in the Chicago schools, work in the Chicago schools.
Yeah, I worked in Chicago public schools for almost 2 years.
How was it? That bad?
It was the first time
I'm from
in my
Texas,
life.
and I hauled 5 loads to shop. I on everything I love of my dead grandparents. I never got out that truck all 5 times. I made them come get the bill laden. I told them to open the doors. I ain't getting out. I don't belong here.
Yeah, nigga, y'all niggas the low. Nigga, offload the low.
Hey, I for the first time in my life, I realized that you need boarding schools. It's the parents.
Yes.
And it's so bad. It's
Tier
the
2.
parents. You have to separate the parents from the children. Literally. It's that bad.
They used to back in the 1800s. They used to send the kids to like almost like boarding schools. But there were so many abuses in boarding schools. They actually eliminated their problems. It eliminated that practice. That's why you're probably not going to get it on a wholesale.
They still have boarding schools, but they cost. They're for the elite.
And in other words, the elite do it because they can actually pay people enough to make sure that there won't be any abuse. But you can't do it. They stopped doing it on a public level,
right?
Because
they call military academies, people. Military academies.
Yeah, but even military academies are not cheap. Okay.
Yeah, they're not cheap.
ROTC violations in there too.
ROTC is not a boarding a military academy or boarding school.
Oh, okay, my mistake. I'm in junior ROTC, but I see your point.
The best compromise is actually an all-boys school.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's definitely good for us. I think we definitely need that. What's happening, Raj? Yeah,
we got another. We got the
my nigga Smitty.
Hey man,
excellent.
The second Pookie.
Raj told her a new ass, man. I'm telling you. He said, well, I can tell by your response that the answer is no.
Well, she used to be a regular on his show. So
well, she's a moron, man. I'm telling you.
Did she say that she was married on his show? Because see, the marriage thing is important, because if she would have recognized that she was a baby mama, that would have put her. She know that would have put her in the box that she couldn't crawl out of.
Flash the ring. How about that? Flash
the ring. Marriage photos, the marriage certificate, even your real name.
She just
you can look up somebody if they were married or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, BGS, here, hit this one up, this super chat up, because that's a good point there.
Okay. Okay, I believe this is mental illness, y'all. Too many signs. The educated ones are the worst. They know how to relate with words. They think they do anyway, but yeah.
Yeah, they try.
And it's a shame. You would think it'd be the other way around, because if you're educated, you would be able to take an objective viewpoint of any situation and analyze it, break it down, and call it like you see it. But they can't do that. If they see certain keywords in it, they just start to short circuit. You'll see them start to pivot immediately. If
all of the teachers that I worked around, and my mother was a teacher for over 30 years, she's probably saying that she's a teacher, but she's actually a teacher's assistant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
I don't think she's a
true.
teacher. That's another lie that I think that she's saying.
That's true.
That she's a teacher.
Yeah.
She doesn't sound like a teacher.
We're not giving her any intention here. We're just breaking it down what we're dealing with here. We're just understanding what we're dealing with here.
The thing
the
is,
nature of the beast.
The thing is, if you're a teacher in a school system, you know the reading levels and scores of the district.
Yep.
To say that you don't means I have to question your ability as a teacher.
Right.
Okay, I have to question it because it doesn't sound like it.
Right.
Because when I actually talk about Park and the national test, you don't know anything about it. That means you're probably not a teacher, because I know they talk about this all the time.
I'm sure they do, because teachers have to stay up to date with their information and education. Teachers are always
to be a teacher. To be a teacher, you have to, after you finish your bachelor's, you have to get an actual certification. So you have to go back to school to be certified.
Yeah.
So
it's a degree and a certification. A teacher certification.
Exactly. And then certain
subjects.
If you go on a special ed, you have to go for a longer period to become certified.
500%.
And if you're not certified in all the areas in teaching, like if you were just teaching science and you're certified in teaching science, you cannot switch over to other subjects.
In certain areas, especially this is all over, man. Crime is since they unleashed people after the COVID lockdowns, crime has been spiking like crazy.
When y'all just went live, it was a guy that just an ambulance chaser, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
He went live in somewhere on the south side on 40th, 44th, like Cottage Grove or something.
Mm-hmm.
It was a officer involved shooting, and this was when y'all was going live.
Dang.
It was real time. Some officer involved shooting, and this just today on a Sunday night.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
God.
Yesterday. I mean, I'm talking about people, little babies getting shot, teenagers.
Yeah.
Like it's nothing. A little baby got shot in the head, got out the hospital last week, and the mom was like, "You know what? This is it. We're not moving back to Chicago." I mean, this is like, oh man, so it's like I said, it's a civil war. I'm from Chicago. I'm 40 years old.
What's that black female mayor gonna do in the black female city council?
Oh, she's a joke.
I saw that.
She's a joke.
Yeah, well, one of the guys was saying, I think he was an alderman or something. He said, "No, we need to put the National Guard on the street. There's too many people dying out here."
Yeah,
and she was like, "No, we're not going to do that."
Which is what Trump said back a year ago.
Yeah,
and I said, maybe that's not a bad idea.
But because he said it, people didn't want to fucking do it. But that's what needs to be done. If you got crime up 500%, what the
Chicago is the Pookie capital of the United States.
They can
right now.
They could do it they did it in Baltimore. They did it quietly. They just put them on the street without announcing it and put them in.
They don't call it Chirac for nothing, gentlemen.
Yeah, them niggas might get shot if they ain't got lethal rounds.
Chicago is the Pookie and Ray Ray capital of the United States. I could say that wholeheartedly. Nobody can challenge me.
But Chicago's not even leading.
We'll fight for liquor stores.
Yeah. It's Philadelphia that's doing worse. Philadelphia has the highest murder capital so far of the year.
Yeah.
So it's out there with Chicago and New York. Then in Pittsburgh, we already surpassed our murder. Halfway through the year, we already surpassed our murder.
They have the theft rings in San Francisco are getting so bad where people are just walking out with stuff.
Do you guys have 5-10 people shot in one weekend? 50 people shot. That's what happens on a average day right now in
New Orleans
Chicago.
used to be like that.
Chicago's bad. Yeah, Chicago,
that's everywhere.
Well, LA used to be like that, but thing is, everybody gets a turn, I guess.
Yeah, but you know what?
All right, Quad B, take it easy, man. Don't be
let
a
it quiet.
stranger. Ain't
All right,
seen Quad
Quad.
in a long time. Yeah.
But Smitty, what you got to say, brother?
Well, I was saying like I said, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania altogether is one of the dangerous states.
You break it up, Smitty.
You breaking up a little.
It's gonna be way easier.
Back to where you just were, because your signal was.
Okay.
So better. Coming at 11.
It's a little better.
Damn, I need Wi-Fi together. Shit.
It's a little better, like, but you just get closer to it, like.
Nah, I got a new place, so I didn't get it yet. So
that's good.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, you good though. You good.
Yeah,
where you
right
were just at. Stay there and then say what you gotta.
I was saying, like Pennsylvania is like top 5 right now because Pittsburgh and Pennsylvania been going crazy. Pittsburgh and Philly been going crazy right now. Philadelphia is the highest murder rate of the country so far. I was saying. Then it's like we're not too far behind it on the west side of Pennsylvania. It's like crazy. I just heard a shooting right outside while smoking my black. People.
Oh, nigga spoke to Black and Mild, nigga. Didn't your ass say Black and Miles were nasty, nigga? I told you, nigga.
I never said that.
All right, now. All right.
Now, fuck the Black and Mild too. You didn't hear the
all right,
man.
no,
He said he just heard a shooting.
Yeah.
Man.
Hey, in Memphis, they shot up a damn kid's pizza place, man. I mean, it was. They went live on that. Dude left his fucking kids. Talking about, goddamn, this shooting. I gotta go find my kids, man. He done run off and left his kids, man. I mean, it was terrible, man. It was.
Man,
terrible.
I wouldn't be surprised if Batman show up. It's so bad.
Batman need to show up. Shit, he probably get fucked up today.
It's Gotham City, man.
Where's Charles when we need him? Where's Charles when we need him? Somebody give him the fucking true son.
We need about 1,000 Charles.
Got a rings and some body armor and a cigar.
How'd y'all go from talking to that chick then talking about my city? Like, how did y'all even get from there?
Somebody said she works in the Chicago school system.
Yeah, somebody mentioned she's from Chicago.
No.
Go ahead.
We were just talking about you, bro.
Nothing about her. I know nothing about her being from Chicago, and as far as my memory is concerned, she's not in Chicago at all. And I'm pretty sure I will remember if she told me she was in Chicago.
Well, you stung her good, boy. You stung her.
Yeah, that's just a guess. She didn't actually say. I thought she was from California, because it have a lot of Latino students.
I had some conversation with her, and you know what I'm saying? I spoke to her about where she was. So, you know what I'm saying? If she just said Chicago, I'm pretty sure that would stick out in my mind. You know, I remember anybody who told me they from Chicago or a surrounding area. She didn't tell me that.
RoboCop was from Detroit, and Batman. We'll try to take Batman to save Chicago right now.
Well, they shot
They said they need Judge Dredd, RoboCop, or Batman, or all of them.
It's not that bad. It is not that bad.
Nah, RoboCop might get fucked over. I need Batman,
100%, Roger. That ain't bad. Nigga, you tripping.
Batman, my nigga. That nigga too smart.
In certain areas, they didn't say the whole city. Go ahead,
Roger. I mean, but even in those areas, the worst area in Chicago is the area I grew up hanging out in, chilling, and all that. If you ain't starting nothing, you pretty much gonna get left alone.
Inglewood. You from Inglewood?
Yeah. Man, I ran all up through it, Inglewood growing up.
Yeah, because what's his name? He's from Chicago too. Got a couple of people from Chicago in here. Broke Genius from Chicago.
Chi-town.
Whatever spot you talk about that's bad in Chicago, that's where I was at. If you're talking about Garfield, that was where I was at.
I used to do service calls in Inglewood. I used to walk up and down Inglewood, but that was isolated incidents. I wasn't hanging out. I never hung out in Inglewood.
Okay.
Really?
I mean, there are isolated incidents that can happen, but a lot of stuff in Chicago be somebody doing something. It be over some broad. It be over some drugs or whatever the case is. If you are just minding your own business, I'm not gonna say you might not get just robbed or something like that, because that'll happen to anybody, you know what I'm saying, on a given day. But a lot of the crime got something to do with these broads, and it got something to do with drugs.
That's true.
Well,
I believe that.
You don't mess with nobody. You don't mess with nobody in your city. Like, no, I'm good.
And the whole thing is, if you don't test other people, because you you got certain areas where certain gangs dominate that particular area. Even a lot of gangbangers don't bother you. Like they'll walk up on you, tell you to straighten out your hat. Now you in a different gang. All you gotta do is straighten your hat out. But if you want to be bad and don't straighten it out, then that's a problem. So
don't even wear a hat.
People get passed. No, I'm saying people. There's a lot of people that get passes all the time. All you gotta do is straighten your hat out. You know what I'm saying? You can be big and bad.
Are you sure?
But
You sure? You sure though? Cause them, I be seeing a lot of shit about niggas from Chirac and Chicago and niggas about them hats, man, them fitteds, man. Niggas
it's crews against crews, gangs against gangs, sets against sets, streets, blocks against blocks, and brothers, cousins against other brothers, and it's like Cain and Abel on steroids. I mean, they shooting up funerals and grave sites and pissing on grave sites. And they found out you pissed on a grave site, then they gonna come shoot you.
Well, a lot of that too is that shit gets sensationalized because people try to make it seem like an attack on the Democratic Party, and you know how they do from a racial standpoint. But yeah, Chicago's off the chains. It's bad that like motherfuckers going to Atlanta and doing it because a lot of these motherfuckers are moving. So when they move, they bullshit imports with them or exports with them. So now so I'm not gonna say because Atlanta has its own fuckery, but a lot of that, these rappers are going to Atlanta and then kiss bang bang, and then these fucking Democratic these fucking female mayors ain't gonna do shit because at the end of the day they not gonna really put an iron fist on shit. That's part of the reason why they're cool with being there, because they'll let shit run, lower fucking real estate prices so gentrification can happen. Because Glendon was talking about that in Atlanta and saying a lot of these white folks are getting mad, so they starting to do what they do, taking political action, seceding certain towns, basically removing so they got to deal with only their police force that they fund, and then they leave the county, the blacks, basically to like Fulton County and stuff, and they're already starting to like carve out the architecture. So a lot of this accelerates a lot of the
gentrification.
Yeah, especially now that COVID kind of paused some of that, although some of the developers kept certain things moving. So you got to always look at that. And this is why they like keeping shit the way it is with a lot of these single fucking mothers running shit, because all you got to do is move the damn the
woman out.
Yeah, you move the Section 8 shit where they move, the gangs are gonna move, because a lot of these motherfuckers don't got shit in their name, they got shit in their fucking baby mom's name. This is where a lot of the bitches come in, where these niggas are always killing over
single
bitches.
mother strongholds. Single mother strongholds. A lot of those places.
So I just wanted the reason why I came up is I don't know if that's Kevin for real. Damn,
it's true, Kevin.
But yeah,
I think it is. Yeah,
like man, I made sure motherfuckers could see my face too, because I want people to understand how serious I was. That bitch that put that goddamn petition out there, I couldn't believe that was fucking Goldie. And I made sure I confirmed the channel and everything, and I went through all the shit that like the breakdown went through Roger, with Danielle, and just the bullshit these chicks are on, man. Hell, I was even on Nurse Nerd, one of my favorite channels. And you got this fucking light skinned chick that's out of Harlem. She just started wilding on me. And I had a back chat with her because Nurse said, I want y'all to be friends. And then she sitting there saying, well, you saw his content. And then you just went off. And she kept saying that she ain't never seen my content. She assumed I was one of those people because she's triggered. No, it wasn't Cynthia. She's triggered. But here's what's funny. What's funny is these women love to believe that we just need to exert our leadership. She kept on coming back to that she doesn't feel safe in Harlem because black men won't exert their leadership. And I'm sitting here going through the thing, telling her the laws and all of that. And see, the single mother problem because y'all want to be single mothers. That's some shit y'all are doing. And she even admitted it when she said that she doesn't believe in marrying before you carry. Talk about everybody ain't gonna do. Oh, by the way, in New York, if you don't make $100,000 a year, you're broke. but she understands the math doesn't work. So you're not gonna have a kid if you believe that. So she can believe in marrying before you carry. And see, this is the loopity loop of BS that we got to deal with these females, man. And that's,
they all come out with that. You got to have vision. You got to have vision, Willie. You know, it's just,
potential.
Yeah, you got to have vision.
No, we have vision. They just don't want to fucking follow it. That's the problem.
But that's not quantifiable. What is that? Put a number on that.
They always say that the man is not ambitious enough. He's not trying enough. He's not making enough money. It's not his fault that the black men and boys are not able to read. All of this stuff. They don't give a shit about any of that. And just like BGS said, he said, look, y'all got the reins. Y'all in power. Y'all have all this political power. What are you doing? You can change some of this damn crime. You can go and put more police out on the streets. You can help send money and fund some of these programs to help these boys get educated. But what are they doing? Nothing. They're doing shit for themselves because they're out for self, not the community.
And all of that comes back to them trying to say black men are not trying enough, and it's you got to hear it. But going back, because I want to get focused. Going back to like Dennis said something really profound. Dennis Sperling, he said he said he'll call black women lovely ladies, and I get that. But what he's been posting, he said you could have the most random nothing person. Like they have no evidence, nothing. They are not saying anything, and they can just create this chaos. And BJs, you've talked to Goldie.
Yeah,
I've talked. You know what? Huh?
Yeah, I think Kevin wants to get in. So if anybody is not talking, can you guys?
I'll step out. I'll step out for him.
So you know
later, guys.
Yes, he told you to check your email.
I did.
The chat.
Yeah, I just responded to him.
You know the clockwork that she's working with. Yet she's able to create all this. It ain't gonna do nothing at the end of the day, but the fact that she's able to create all this bullshit. And when I was listening to the initial interview that the breakdown did, they all excited. Oh, this has the buzz to this and that and da 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 and da da da. And I'm like, do you not understand what you accuse? You accuse it like, do you? This is some Emmett Till crap you just did. You're putting a black female's face in front of it. And you think it's a fucking game. And then here's what's crazy. What she kept saying, and this is what people say, well, what does that have to do with you, Edward? She kept saying, well, he's the leader of the basically us. So so that was her. She even said it. That's her proxy to attack all of us. And I'm like, we let you on our panels. And even in the same breath, she would say, well, I'm still subscribed to Kevin. He has some really good. I'm like, yo, y'all think
it's a game.
She did say that too. I was like, Brad, say goodbye.
Yeah, they're not used to being challenged on their BS. That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. Women are not used to being challenged on their BS. That's why when I challenged her on what she was saying, she went blank with answers. She just ain't used to being challenged
on it either.
And she kept dancing around it too. Kept dancing around it.
And he stood on it.
And what I was trying to tell her, and I was trying to explain, not just to her but also everybody else, right, is that anybody that's a content creator knows how strict YouTube is. Roger can tell you how strict YouTube is about their rules, especially toward black men, right? If Kevin was saying anything, I do mean anything that's out of bounds, they'll try to take his channel, they'll try to take his videos down. You know that he's not doing it because they would actually go after him, because that's part of the rules. As YouTube, as one of the first things to say is promoting violence on YouTube, right? That's one of the first things.
She said that Kevin said at one point that he said something about rearranging the furniture in a female's mouth. I said, nigga,
he never said that
shit.
No, he didn't say that.
Hold on. Yeah, I was laughing.
He said he should have kicked the furniture out your mouth. That's what he said. That's what he said.
That Instagram. Do you understand how that would be the most viral shit ever?
Yeah,
that shit would be on the main. That
he
shit would
should have. There's a difference.
Well,
every female that's around with a clip. The thing is, what Kevin would say, if you listen to what he says, because I listen very carefully. He said the reason that you can jump, that a 5'3" woman can jump on a 6'4" guy's face is because they know there's no threat of violence from that man.
Yeah.
Because if he thought that he would actually break your jaw, you wouldn't do that. That's what he said.
So
you saw that on.
He said, that there's because of the laws, because of the police, that you won't be touched. That's like if you have all this mouth and all this masculine energy. That's what he said.
You saw that on the Fresh and Fit podcast.
I want to bring
right
this
there
home.
on the Fresh and Fit podcast.
Well, he said it multiple times. He said it more than once.
Yeah.
He said the reason that you can get away with this masculine energy and men cannot, because there's a low level threat of violence that you're gonna get your jaw cracked if you get out of line.
And
but
I want to
don't have that.
And I want to bring this home. All these guys y'all were talking about, the kiss, bang, bang type of dudes, Chicago, Atlanta, Philly. These women are swinging on them too.
Mm-hmm.
Like these are, they are not like and the thing about it is, it's crazy because they'll sit there and say they don't feel safe or they don't believe this or believe that. But I'm like, these are the guys. You all are very comfortable with these guys. So, and this is before they go to jail, after they go to jail. And so for you all to sit here and it's like all of the crap about what's going on with the community only wants to happen once it's time to dole out accountability that people talk about in the National Guard and stuff like that. Now they want to act like they're victims. So again, going back to this masculine, and it's not some old stuff. Like how many young dudes have we said come up here like 19, 18? The dudes that are 6'2". We ain't talking about no small dudes. Talking about they done got swung on. But
shit, nigga, I'm here right now.
And drug.
Yeah.
I mean, I done count like 5 dudes so far that's like under the age of 20, and they saying I'm 6'2", this. Hey, my woman, she be swinging on me. Smurgo talk about a 4x4 getting took his head. I'm like, what?
Yeah, Smurgo.
I didn't have my afro snatched.
Mike Rashid said the same thing about women, his black woman doing violence against him. It's common.
Y'all better learn how to get y'all pimp hands strong when they retaliate like that. Looky here.
You better not.
It's your own risk.
You dealing with a different type of female. The way you see with black, the only thing black men can really do right now is as soon as a female shows any propensity to do that, you gotta be like, yo, you gotta have your ghost game on. Being like, you got to teleport like Raiden or something, because you can't give, because see the thing, and here's the thing people got to understand, it's not, these women are not, I know these women are not just swinging on these people out of nowhere. What it is they show propensity to do this stuff and then it escalates. It's the same thing in reverse when women talk about abuse with a dude. They will the dude starts at a certain thing, and a lot of it starts with that mouth. But see now, because these millennials, they ain't never touched anything. They ain't never seen a dude checking anything. They're starting to act like, I'm saying it this way because it needs to be said. They starting to act like wild animals. And then they start to and think about this. This is
Kendra calls them hyenas, Tsunami.
Yeah, and here's the thing.
She calls them hyenas.
And guess what? Their sexual attraction becomes to wild animals as well, because then it becomes the masculinity that they require in order to be sexually turned on becomes like no, for real, think about it.
That wasn't for you, bro. That wasn't for you.
No, I'm just saying
the issue that happens here is that the women, even though they keep talking about they feel unsafe, they feel the safest around people acting like straight niggas, because straight niggas protect them.
Yeah,
that's what the problem is. The niggas they talking about that they don't feel safe around is the very niggas they feel the most comfortable around, because they can talk crazy to other niggas. And then if I'm walking down the street and she say something to me, she don't expect me to bust her in the head just because she with 3-4 other guys.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? And the only time that's a situation is you have a person like myself that when you talk to me and I can't see an easy resolve and I think you gonna do something, I'm just gonna go ahead and start whooping niggas.
That's what happened.
I've been involved in that gang. Well, I've never been involved in the gang, but I've had gang niggas jumping. You see what I'm saying? I done fought. If I told you the story, y'all wouldn't even necessarily believe it.
Probably
most people don't even believe the stuff I've been through. You know what I'm saying?
I believe
you, Roger.
Well,
nigga, you from Chirac. We believe you.
I done been through the same shit.
Everybody has.
Yeah, and a lot of these. Yeah, and a lot of these dudes are getting tired of this crap.
The thing is, the women are just lying. And ain't nobody calling them out on it. You know what I'm saying? Every word that a man would feel any kind of intimidation is a very safe place for a woman.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, that nigga still want to have sex with her.
And see, another thing that they don't want to own up to is that, by putting this shit out here saying that, Kevin's, advocating violence against women and all that type of shit. I mean, y'all remember the incident that happened with Tommy when Tommy went out there and you had these niggas going out trying to essentially correct him because they felt like he didn't have the right position with women. Tommy could have got his ass killed.
Man, they got.
I remember
that's what they was attempting
to do. That's what they attacked him for because you want to talk grimy about women,
Man,
old soft ass nigga, and they got him, and see that's another thing. That's the threat of that proxy violence.
You talking about that Sinetta event? David showed up at that Sinetta event.
Yeah, you got them brothers with dreads up in there, and they socked him in the mouth. He said that, man, you done punched me in the mouth. Shit, he should have been turning his ass around and getting up out of there.
David Carroll literally warned Kevin one time about a possibility of something like that happening. And I hope that don't even happen like that. But like me and Roger was actually kind of on the same panel for a hot second, so he can speak to that chick that was. I mean, I love it when you get on a panel and then mofos just start getting this energy like they think they don't like you because of what they think you done said, even though they ain't listen to none of your content. And then when you start getting into, because I'll ask the questions, is the black community a patriarchy, matriarchy?
That part.
They don't understand none of that
then
shit.
people want to say it's a failed patriarchy. And I'm like, okay, well, how are black men running the community? And then they don't want to.
When have they even ever been a patriarchy? People don't even realize
this is what the argument was. The argument was it's a patriarchy because we're men. Well, where black men had control? Well, you're men. And I'm like, this stuff isn't automatic. And so it's just this cognitive dissonance where people want to blame men, but at the same time, I started to get an idea where she was at. And she confirmed that she was like, she's in Harlem because she was talking about she don't feel safe. Talking about she got a gun packing because she walking in the street. You understand how much I'm
bro. Come on now.
I'm like, yo, but you saying you ain't never gonna leave the place. You ain't never gonna leave Harlem.
Stupid.
But you complaining about you can't walk down the street. See, that's a choice at that point. Just like with Chicago. Look, I got respect for people that stayed, but at the end of the day, my mom got us the fuck out of there. Like certain things are a choice at some point. And like I said, I mean, BGS stayed throughout, LA throughout all the craziness. But don't sit here and do all this crazy complaining and you want to blame somebody, but at the same time, you like, well, I ain't going nowhere. I ain't do. See, and again, man, this is why we can't get nowhere, and this is why this stuff gets so frustrating to me because it's just you got people that they just want to sell the bullshit, and they just keep wanting to sell it, and hold on to it, and it's like, man, fuck all this. Man.
Well, you see, she has so many issues. She's going to these old men are trying to date these younger women. These younger women don't know how to, it's like she's trying to remove.
About Goldie,
Goldie's trying to.
Oh yeah, that's predatory. 50-year-olds dating 20-year-olds. Right. And as soon as you said, as soon as you said something about women doing it, what did she say? What did she say?
She had no issues with that.
When she was asked about gold digging, what did she say? They're not as advanced.
Yeah, they're just.
That just sounds like to me. She's just upset that men have choices.
Yeah, what she's really mad about is that, and Roger can chime in on this. Roger goes in on single mothers, and she gets upset because she believes that black men still need to stand up and are responsible for these unmarried women with children, right? That's what she wants. She's been consistent throughout the whole time she was on Rogers' channel, and that's what she really believes. And that's how come we used to beat up on her about that kind of shit. That women have to take responsibility.
Yeah, we need to do her like we did Blue Jasmine and give her 15 minutes so she go ahead and look real stupid. Like for
she
real.
Got it.
No, she ain't been interviewed like that.
She done that already.
She ducking the fade. She's ducking the fade.
She's going on tour now.
Hey.
I thought Roger handled that.
No,
she's ducking it. She's not going.
She's going on other bigger platforms. That is coming. Trust me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I know it's coming. She's going on bigger platforms to spread this. And she's gonna go to places where niggas ain't gonna check her too.
Yeah,
That's my
exactly.
bet.
And well, absolutely. Like she's gonna she ain't gonna go to. That's why I was talking about her going through the Manosphere tour. What she's going to do is she's gonna go because she already done defended Cynthia G. She literally said literally that was a question. That was a question that was asked, and she literally tried to play the Cynthia G as whole black man accountable card.
Cynthia has said worse shit, far worse shit than Kevin has ever said. You know, and if anybody needs to be
big facts,
it's her, man. I'm telling you, I've been on there, man, and I'm gonna tell you some of the stuff that she gets away with. I cannot believe the shit I'm hearing on there.
Yeah,
and y'all told me to stay up out of there, but I had to go check out.
Well, what's funny?
Hey, Rodney,
what is it? What is it? The hard head make a soft ass, right?
Yes, sir. My ass is soft as hell.
Well, what's funny is
maybe you could cure her vaginal vaginal.
Oh shit!
You might do us all a service.
What's funny? Well, what's funny is that even Concrete and Danielle, even they have their only level of bullshit, and you see it come out if you heard them talk. And
that shit stopped when I got up there, though.
Yeah, they sure the fuck did. Yes, it did, because they was saving her, man. Every time something happened, they was saving her. I'm like, stop saving her.
But there was a couple
Black
of
Knight
times
entered the room and they shut the entire fuck up.
I don't know.
Well, what you talk about the after show?
No, yeah, the after show when I jumped up at the end.
Oh yeah,
they got right all of a sudden. They got quiet.
Yeah, and that's the thing about that that kills me is when you, and this is the thing, that's the main point that Danielle and Concrete need to understand. Anybody, like, shout out to Black Huru. Black Huru will be the first one to say, because he stayed on me about even engaging with women like that. He will say that's what makes you a part of the problem. Ooh. That's because I promise you, if that video that Kendra did, Crimson Cure did with Danica Marie, where they're together, she's not gonna do that. Like this thing where y'all think it's not.
Danica Marie would tear her apart.
Well, they did a stream together. I actually gotta check that out. But they did it on her channel. But you already know Kendra didn't go on there on some agreeable go along to get along stuff. So probably Danica modulated her, so it modulated herself, so it didn't seem like it was that contentious. But my thing is they think it's a game. And even how Danielle and were going, like, you don't really understand what you accused. It's like, this is how much, like, y'all want attention. That y'all will sit here and really try to Emmett Till a brother. Like, Bill Cosby just got out of jail over the whistlings of a whole bunch of white females and black women. It's like, y'all want the right to be able to do that. And this, and dudes that look at that would have every right to say, they would have every right to put y'all on the enemy list on that. Like if Jessica X would did some crap like that, man, these mugs would be going, like some of the dudes in this space would be going off. And so it shouldn't take BGS to come in there for y'all to act like y'all know what y'all talking about. It means y'all always knew what y'all was talking about. But
she's mommy. So, she's just mommy.
Yeah, well, you know they like to stay off code on purpose.
But exactly. But the thing is, like, when you sit there and if she starts going to all these females channels and then starting to throw black men under the bus under the guise of attention, this ain't gonna go nowhere as far as affecting Kevin. I told you, like I said, Kevin should sue her. I mean, personally.
Yeah. Maybe he should start tagging. Yeah, he should start tagging some of these people and make them have some effects against these lies.
She's not after Kevin. She's after the people that's left after us.
Hold on.
I understand that, but Kevin was the one. When you look, I'm talking seriously. Like when you look at a lawsuit, number one, Kevin was mentioned. Number two, when you look at these interviews that she's doing, she's confirming it. She can't just then say, "Oh, well, this is just something I put on chain." No. You're actually confirming these things. You're not really showing any evidence. You are slander. This is the textbook definition of what slander is. Am I wrong?
Y'all don't see a strag. Y'all don't see.
One at a time.
Hold on, John. One at a time. Who's first?
Am I wrong about the slander?
No. Who's first? Somebody else.
Y'all don't see. Y'all don't see a strag. Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Roger, and then Broke Beans.
Okay, well, my thing is, yes, she is slandering him, and I did call her out for that, and they just not used to it. But my thing is, this is how women, like I said on their show earlier, this is just another way for women trying to get a man killed and keep their hands clean at the whole time. When you saying all this violent stuff, and you know Kevin is out there, his face is known and all that type of stuff, people gonna recognize him. If she can inspire some man to go after Kevin, because niggas don't check on
David
stuff.
said that.
Yeah, niggas don't check on stuff. So they just gonna take what somebody said about him in a confused conversations, like playing that telephone game where you tell enough people enough time that there's a whole different message. Next thing you know, Kevin done lynched 3 chicks from a tree, and then you got a pack of niggas looking for him.
And,
you know what I'm saying?
and Kevin in the matriarchy capital. Go ahead.
This is all I got to say.
My whole point is that's trying to get him killed, and men need to call that out. You're trying to get him killed.
What I could see is my observation of today is a broke, strag baby mama looking for attention. She got the attention. I don't know who else gonna give her some more attention, and that's all I see.
But just like Roger said, those are the ones that people run out and try to protect the most. You know?
Unfortunately,
it is.
Yeah. Unfortunately, the thing is that in the black community, we love drama, and unfortunately, men love drama almost as much as the women do.
Yeah, because that's a black woman.
It's just gonna be like flies to shit, right? This is gonna swarm. Okay.
And what you gentlemen also need to recognize is
one time.
What you gentlemen need to recognize is this: those same low lives that's defending that style of woman, they were born to women like that. So that you understand? That's why it ain't gonna stop, and these girls see it, know it.
And speaking,
correct, and she does want attention too. Because I just said, you know what? Let me go look her channel again and see how many subs she got. She's still not close to being monetized. She's trying to get people to subscribe so she can get to a level of monetization.
And she talking about she got a group of 1,500.
And how do you do that, Roger? Be decisive. Be divisive. Be divisive.
Well, it ain't even that. You can be divisive, but like the stuff she just like she's way. And again, I'm not on I don't necessarily throw out the Sue card like that, but the stuff that she's saying, like, and some of y'all said something I didn't even pick up on because that was what David Carroll was saying. What some of y'all was saying, like, it's way beyond the pale. And it's almost like she has a mental, I'm not taking her accountability off of it, but it almost like she has a narcissistic thing about it where she can't even empathize with what she's doing. Right. And like she really and I don't know if it's that she autistic, which I don't think she is, because it's like there's a disconnect in like reality of what she's doing versus like the actual kinetic impact. And yeah, look, I can understand that she may have said, "Oh well, I didn't think that was gonna go nowhere." Well, now here we are. So yeah, I mean, so anyway, like
Edward, if you see black men as valueless. If you see black men as valueless, there's nothing wrong with what she's doing. It ain't. There's no disconnect. She's showing you what she thinks about black men. That's why I came up there and I took it personal. I don't know Kevin at all.
Talk.
I take that person because it ain't about him. You're doing something. He's just a black man in the seat right now with the big name. You do it to any other dude that was in that same spot.
Well, you know, Roger, she said that. She said that, well, Kevin is emboldening all of these other men in the manosphere and the men that he represents. So she's going after all of us.
Well, yeah, and the thing about her saying that too, it's like, yo, so you got to actually show any kind of uptick. The stuff she talking about is stuff women have been saying before 2.0 and in many ways before 1.0. She sound like Jamila Lemieux and the stuff they were saying way before any of these guys came on. See, and this is where her being goofy comes up. You're looking at social media. You ain't even looking at social media. You're really looking at YouTube. And outside of that, I can show you that a lot of black women are complaining about those same things that predates like any of these guys. So again, you're pretty much just trying to connect that to something else and see what this is. This is somebody that's never been held accountable to something. And this is where, and again, Kevin's talking about, and I will be here. He's talking about like black men need to stand up and speak out. And you're starting to get dudes like Dennis, the lead attorney, Pocket Watch with JT, which is not talking about the woman stuff, but talk about other stuff. Well, then now this is kind of comes right back at him. Like you're going to I'm not even saying this for the whole manosphere. I'm talking about this for him. basically you letting this person kind of low key really seriously put you in danger. And Kevin's talked about him with the litigiousness again, or at least doing the thing. But see, I understand how that'll look. See, the thing about it is this could be a bait, and if he do something, then it's gonna be woe is me. I'm the black woman. Look at him attacking. Another thing is Boyce is supposed to be interviewing Boyce. One of Boyce's lieutenants with Vicky Diller is supposed to be interviewing Derek Jackson.
I'll go look at that one myself.
Right.
Yeah,
that just came out today. I
want to see
Vicky Weed Dillard.
Yeah, so the guy not to stripe him back. It's funny.
I heard that. Well,
there's a much bigger picture, y'all. There's a much bigger picture. What she's trying to do is play off the ignorance of people.
Yes.
We know there's a black manosphere. We know a bunch of these talking points that we have running all up through the black manosphere. This ain't about Kevin. Kevin will be used like he the nigga that made all this up. Yeah. And he the dude with the big name. So now they're going to try to use him to say he was the first one. He came up with all these ideas, and all these other niggas, so they just think like what he's thinking. And if it wasn't for him saying this stuff, then they'd have never said this stuff. So now he is creating the problem. She's trying to play off the ignorance of people.
And you know what in the manosphere, and you know what I'm paying attention to? All these females, because you can't say you didn't know about this change.org stuff. All these females want to act like, we all about black men coming together, and they're not antagonistic to the manosphere. They quiet as a church mouse now, and don't think I ain't paying attention to that. I ain't seen one female rebut them at all. That includes the breakdown. Like, and then this providing a platform, that's bullshit. Because truth be told, we ain't, Jap. The thing is, Jap ain't even that bad, and we don't even be going to the level that he goes in a lot of ways. And we don't even provide a platform for that type of rhetoric like that. So for you all to sit there and allow, again, you all cannot say y'all want a black community and then y'all want to be quiet on stuff like this. Like, for real. It was that Latin woman. It took a Latin woman to put why Kevin should be on board. Like, again, man,
absolutely.
Do pay attention to that, yo.
Let me read the super chat.
So this is a proxy.
Let me Roger, let me read the super chat, sir. Yeah. Okay. From Gold Professor, the fact is black men and boys are still being used for others' benefit, especially a large number of black women, directly or indirectly. That's from Gold Professor. Okay. Freedmen's Journal. Great to hear brothers chopping it up. Okay. Appreciate y'all. Go ahead, Roger.
Well, my point is because of the ignorance of people. You know what I'm saying? I'm only talking about from a lack of knowledge. When you sell this thing about Kevin got all these other dudes popping up, niggas don't read, niggas don't check. Then they start discovering all these other channels. They just gonna believe abroad. Period. Yeah. And now, guess what? Now he is an actual danger.
Yeah.
And that's what the problem is. This is a way to get that man killed while having your hands clean at the same time. And my thing is, we need to take it as that serious.
This is the gynocracy at work. This is literally how that works. And again, you look at Cynthia G before. What did Cynthia G do? And I don't put it past Cynthia G put her up to this, because what was she talking about? Nyla actually had me up there talking about I'm illicit violence. Remember that? That was like 2 weeks ago. All that violence, illicitness against black women. I made sure I kept that stream up just to show how much of a fuck I did not give. Talking about, you're trying to find her location and look at what you're doing. Nyla was doing that. See, this is what
trying to find that. Okay, let me shut up.
But I'm talking about to Cynthia G. But the point is, this is what they do.
We got people in Seattle. We want
Edward, both of them are quintessential gaslighters. We know this, bro.
But hold on. But this ain't. But understand, this is not the normal early 2.0. This ain't even the list bullshit. This is it's what Rogers said. Yeah. And the thing is, and that's what I'm saying. These motherfuckers need to be I get that it'll look bad because Roger is actually right, and I didn't consider this. This is on some Fox News shit. It's designed to deal with people that ain't really on social media like that. So if you yell rape, because that's essentially what they're doing.
Ooh, don't say that.
But that's what they're doing.
Well,
Careful,
and,
man.
well, they're saying violence too, but then you got to look on Cynthia and Nyla's show. Both of them, they were both advocating women to go out and get armed because black men in general are a threat to them. Now, the question that I have is, after Roger said all of this,
probably going to be threat to
and
bad
both
witches, but okay, let me shut up.
and both and Edward too, and also BGS. What do y'all think? Do y'all think that they're going to try to they would try to basically attack Kevin as if he's the head, or if they would just basically systematically come down and try to hit us as individuals?
The thing is because Kevin is in the spotlight and Kevin is the focus right now as far as mainstream media is concerned, because you got he's the lightning rod right now.
Mm-hmm.
So they're going to try to bring down a lightning rod, and hopefully we'll go back to sleep, or at least not have the same kind of a push in mainstream media like we have now. So that's how come they're focusing on him.
Yeah, and Nyla even said that a couple of weeks ago. What did she say? She said, now that Kevin's got 1 million subs, we gonna like they be doing stuff behind the scene, like the sneaky. I mean, even David Carroll was talking about that witchcraft. Like they be on there's degrees to it. So I ain't saying the women I meant to be on that, but like when you look at Brooke, like the depths of the shit that these motherfuckers be on, that dark ones, it is really something. Like I don't even go as deep as it could go to be. I get to a point where this is some shit I can't do.
The thing is what I brought up to her, the same thing. I said YouTube. I said if you thought that you had a case, you wouldn't have to need a petition. You go right to YouTube and go to their terms of agreements, right? About having a YouTube channel. If it violates the terms of agreement, they will take it down in a heartbeat. But you cannot prove that because it doesn't.
Yeah, so this is a tactic, just like the Lifetime specials on everybody else. You can't beat them in the law. So basically, you go get a special and you try to change everybody's mind about it.
Which is what they did with Bill Cosby.
Can't trust him. Trust them.
That's textbook. And what I'm looking for is, quite frankly, a lot of these women that want to talk about same team and all this other. This is going to be the type of stuff y'all gonna have to check too. This cannot be seen as a gender war stuff.
In 3 months, all this shit will go away because the shit will hit the fucking fan. All this shit will go away.
Yep. Indeed,
it's gonna go away. It's already basically this. They're actually flailing, okay? Because the shit's getting ready to hit the fan. They're flailing.
Yeah, even
they are, but
it was
they
funny.
are. But I just want to know that. I just want to say that, you know what I'm saying. Me being from Chicago, from the hood, and all that type of stuff. For a person that people did try to kill, I know what it sounds like when you trying to get a nigga killed. Now you can wrap that up in as big as bowl as you want to, and people don't have to accept what I'm saying. But I know what it sounds like when you trying to get a nigga killed.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's right here.
You ain't lying, Roger. You ain't lying.
We have to show our support, man. We really have to show our support.
What this thing though?
For the message.
One time. Go ahead.
I was going to say.
No, hold on. Rodney's talking. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I'm an advocate for showing support for everybody's channel, for Rogers, for BGS's, everybody that's trying to put in the good fight, especially all our professors that are in here, our PhDs in here, because they're putting it out. This is a multi-tiered, approach to this, and if we keep doing it the way that we're doing, we'll have an effect. But we do have to call this out. This is a hit job. It really is. And with them saying the things that they're doing is exactly what Roger's saying. It sounds exactly like it is. It is them trying to get this man knocked off by somebody who's going to come in trying to be Captain Save-A-Hole to basically restore their dignity and honor. And that's bullshit. We cannot allow this type of rhetoric.
I gotta go.
Hold on. Go ahead, Smitty.
I was gonna say, I think it's too late for that though, because I was on Kevin Samuels' Instagram story. He has an upcoming NBA draft star shouting him out, saying he needs to do interviews with these industry chicks. Nobody, ever since Derrick Jackson got exposed, nobody's coming out and trying to save himself no more. Yeah, they're trying to bring him back, but he's dead. You can't resurrect his ass. It's too late. It's way too late. There's too many men peeping game. Even if they're not even heard of the man spare or anything.
Yeah, we ain't even heard shit from him.
Yeah, even
like when even just in the middle of the street, you talking to these dudes. These young men have a different mind frame. They not messing with any of these women. They're just letting them die alone and not even fucking with them.
Smitty, that's actually a really, really interesting point you put on there because I found a couple of younger folks. Like one is a particular like real light skinned black woman. I'm shout her out, but she's a good video. I actually put it on the tail end of my channel. And because when you look at how some of these people are, like some of these young people are internalizing what Kevin say, like some of them do think it's funny because they're doing reaction videos of Kevin stuff. We're not even going to talk about like the comedians too, the black comedians on Instagram and stuff. And so you don't see a lot of stuff with the Instagram, but there are a lot of people that's actually internalizing what he's saying in a positive way and actually seeing the dialogue from well, I ain't trying to do this because I see what these women that are 40, like, you know, the real, because even like the cocktails and queens and Claudia Jordan really disappointed me, yo, like for real. But you see them
money.
So yeah, I didn't think about the fact that Kevin might be really like this close to really popping over the mainstream. Because remember, Shaq shouted him out too, so this is like the last real ditch effort. Which again is why I go to the lawsuit thing because look, let's keep it real. Tasha K, look, I like Tasha K, and I'm team Tasha K over Cardi B, no matter whatever. But real talk, this is how Tasha K got caught up. Cardi B successfully got 70,000. She was smart because they said if you give her too much money of a charge, you're not gonna get no money. They made sure they got the money. They knew Tasha K could pay up, but it'll hurt. And so now Tasha K got to pay that money because she won that lawsuit. And all these, and it's funny because these same black females, all of them are siding with Cardi B. Talk about Tasha K, the way she do her stuff, and blah blah blah. They talk about her worse than Wendy Williams. But my point is, women talking this like out of their mouth and it ain't true, yo, that can be successful. You can be sued. Because they said something about her having HIV.
What?
Cardi B.
I wouldn't doubt it, but the thing is, you can't say that without proof.
Yeah, and that's what Cardi B said, and her team was able to get that lawsuit won. And Tasha K, I didn't think if she thought that would happen, but they was talking concern. I've heard certain people talk about she trying to move money through her husband, and I'm like, you're not gonna be able to do that, like, because you're married.
Erwin, you know what that equals? Tasha K shouldn't have been talking shit.
Well, the thing is, at that point, she's big enough. Just pay the fine and keep it moving, man. Then you'll dies and that kind of stuff. But not over 70K.
Yeah, and learn from it. You know,
and learn from it. Yeah.
Hey, BGS.
Sir.
What the song when everybody was talking about this, you gotta say goodbye. The song I was thinking of was the only song I could think of, man. Hey, Kiss and Say Goodbye by the Manhattan.
I had to leave.
Oh, good Lord. Okay.
Oh man.
I mean, yeah, I can believe that.
I get it, I get a curl for that. I get a curl for that. Shit, a black jacket, some pants.
Well, for sure. Before I hop off, I did want to ask y'all this question. Roger was on there too, and we were on Nurse Nerds, and we were talking about the Sha'Carri. She did a video talking about Sha'Carri versus Gabby, and she kept on saying that Sha'Carri was getting promoted than like what Gabby said, and she's talking about that's the end. Like, well, y'all say y'all want feminine black women, yeah, Sha'Carri is getting promoted so much more than Gabby, and I was like, we're trying to tell her, I'm like, you're kind of drawing conclusions that's not really the same. I mean.
She's not the
Gabby's retired.
She's not the sharpest knife in the drawer, man. Come on.
Mm-hmm.
Roger, since we're on Kev's time, tell him to drop me a line, man. I'll actually promote his show for tomorrow because I'm on at the same time he's on. I'm sure that's probably why people are flowing this way. So just
okay, we'll do.
I keep telling you that's why you need to. BGS. I know you get mad when I say it, but yeah, that's why you need to reactivate that BGS for women. Even if you do it like bi-weekly at this point,
because you really need to, boss. Because need some fucking help.
I don't even know if women will even show up if I even do it.
They will, because I'm gonna tell you, like, dude, you had multiple women of different accents, and there's plenty. Like, even when I was on, like I said, Nurse Nerd, you had like a UK chick. There's women, another chick that was married. Like, because these motherfuckers, like, oh man, I'm glad you reminded me. The one thing she said that really made me mad, that light skinned chick, was she was talking about how when we say 53% of black men don't have kids, she's talking about that's up to 18 years old. That's like 10 teenagers.
Yeah.
You talking about Tommy Lee?
Oh,
No, not Tommy Lee. No, this is
What's
some
the chick's
no-name
name?
chick. I don't know, and I don't care. Now, I think it was a blobby or anything.
Well, the one that we was talking to earlier. What was her name? You know, the one that just did the damn the petition. Anyway, she was on that saying the same thing. Well, I think she told you, BS. She was saying, well, as you know, you're with your PhDs that any statistic can be read any way that you want it to. Nah, motherfucker, you are gonna adhere to this science, or you are not gonna use it at all. You're not gonna throw statistics and not be able to substantiate.
And she didn't. Yeah, and Concrete said the same. Concrete was talking about how, well, biracial kids count as black too. So if black men were out here having kids with non-black women, and that's throwing up the number. And so the single mother rate is really the biracial kid rate that doesn't have a married. Like they're not born to a married household, so it's black men really having all these biracial kids, and that's why the number looks bad and black women are getting. That's what Concrete said when she was on the thing. So yeah, man, we need I need to go get these links.
That was another get the fuck out of here moment.
If she believes that, then she needs to go out and prove it because I didn't say why it was actually that way. But the thing is that then why are they undercounting all these babies toward black men by birth certificate? Yeah. Okay, they're not going by the household; they're going by birth certificate.
Mm-hmm.
And so why are the women lying about who the daddy is or what color he is?
Shame, straight shame.
You're right. That's another thing too, because they talk about 33% of black men are raising kids that they don't know. They think it's theirs, but they don't know. Like it's in that. So
I gotta find it. It's actually the rate is probably about 33%. But the thing is, there was actually a study that says that the false paternity rate for black men is 37%.
Yeah, so we're not even adding it.
One time. Go ahead.
The 33 was only about the married men. That ain't got nothing to do about the men that's paying for kids that ain't theirs, that ain't married.
Oh yeah.
Who knows what that percentage is?
Because we can't statistically prove that, you don't hear us really bring that up like that. Go ahead.
But you see, most of these black women are against those paternity tests too.
Yeah. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And they so quick to lie. They so quick to lie at that hospital because when they get a baby by a white man, they prefer saying it's by a black man unless the white man is in the picture. And most of them can't get a white man in the picture. So they rather say a nigga did it.
So
what you say, Roger? Just can't blame that white boy, huh? Can't blame him.
Ain't gonna do it.
They trying to cover up that Jody Turner bullshit, and they sitting there trying to bring up why haven't we talked about that goofy ass nigga that did those slave pictures with that white bitch? They tell me a lot of people didn't cover that. A lot of people didn't cover that, even though a lot of those sisters didn't cover that.
I said I wouldn't cover it because I don't cover it when it's on the opposite. I don't cover the chicks that actually do this, the slave play. So
I'm about to say that.
Said if you start covering the chicks who do the slave play, then you have a right to call all the men out
for 2 years.
Yeah.
And but on the statistics, so it's a lot of these because one thing that I like about the BGS women, even if you keep the same, because now we got a lot of dudes. You got dudes you can pull up. I'm talking about Serta. You ain't gonna pull me up because I'm pulling shit up. But Ron Wills and you got cousin
T-Tone.
Yeah, you got a whole good group of sanctioned dudes that can kind of come up one. And I think it'll actually ground it because there's certain deeper things that you'll go through there that What's Card can't always go through. Mm-hmm. And again, I do think a lot of people value, especially with the rise of a lot of these female channels too, these new channels where it's okay, we can point people here, and I always like anchoring it back to us where we can show we have the information. But see, they basically want to relitigate everything. They want to basically pretend that that 53%, that ain't true. That's only up till 18. I'm
Edward, BGS said they were gonna be coming back to the table. They were gonna be coming.
Even Obsidian said that black men are the number one bachelors, and part of being a bachelor is not having a kid. So this is not something we're just making up. It's all and now they're trying to say, well, we're just lying. We're lying. So now we got to really bring back you know how this stuff goes in loops where they start, you know, Chrissy and Paris used to do it, where they say we're lying, then we bring out the data, then they come back and say, you got me. I actually like those stuggos and blah, 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 those white men. Like, we got to bring them. Now you got new people trying to recycle the stuff, like saying, oh, well, this isn't really true.
Well, we basically between Chrissy and Cynthia G and all those crew, we actually call the truth. Like, you don't mess with us, we're not gonna mess with you. The thing is, anybody else coming in here, you're gonna get obliterated. Yeah, you get obliterated. We're not playing this stuff no more.
For sure, because I got a grenade myself.
Yeah. Anyway,
and I would definitely love to try one of these dumbass females.
True.
Definitely.
Let me read this super chat. It's from the Sneak. Black woman putting out the bat signal, looking for a crash test dummy like Tyrone Muhammad.
Yeah,
bricks through the Chinese nail shop to run down.
That's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly.
Leave that nigga Tyrone alone.
That's exactly.
Call Tyrone.
I went to that nail shop. After that happened too, because it's in Chicago. And they was in there in droves before they could even replace the glass. It was people out there protesting. It was people out there protesting. Women would say, well, I don't know nothing about it. I didn't hear about it. They'll run down the whole thing to it. They was putting up.
How indignant was they really acting, Roger? How indignant was they really acting?
I'm not saying they was lying, but what I'm saying is we made it unrefutable. There was people literally protesting, telling people what happened. They claimed they didn't know no better. There was, you know what I'm saying, people pulling up stuff on YouTube, showing to people. Also, I pulled up a bunch of other nail shops that they could drive to within 5 minutes, and some of them was black owned, and they wouldn't go.
No, and see, you don't see us really out here putting vlog, because see, that's what we could do. Start putting vlogs up, showing this, and then making black. There's a lot of things we don't.
We need to, Edward. We need to. Well, and Roger, you know them flightless heifer birds. They not gonna change their ways, man. They set in their ways, man.
We as old Shake say, and sandals.
That was my
We need to bring back shame, man.
That was my breaking point.
At a certain point, you got to protect your own sanity. You can't just try to argue with a fucking brick wall.
Go ahead. Wait a minute. That was my breaking point when that old dude got arrested. He went back and them heifers were still in the store.
Oh yeah.
I was like, no, these bitches, no, I can't say. We can't say them.
And you know the pro blacks didn't say nothing.
Nope.
You know, maybe
I can't go out like that.
Maybe Jason Black said something, but other than that, most of these people gonna keep their mouth shut. And again, like another thing too, that's an added element that was different than when we had these like wars with Chrissy and them. Is these Z's are online now. These Z's are like 23. So now they're active. They're more active on TikTok, and I'll leave that to them. But even Kevin said how he got big on TikTok and didn't even know it. But like it was people that were seeing his clips on there. And as much as they try to delete it, they can't delete it because people just keep on uploading it. But
from different profiles.
Yeah, and then you got like, because I do believe Fresh and Fit will be the next channel that really gets to 1 million, and they stay triggering people even though they don't even have black women on there like that. But you should see some of the hatred that they elicit from like places like TikTok, man, and these the cancel culture, but they love Fresh and Fit. So the point is they can't hide this stuff no more, and now what they're trying to do is they think they're gonna lie their way out of it. But again, like BGS says, and this is why I try to tell dudes, the environment is just too strong. And now you're starting to see dudes again, lead attorney, Dennis Sperling, other dudes come out, and it's like y'all just can't. Basically, what these women are doing is they're trying to go out like a supernova, and either way, you're gonna go out. You can go out like a star or the Death Star, but either way, man,
gotta go out like a black hole.
I said it on the Roger Report. PSA service announcement 2021, gentlemen. Hashtag we ain't signing shit no more. Just don't sign shit. Don't enter in no forms of contract with these broads and go straight black pill. Save your own lives. SYSBM. Fuck that shit. Save yourself a headache or two.
What dudes are already doing, dudes like, and that's why I brought up that 18% thing. I said, yo, if y'all are gonna the thing about it is we don't say these stats to beat y'all up. If y'all are gonna be that delusional, because see, women always like to talk about, oh, well, it's all on social media. Okay, so it's all on social media, yet the whole pretext of what Goldie said was predicated on the fact that this stuff is happening in real life. So now the red pill, see, now we were irrelevant and we're just some incels online talking shit. Now all of a sudden, more motherfuckers, because remember, the people that signed the signature actually agrees with what the statement was under it, whether they read it or not. Now they want to make it like this shit is happening in real life. Now black men are not talking to them. Now black men are on dates with them, asking them questions about what do they bring to the table a little bit too. Because that's what, because she never really said anything as far as any sexual violence or harm. But again, she, like, you want to use this flamboyant language in order to elicit a response from people that don't know nothing. Like, again, the insidiousness of this stuff is
everybody's assaulted. Everybody's been altered and confused.
But she married to a black man, though. Go ahead.
Exactly. How that work? Yeah, the story still ends the same. Sad.
She's saying violence against women, you know, and all of, if you just listen to what she's saying, it's all skewed from these women's groups and stuff.
Exactly.
The whole perspective of it is coming from them. It's not coming from the real stats. It's not coming from any of that. It takes all the agency away from women. There's nothing that women have to be held accountable for.
Yeah, we got 3 cops, we got 6 PhDs that are steeped in this stuff, all debunking everything that you can say. So if you want to go up against them, go ahead.
She won't do that, but what she gonna do is she gonna get, like, you already know the people, the Tanya TKOs of the world, the Cynthia G's of the world, you know.
Get the bad wench. Go ahead.
Get them.
You know, because they know what's safe, and I'm like, and congratulations, y'all. Can see now, and so if she does end up doing that, and she don't go to some of the dudes, like let's say mediocre, then it's gonna be like, okay, well, Concrete and Danielle, y'all ain't lumped in that category because that's what she did.
Everybody's looking at Concrete and Danielle with the side eye right about now.
Yep. Yeah, and then they gonna be like, "Well, all we did was an interview." I'm like, "No, y'all done got those passes. That credit limit is maxed the fuck out."
Yeah. Well, you heard what they said. I think Roger called them on it, and then they were saying, "Well, we're not supposed to attack our guests. We're just supposed to ask her questions. No, you're not supposed to let her publicize erroneous information."
And what I said is, you supposedly a part of the habitual line steppers, and them dudes claim you. Then where were they at?
That's why Roger came in and checked them.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about in the interview. Like, you know, but then again, I said this, she wouldn't have came up. See, she wouldn't have came. See, and that's the thing. The games that a lot of these women play is they won't come up. Like, even with, like, for instance, Paris and O'Shea. Paris will go to O'Shea stuff because she know they're cool, and it's like it's YouTube. So, you know, he's not going to really, and O'Shea don't, and I'm not saying he should. O'Shea, if he's going to check something, does it after the fact, like with another video. But my point is, these women, same thing with Mediocre. And Mediocre is like, you know, he don't really, I mean, he really will say the stuff. It's just he says it in a way that, you know, whatever. The point is, they don't go to places. They don't go to places. They don't go.
He's not manosphere, so we don't really count him. So he's an entertainer.
Cryptic ass nigga with all that cryptic ass language.
Well, no, I
just
like
to say the same shit.
I like Mediocre.
He's an entertainer. So the thing is, he's not lumped in with us.
Well, he's about to be, because some of the stuff he's been doing. But my point is, these guys, these folks know where to go, where they're not going to be challenged, and that's really what the issue is. You can't have a candid conversation. It's not, and again, F me, F the crazy dudes. Like BGS said, you got the PhDs, you got Dennis Sperling, you got the lead attorney, you got dudes you can talk to that you know they have an incentive not to wild out on you, but questions are going to be answered. Yeah. And again, like I said, man, like Concrete and Danielle, they understand that you got dudes like even Black Huru, like me and Black Huru stay going back and forth, not in a bad way, Judge too. And these are like men's men, right?
Yeah. We started with one, man, because I was just promoting another cast, man, and basically you got 2 more. You know, you got one that's a licensed clinician that's a psychiatrist, and you got Dr. Thunder. So you got 2 more coming in.
Yeah, we need them. We definitely.
So again, they stay away from those folks because they know what time it is. And again, like Danielle and them, they've been given a lot of chances. And really, there's a lot of folks in this space that really want to take them out of this space. And it's like, look, it ain't gonna be nothing nobody can do. Y'all keep fucking around like this. People just gonna be like, it is what it is.
Let me say this because Sister George is a habitual line step, not Concrete, but Sister George is, no disrespect to Concrete.
They're package deal. But go ahead.
But the thing is, they already know if they go at them too hard, they ain't coming. The whole point is to get them up so people in the Black manosphere can basically do what we do with them. But if they go too hard, they're not coming. Just is what it is.
Sister George was going in on it. I got to give her props. She was going in on it, but then she
had her
down.
moments.
Well, but it was almost to the almost looked like she was being told to kind of calm that shit down behind the scenes, because she was going at it.
Had a couple of moments too, and then what happened was, because they both piggybacked a little bit. Because Concrete asked a couple of questions too. There was good questions. I acknowledged that when I replayed it. So, but again, it wasn't just one of them tag teaming as far as backing it. Like they were both probably backing it up because they realized they were redlining as far as her not being able to answer. They want to ask her questions. It's not about attacking her, but the thing is, she's full of shit. And so when you say a woman's perspective, so basically men are registering a woman's perspective as bullshit. And so you got to actually protect the sanctity of a fucking woman's perspective.
Well,
she don't think like that.
I was talking to my wife about this shit.
No, hold on. Go ahead, Rodney.
I was talking to my wife about this shit, and she was saying, well, whose job is it to check the women? And I think we've all kind of had our little time with this, but it's like, we all say that, women are supposed to check the women, but the women ain't checking the women. So when we check them, they don't want us to say shit to them. They don't want older women to say shit to them. So they just want to be wild ass Mustangs out here running wild in the field, bucking and humping and shit, and nobody telling them what the fuck to do. So
speak on it, Rodney. Speak on it.
They want no rules, no accountability. They want nothing. Bingo. So when they hear Roger, they hear BGS, they hear Edwin them coming at them, they hear all of us coming at them. They feel like we are attacking them and that we have no ground to stand on to try to hold them accountable. But we're doing it for the sake of the community. Now they say they love the community, but they don't love the community. Nothing in them is showing that.
And the stuff we're doing is what Big Mama used to do. That's why they always using that language harsh, because that's how they used to feel when little girl. Go ahead.
Okay, but my thing is, and not that I agree with everything Sister George and Concrete Rose do, and y'all hear Concrete Rose saying, I trigger her all the time, and I'm supposed to. But this is the thing we got to understand. If you don't have them, you don't get those women.
You're right.
Because they're not coming.
I don't care about that.
The important part is they are going to develop an audience. There's going to be women who ain't coming to none of our channels. Yeah. The only chance we're gonna have to say stuff about the BS that women be on, because they're gonna present BS that women be on in general. They're gonna do that. And it's our job as the men to come in there and shoot all the BS down. They ain't coming to the mother channel.
Roger, that's an admirable effort as their defense attorney, but that, number one, their channel got started before Kevin blew up, number one. And I hate to say it like this, but you know what? You got Jessica X to do the same shit. I'm much better replacing females.
At some point, you had to get called out for even having somebody like that chick up there.
Because again, we're talking about, because at that point, where is the line? Because we're not talking about, look, they ain't talk about Goldie and ain't no change.org with nothing. I mean, this is your words talking about trying to get a nigga killed. So that'd be different if it was just somebody saying something that we don't like. But we're talking about somebody that literally is illicit. And here's the thing, Roger. David Carroll has a thing, literally it was like a month ago, because he does this stuff once a week. That was probably 5 rabbit holes ago, where he said and David Carroll don't be saying some shit just to be saying it. He said, I need to warn that brother, but you're going to catch it in the hole. I said, all right, what this nigga talk about? And in the hole, he said it. The same thing what we said about the Carl Tyrone thing you was laughing about is something that he said. He predicted that. And then on top of that, that woman ain't just attacking attacking Kevin, which you could probably charge off to an interview. She said it multiple times. That's a proxy to attack all of us. That's beyond some, well, we just got some random female that may be popular that's saying some stuff we do not like. And Concrete and them are in their fucking 30s. They are not kids.
She casted a net. She's definitely casted a
well,
net.
Jessica X is 25 and she's held much more accountable. Jessica X is on much more of a short release than what Concrete and Danielle have been on.
I'm not even talking about Goldie in general. I'm just saying all the stuff that they do on a regular basis. Not Goldie herself.
But they don't get this type of attention.
Hold on, Edward, let him respond.
Right. Yeah, I'm saying Goldie is a whole new headache that I don't honestly believe they recognize it is what it is, because I recognize it as they trying to get him killed. I don't think they believe that.
Nah, bullshit. They too like I'm tired. Like, dude, I get it, but you see them like what. One of them motherfuckers are from like Alabama or whatever. You see with them famous twins, you got black men that are getting killed. How many, like a couple of stories where fathers are getting killed protecting their daughters. They're 38 years old, man. Damn that, man. Any chick over 30 is not going to play to what they don't know card. They black, they know, they get it.
Dennis just did a show on that. He just did a show on a dude, actually a veteran, trying to protect a woman. The woman went in and told her brother or somebody like that he had done something to her. The man came out and just shot the dude, and the dude didn't do nothing. He just broke up the fight. Man, he didn't touch the girl, nothing. He just kept them from fighting.
And I'll say it this way. This is what I expect to happen. So let me give you what you're saying, Roger. I'm going to give that to you. I'm going to give all the chips on your side. This is what I expect to happen with Danielle Concrete, or at least Danielle being a part of habitual line steppers. I expect her to do exactly what Kevin will do with O'Shea, or somebody will do something where they run it by somebody to say, what do you think? Roger, did that happen? I take your silence. I'm about to say.
Nah.
Then I don't give a shit. Like, I get what you're saying, but think about it. There's a change.org. We're not talking about any interview. Say, hey, there's this change.org interview.
You got the camera on, Ken.
You know what I'm saying?
Camera on, Ken.
Yeah, and it's a change.org thing. This is what it is. This is going to be probably hot out here, but we want to do it. What do you think? If that did not happen, all of the what I didn't know, because you know what, fine, I'll give it. They're women, they may not know everything. Guess what? That's what a man is there for, and that's technically what them being a part of your group is for. And this is why I like the Kevin is married and stuff like that, because y'all could have thought ain't no email, ain't no look. You in my Telegram, Roger. You know how we run through stuff back and forth. There's plenty of things I be saying I be wanting to fucking do that I technically don't do, and I just empty it out in the Telegram. But my point is, so we got the communication. So my thing is, I expect if they're a part of your group, I'm not saying they need your permission, but what I'm saying is, did they even ask you? Because then, in my opinion, what's the point of her being in your group except to try to provide political cover? I'm talking about for her, political cover in case something like this happens, which actually makes y'all put y'all neck out. Because Roger, you already know people always trying to talk about, because you even have women on your platform. Yeah, man, Roger's kind of letting these women get over it. As soon as Roger gets on nurse shit, this nigga getting pulled down, just like me, because he using hoe. Roger said, "Oh, nurse, quick with that pull down game." I'm like,
I'm talking about curse words.
Yeah, it's well, we're not going to disrespect black people. I said, I ain't disrespect black women. I'm saying a chick wear weave as hoes. He said, and then hold on. This is where it gets real funny. Then Roger was talking about how, with black men, they'll fuck anything. They'll fuck a horse in the mule. Oh no, you can't disrespect black men like that. I said, hold on.
She snatched you down, Rod.
She snatched me down. She snatched me down. And she started to realize her friend was the problem, because she even said it in the back chat. She said that, I'll expect Edward to go up. I said, look, I got discipline when I want to, because I was just going to let her make a fool out of herself. Because every woman that we were cool with and we could have a conversation with, except that one chick, I said, why are you caping for these? You light skinned. Why? Well, because I can have a phenotypically dark skinned child. I'm like, you ain't got kids yet. What are you talking about? Well, none of us have kids. I'm like, oh, okay. But anyway, y'all got to see that, because that shit was funny. That shit is on air. But yeah, I'm like, damn, Roger's being looked at as like the bad guy. But I cussed her ass out behind the scenes. Not Nurse, but that other chick, by the way, Roger. But yeah, Roger, Roger's considered the nice guy, but this is the type of stuff people will use to say, oh, well, look, he protecting Danielle, and that's just some shit Danielle has to understand. Danielle is not a dumb female. So this thing which you don't get the play done. We already know you're not stupid. And we know the stupid women, and Concrete ain't stupid either. We know the stupid women versus non-stupid women. So you don't get to pretend you're dumb once we know you're not an airhead. You just don't. So who me? What? I didn't know a bit of hot. No, Danielle.
She didn't. They didn't start doing that backsliding when I got up there because I was going to check them.
And to be fair, I'll give Danielle this credit. She even said when she was trying to talk about the inflammatory language, she even said, "Well, these dudes be cussing my ass out all the time, and I don't consider." She said, "I consider that using bad language. I don't consider that violence, and I don't." So I gave her credit. They would put it back a small little bit, but that was just to show so it don't seem like they was giving a puff peep. But in the thing that counted, here's the thing. It's not about them pushing back. She never answered a fucking question, at least on the main interview. I didn't see the after show. She never answered. And the example that she was talking about with the sexual stuff was just some 50-year-old dating 20-year-olds. Or the thing about the violence. She never really answered any of the stuff. They never really got a real answer. They just got a statement. That's not the same thing. Anyway.
No, I mean that is true, and I didn't see everything as far as the first part. When I started watching, I was watching the second part. But I mean, we do run stuff by each other. I didn't know that Goldie was on what he was on. You know, now I did find out about it before it happened, but I just had no idea Goldie was going to be on what she's on. But I will give them credit because when I came into the rec shop, they didn't stop me from doing it. You know, so that's all I can say about that.
Well, they know where they know who the audience is. They ain't got enough of a female audience to say fuckers yet. You know, and it'd be, you know, so, and I get that. I'm not trying to throw nothing out there, but I'm just saying, you know, as well as I do, there's a lot of dudes that their team no bitch ever in this space. And I try to be in the middle about it, but I acknowledge, I'm like, yo, this is the type of stuff that makes them Black Hooroo, Tie City, y'all make them right.
Okay. Oh, well, Roger answered this because he's been going on about this for like the past 10 minutes about you and Sister George.
Who?
He said, well, NU 219. Roger gave her a wrench too. So I'm trying to tell
who a wrench? Y'all be really getting like, man, you gave her a wrench.
She got a wrench when she first started coming over to my show because I already knew what was happening when she first got there.
Exactly.
In other words, you get content creators get wrenches so that people can't start messing with them as far as saying disrespectful stuff and trying to time them out, stuff like that. They get a wrench to protect themselves. That's why they get a wrench.
Yeah, I mean, y'all they be
because
really,
if she came to my channel, she would get a wrench just for that purpose. Yeah. That's a respect that we show other content creators. So
it ain't about empowering women, Jaquan. Y'all be really hating. But I hear you. He's like, yo, y'all.
I don't remember. I don't think he gave Goldie a wrench, to my knowledge. I don't think that ever happened. I don't think
and again, this. Yeah.
Did you give Goldie a wrench, or I don't think Roger did.
So what if he gave her a wrench or not? Because it doesn't even do anything on the channel.
It's because you got this no, like I said, like he was saying, no bitch ever. So I want to say, okay, I knew you made your point, man. Chill out, because I don't want to bomb you, man. So I'm trying to give you a break here.
Yeah,
stop crying. It's not that serious.
And although people aren't gonna trip like that,
you made your point. Okay, I highlighted you. I made your point. It's over. All right.
I was there. God damn it.
Yeah, you won't be. I'm trying to show you some respect and some grace. I've actually.
Nigga, calm down. It's not that. Who gives a fuck about a wrench? Nigga, stop crying.
Hold on. I was there. Can I run my channel for a second? I'm talking to him. Okay, I'm telling you, calm down. I've asked you twice in the chat. You keep it up. Guess what I'm going to do? I'm gonna block you, man. I don't want to block you. So chill out. You made your point. All right. Okay. All right, go. Continue.
I might have gave her a wrench myself, but I had to tell guys on the channel that at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying, just because a woman shows up, don't mean we just gonna jump on it. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? I can't do nothing with if they jumping on it before just because she showed up. You know.
And do we jump on the ones that agree with us?
And a lot of times we'll give wrenches, like, because I do that with women, because at the end of the day, the way he facilitates his conversation, and
okay, stop. And new, okay. I know you don't really know me like that, man. I've told you to chill out. I told you to give it a break. I mean it. All right. I'm pretty patient. I've been patient. Stop that shit. Next time, guess what? I'm gonna block you. All right. I mean it. This ain't no game. Stop.
Yeah, and another thing that a lot of these dudes don't understand too is a lot of time, like, we'll give these women a wrench because
you asked me, now you know. Okay, stop.
And
don't. I think it's time for you to go to bed, man. All right, because you're getting ready to piss me off.
Yeah, you might have been sipping a little bit too much, brother.
Yeah,
a little bit too emotional.
Stop overcooking boss grits, goddammit.
I was there.
But yeah, like, again, yeah, it's just and then, like, again, like, really, y'all don't deserve an explanation. But the reality is, what a lot of y'all don't understand is, we get, like, a lot of the females will get wrenches because a lot of dudes is better than taking it from you all, because a lot of y'all be using the wrench in a way that it's not supposed to be used.
Yeah.
So what we do is say, okay, let me get them a wrench so they can have their opinion, because what y'all do is still a reflection of us. So we don't get to say in the chat that y'all getting timed out and stuff like that, and then we don't know what goes on.
You unless you're a content creator, you don't get to tell the content creator how to run their channel. Okay.
And then the other aspect of this is that, we were all talking about when BGS had the women's channel and whatnot, how interesting it was. And when Roger has women on the channel that, he keeps them in line, the shit's more interesting. They still get their asses torn up. They still get torn up if they get out of line. So
and you guys flock over there like flies. So shut up.
It's dynamic, man. And BGS, man, why do black people always want to command somebody? They always want to tell somebody what they should do, how they should.
I mean, I try to give guys latitude, right? The thing is, I know what you're talking about. You talk about Roger and about this chick, okay? I knew what you're talking about. I don't want to highlight it because I don't want to derail anything. The thing is, when I see it a couple times, I tell you to chill. That's what I mean, chill. I told you twice to chill, okay? Because you're gonna piss me off and block you, then you'll be crying about why BGS blocked me, okay? I'm giving you a chance. Leave it alone. Drop it.
Yeah, so, but yeah, man, that, like, I was trying to, like I said, certain conversations, even with that conversation with Nurse, I was like, yo, you know what, this would be a great, like, segment on, like, BGS for women, and even bringing Char Willie back. I mean, I saw you was on there talking, that video clip you uploaded with Ruby and stuff, because there's a lot of that dynamics. This is a completely different, well, not completely different environment, but the dynamics are a little bit different, and I think it's needed. Again, like with that Sha'Carri thing, when we compare Sha'Carri to Gabby, I'm like, look, y'all are the problem. The problem is you all are not asking men, and you all are trying to interpret what the fuck we're doing without asking us. Because most dudes, and this is what Roger was trying to say when he kept, and then
okay, Fat Pappy, bring your ass up here, man.
Come here, brother. Come on, it's time.
Come on, bring your ass up here. I'm gonna drop the link. Bring your ass up here. You niggas in the chat, man. Bring your ass up here. Okay.
Stop hiding.
All right. You know what? With that being said, I'm about to shout out to Steffens Cole too for that $99 super that he gave me.
Bring your opinionated
one of the real ones, but I'm about to hop down to make room.
We got plenty of room, opinionated niggas. Come on. It's gonna be two spots.
Oh, well, what I was saying is, the thing is, when Roger was getting pulled down, it's like you want to control what we say, because here's the reality: you had that one chick. It was this one chick that really she was out of pocket, and that was her friend, and she don't want to seem like she was siding with us over here. So you want to play that equal thing, and Roger kind of came in the middle of that. But and that's why, like, I was trying to kind of jump over what you were saying, because I understood you didn't really get the dynamics of what that dumb chick was saying, but and then that was kind of the politics that was happening, like, in real time. But the thing about it is, what Roger was trying to say was the same thing I was trying to say.
Fat Pappy, come on up here, man, because I got something I want to holler at you for a minute. Because guess what? The man that he growing. It's not being destroyed.
You need some talking to.
You can say that it's supposed to be destroyed. Guess what, man? When we first started, we have like 6 or 7 PhDs in the space. We have a guy with a million subs in the space. What are they destroying?
Yeah, so this confusion with black women, talking about black women are confused, because I said it too. You shouldn't even be on social media like that. You are confused because you're on social media to tell you who you are. So it's like any black man, I don't care if you talk about a Pookie and Ray Ray or whatever, we would all agree that Gabby, even street dudes would agree that Gabby is probably the superior black woman if you can get her, all things being equal. Like this idea that Sha'Carri, and then black men are not voting for Sha'Carri because a lot of this has more to do with her athleticism than it does her femininity. Well, she's being shared, she's being promoted.
There's a lot of there's underground people that wear night, like there's a lot of your Pookies and Ray Rays and people that have tats and smoke blunts and stuff like that actually align with her. They do.
Yeah.
And those are the people that buy the Nike shit, buy the Nike swag,
exactly,
all that kind of shit. And basically, that's the swag they get by the way she looks. So she's marketed to that crowd.
Exactly,
she's a fucking 85 street chick, man.
But that's exactly. But the thing is, and another sister pointed this out too. That has more to do the hood identity than that does which one is feminine.
Exactly.
Like somebody could say, Gabby. Like I probably go ahead.
That's hood femininity to a hood. That's a hood rat femininity, man.
Yeah.
And so
long nails, tats, smoking a blunt with weave, with multicolored weave. That's femininity for the 85.
And for the outside looking in, you're trying to make the argument that on social media, black men are promoting Sha'Carri. I'm like, that's the wrong. You're looking at that wrong.
Some are.
Well, what I'm saying is, but it seems like black men as a monolith. Well, you say you want feminine women, but Sha'Carri gets promoted. Well, there's a lot of reasons why Sha'Carri is being promoted. Sha'Carri is being even by black people. Sha'Carri is being promoted. A lot of it is black athleticism, and then it became this thing because this other bit. Like I ain't trying to call out her name,
bro. It's because she can run. That's why she being promoted. Ain't nothing else to it. If she couldn't run, she'd be nobody.
But she can run.
Another hood rat from South Dallas, and this is a Texas nigga telling you that.
Okay. So what is it about Cardi B then?
Yeah.
We couldn't mention Cardi B because Cardi B is the scum of the earth.
Cardi B can't run. What's the thing with Cardi B?
She's
why they promote her? Why they promote her?
No, well, I mean, it ain't black men that's promoting her. The system is promoting her because they want.
No, they want people. Black women love her. Okay, they do.
Part of the system.
Because she's ratchet as hell.
It doesn't matter. She's ratchet as hell. But women, all those love and hip hop shows that actually promote ratchet behavior, they love that shit, man. That's what they promote.
No, they do. I'm not arguing that at all. I'm at the point of black women are part of the system. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, of course.
And that's what I was telling them. Y'all keep trying to tell us what black men want instead of just accepting what we tell you we want.
Right.
I'm tired of y'all trying to tell us what we want. Y'all want Cardi B. No, you're promoting Cardi B. You can't make me
exactly. And we couldn't even have that argument. And another thing, because this is how that came up. Because at first, it was this one chick that's really messing up the conversation, and she kept on, well, Naomi Osaka is being promoted as like the face of black women. I'm like, that's because from a commercial standpoint, that's what y'all are pushing. Mm-hmm. Y'all don't understand that Naomi Osaka. Look, black men was not feeling Kamala Harris, but y'all basically shouted everything down. Like y'all don't understand that one thing leads to another. And these white folks, this is what I said, these white folks can show that from a commercial standpoint, you as black women are supporting this. So until you can't show, it ain't like they're taking with men, they're taking losses on showing feminism and a lot of this geekdom shit, yet they still doing it. You can't say that with the women. So when they sit there, because I see this, and I ain't gonna lie, Naomi was good as hell.
See, she got one. This Cardi B was sympathetic as stripper trying to make it an underdog with drive. See, you got one.
Yep.
There you go.
So what we agree with that, but the thing is that they try They try to say that black men are the ones overwhelmingly pushing this. I'm like, that is categorically not true. And any of these females, and this is why I never got around to really saying this. Another, like, you got to understand, these women are not.
I didn't say you were a troll, Fat Pappy. What I'm saying is, I want to holler at you because you keep repeating that these tracks are actually going to destroy the black manosphere. That has yet to happen. In fact, it's only grown. Okay. I told that to Valdez behind the scenes. It's only grown. Okay.
Yeah, so all of this, well, that's that narrative too. But all of these colorism politics that these women, like, at the end of the day, well, black men, no. And it was funny. This chick was a classic. Like, you could tell she listened to Cynthia. She was a classic one because she had all of the talking points. Black men don't build. Black men don't protect. Black men. And I'm like, I don't care if this is your friend. You hear her saying this stuff. And I asked her a question because I wanted to get to the heart of the matter. I said, okay, so is there any dark-skinned black women that you think black men are attracted to? Can you name? No, because she kept on wanting to bring up Serena Williams, talk about black men. She literally blamed us for what Reddit did, saying that black men were. No, this is how I knew she was full of shit.
Damn.
Hold on, let me tell you how I knew she was full of shit. This is where I really, this bitch full of shit.
Yeah, we're getting close to 5 hours, so we're gonna get
all right. No, absolutely. So we were talking about. I was
about.
bringing up Gabby Douglas, and she tried to say that black men were saying that Gabby Douglas was masculine, just like Sha'Carri. Like it was, and I said you didn't. Like, she want to talk about. Well, you saw on Twitter. I said you saw a couple of people, but overwhelmingly, black men was very supportive of Gabby Douglas. That was
and black women tore her down.
Exactly.
About her edges.
So and that's when I realized. Okay, let me ask the next question because then she talked about how black men was calling Serena an 8. I was like, no, that's
white people. That's white.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So then I said, okay, name me any dark skinned female that black men support. She didn't even bring up Bria Miles. She said none of them. Y'all think they're all masculine. I'm like, bitch, you're light skinned. Why are you doing this over caping bullshit?
Because she's trying to perpetuate that colorism shit.
Yeah, black men like fine. If you fine, it don't give a fuck what you look like. Whether you dark, light, we like fine.
Unless
agreed.
Unless you have a bachelor's, we're part of or near fraternity, and basically go for the AKA types. Now, if you're a 92 octane dude,
I said
with a bachelor's degree, and basically that's the only place where colorism was really highlighted, right? Other than that, no.
And I gave her a bridge because I told her, I even said that. I said, in that way, I'll give you that. And she didn't even say that. But outside of that, that does not exist in that way. And then when she said she was from New York, I said, I already know what it is with you New Yorkers and them politics. Y'all got them Dominicans in there. That's why y'all lump in the Latins and the biracials with all light skin. That's that. Look, I fuck your colorism, sexual politics. And the thing is, you're guilty because you're light skinned. So, well, then I can have a phenotypically black child, but you don't have kids. So that makes no sense on why are you caping like that? You know, like you're just doing that and making it like this is something. Look, I don't care why the New Yorkers choose what they choose. That's a personal problem between y'all up there.
But you know that mindset is an old mindset.
Pick up on the fact
Go, Roger.
Well, I didn't even pick up on the fact that in that conversation they was trying to push colorism due to Sha'Carri versus. Well, no, it's cool, but the fact that I came in saying that if you're going to talk about femininity, Gabby looked way more feminine than Sha'Carri, and I get why I was saying that. You know, you look at somebody who likes Sha'Carri, that's going to be the holes that right over there. Where Gabby look like the person who dressed.
Sha'Carri is not feminine at all.
That's when Roger got put in time out the first time. He said,
"Let's go to the holes."
Any chick that wear blonde hair, that's a hoe right there. Oh no, no.
That's pretty weird. That's a good sign.
But look, that's been the standard line that most black men have used forever. When we see them in them oblong, strange ass colors, and them Mr. Snuffleupagus high bird ass eyelashes, and all that rouge and different color lipstick, we know we've already classified them. That's easy money. That's easy pickings, but it ain't nothing I'm gonna marry.
The only people used to wear those kind of wigs. wigs and make up put on makeup like that and wear those heels were holes. I mean, literally
that's
on the track
exactly, and that's exactly what Roger said. He said easy sexual access is not. And then I also came in and what you was talking about with the hood, the patron saint of hood rats and that shit. And that's why I said why I said she was going to be fine, which is why you see her in that Beats commercial, Beats by Dre, with Kanye announcement that we knew she was going to be fine because they're going to rally around her and the baby too. When you got these rappers, they'll probably put her in music videos. But by the way, I didn't know this. Like I'm looking at this and I ain't gonna lie, she looked very attractive. Naomi Osaka in the Sports Illustrated cover, and that's why. And that was before I came on there, and that's what they kind of brought. The other chick was bringing up Naomi Osaka. And I'm like, again, saying, oh, well, it's like first black woman to sports, like something on some first black female athlete on Sports Illustrated cover. So now these women are mad.
And who was the first one to tear her down?
But again, so now these women are mad.
No, she wasn't. Serena Williams, the Williams sisters.
Well, I don't know why they're saying that, but whatever. But the point is, the women are mad, and now they want to have a colorism debate. And this is that beauty contest debate that even going back to SWP they were talking about. I said, at the end of the day, you all push this. You all want to, and this is why I wanted to say, I didn't get a chance to say it. Y'all got to stop taking the light-skinned women's wins, and then like y'all want to sit there and say, well, look at all these half Japanese hybrids winning the black and Japanese winning the Miss Universe. Okay. And y'all want to claim they black, but then you get mad when Sports Illustrated puts them on the cover. You cannot do that.
They didn't say nothing about Halle Berry.
Yes, you cannot do that, and that's something you are going to have to do. And you all come at us.
Not mixed. That's true.
Well, they come at us, and that's another point that was made that all of these light-skinned women are not biracial. And the problem is, this is what black women want to act like they want. What they act like they want is they want black people to come in like a dictatorship and just tell them how it's going to be. And then dark-skinned women are put in the top. But they don't want to do the work of actually separating themselves in that aspect. Because Hispanics do that. Hispanics separate the Maryland Negras from like the Selena Gomez's. And so unfortunately, y'all are just going to have to put your big girl panties on and actually be an adult. But y'all sitting there blaming us. At the end of the day, they all black as far as we're fucking concerned until they say something negative about black men. And as far as we're concerned, Naomi is fucking a nigga. So, I mean, she can't be that fucking bad.
She's the first one on black female athlete on a swimsuit cover.
Oh yeah, that's what it was. She even playing tennis with. It was funny. It's a clip of her playing tennis, whatever black dude she with, and she's sitting there trying to play tennis and do it as nice as he can and do missing like an idiot. He's like,
You know what, Edwin? The whole time I never actually recognized I was in a colorism argument.
That's what I was trying to tell you. I was telling you. That's because I kept Roger was like, why the fuck? Because he kept on saying Edward damn. I know. I was like, nigga, I know you think I'm telling you, nigga. I should have said
somebody wants to touch on. Go ahead, finish, Roger. Somebody wants to touch on winter's coming. Well, go ahead, finish your thought.
Yeah. Well, the cool part was that my thing was, I was like, you know, if a person, and I literally said this, if you had to pick just between those two, Gabby the one you take home to your mama. Shikari is the one you hide.
Yeah, even Pooh knows Gabby if they can get her.
Well, that's the one that you roll up in a hood club with as your homegirl. She's probably gonna help you fight on top of that in case you get into a scrap.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Well, go ahead. Somebody wants me to say that's true.
That just brought back.
You look at her, man. She ready to scrap in a heartbeat. Probably got some scars. She probably had scars she hiding from.
Yeah, look at that video with her. Look at that video. Look at that video with her and the baby when he met her at the ESPY Awards. She had the whole look because I see now that I know she 5'1", you know she had like some 5-inch heels on.
Yeah, she
all
did.
Of that. Yeah, so that's the look, man.
Go to the Instagram. Go to Instagram. They talk about how good she looked, but go to the Instagram. That Instagram reeks of hood rat shit.
She's hood rat. I mean, it's obvious, but
there's only 2 pictures on it that she looks like a normal woman with her regular hair and stuff, and she looks beautiful on that one. But she chose.
Who we talking about? I just stepped there. Who we talking about?
Shikari Richardson. She's cute. She's not.
Nah, we back on that South Dallas slut.
Yeah.
But remember, if
Saweetie
Saweetie,
high class.
yeah, if Saweetie got 8 million, remember, I've seen women, if Saweetie got like 8 million subs, like Sha'Kari's already at 2.2. Like I said, by the end of the year, she'll be at like 5. This is the same way Cardi B got to. Like, and then look, I'm telling you, she's going to be on music videos because she fits that Black Lives Matter archetype too. Go ahead. I know you into the winter is coming. For musical chairs.
Well, basically, I actually mentioned this on. I think it was.
Peace out, y'all.
I actually mentioned this on Char Willie's. We're actually talking about the reason that they're passing these decriminalizing prostitution is because then when this thing clears up, the women have to go back to jobs. They won't have a safety net for these chicks, right? For a lot of these chicks.
Yeah.
So basically, if automation that they've already put in, those jobs probably won't be there when they get back. And for the lower level chicks that can't get a job, can't get together, gonna get kicked out of their apartments or their houses, they got to have a fallback. And that's what I'm saying. Winter's coming. In fact, winter's almost here. And what Kevin's going to do is he's going to go through all of this stuff. The reason that you need to find a man, you need to find the best man that you can find. You need to stop posing and pretending, think you deserve a high value man. You need help because the rubber's going to hit the road, and you're going to be out there without a chair. You're going to be out there after the music stops. There won't be any more chairs. You better pick the best one you can find because they'll be fine. Really, the thing is, we have a. The thing is, I wanted to play that clip about what was going on in Manhattan, right? Because on World Star Hip Hop, they actually showed some street prostitutes, men having sex right there on the street, right? And the thing is, what was different about it, these were white women having sex with black men, okay? And they're already out there doing this. So if the white women are already desperate enough or actually needing to find somebody and they're choosing black men because there's nobody else, guess what's going to happen? You got competition, and this is going to bring down the price of sex, the price of relationship. Everything's coming down. I've seen this with the crack era, right? Because I was actually turned of age right in the middle of it, not right at the very beginning of it. I saw this happen in front of me, right? The very thing that I saw them chicks doing, I said, I've seen that shit before, right? These were black women at the time.
Y'all laughing? He ain't bullshitting. This shit really fucking happened.
I'm laughing because I remember that shit. And I'm gonna tell you.
Are you old enough to remember this, Rodney?
Shit, I'm 51.
Okay,
I'm 47. Yes.
You were young, but
but I remember that shit. I remember writing papers on it when it first started. When people were saying here that it wasn't gonna affect here.
Yeah,
and everybody was coming from California, going on vacation to run from the law that could bring that shit down here. It was, and we saw it. We saw it coming, man. But
the strawberries were so bad on 12th Street, bro. I was 13 years old, and a 40-year-old ass. 40-year-old ass crackhead, what we call him in the trucking world, lock lizard, walked up on me and said, "I'll suck your dick for $5." I was like, "What?"
Yeah.
And this was in 85, 86.
It was 85, 86. There's right in the middle of it, basically.
Didn't they just show one where the chick tried to do it for 2 chicken wings?
We showed that. We did show that.
That's different.
And so
let me ask a question real quick. Can I ask a question real quick? Because I'm actually on my show tomorrow. I'm actually thinking about doing because I wanted to do the prostitution show last week. But when are they supposed to lift these moratoriums on? You can't kick these people out. On
the rent is at the end of the month, and Biden said he wasn't going to extend it. Okay, Biden already said he wasn't extending it.
I'm gonna play that into it.
And some of the like the moratorium, not the moratorium, but the extensions on the unemployment, that's going to end at the beginning of September. So basically, and Biden has already said this is it. There is no more money. Basically, if states don't get it together, guess what? We're giving you time, we're giving you money, you haven't done it. Guess what's going to happen? Now they can't extend this anymore. They've already extended this as far as they could. So it's getting ready to hit the fan. That's why you see in New York is off the chain right now, right? As far as street prostitution, it's off the chain. In fact, New York Post does a damn near article every day about New York prostitution, and the cops aren't doing anything about it. Go ahead.
Yeah, here's another aspect of it too is that you're gonna have to look at how these women look. How do they look like the normal prostitute crowd, or they look like the upper crust type of women who had jobs that now are having to sustain themselves? Because the same thing happened in Detroit when shit went down. Man, you saw women out there. I mean, that were of a higher caliber than you normally saw out there. You know.
Well, I'm gonna just say before I go, because I'm probably will deal with this in the morning on my show. Them hoes will be fine. They hoes.
They survivors.
I'm
gonna try to be there in the morning too, right?
Niggas gonna be rubbing their hands together like birds.
You ain't lying.
Oh man, the thing is, what shocked me because I had one of my subs send it to me, right, and he sent it to me. He said, "Peep this." I said, "Man, I've seen this, over and over again." He said, "These were white instead." I said, "What the hell?" So I started looking at it. They had this one white chick on top of I think everybody probably already saw it. That one white chick on top of a newsstand, right? Those paper machines.
Yeah.
Two black guys, man.
It has got to be BGS. What they had her folded over the newspaper stand?
No. One guy had her she had her legs up in the air. One guy had her from the back, and the other guy she was giving head. Man. They did simultaneously.
That bitch doing a Superman / Wonder Woman move.
And the guy came back with a smartphone. Them guys did not miss a stroke. Like it was just
where? I gotta find this. Is in New York.
It was in New York. Actually, I'll send you the link, man.
Okay. God, no.
I thought you saw it already because
I hadn't seen it. I'd heard you talking about it, but I ain't seen it yet.
Yeah, I actually put the link in the description of the video. So
I never could find the link. I was mad. I wanted to see it.
You know what? I mean, the last time I tried to put it on YouTube or something similar wasn't as bad as this one. They took it down, so I said I'll just give you the link to World Star Hip Hop.
Yeah.
BGS, you say it's gonna get worse. Is it gonna be worse than the crack epidemic?
Yeah, that's what winter is coming means.
And winners is coming. The thing is, when during the crack era, maybe a sprinkling of white people was mainly black women, right? When are you having dumb white people, white women out there on the street like that, man? And they don't give a shit, man. They will do whatever they need to do to survive.
Oh my God!
Well, no, they didn't seem drugged out. That was a problem. I think they might have been homeless, but the thing is, they were out there. And this is gonna be. Somebody says Philly too. Yeah, I heard Atlanta.
I'm gonna tell you boys what we say in the South. These black women do not believe fat meat is greasy, an elephant is heavy, and a full-grown bear shit in the woods and wipe his ass with a fur white cottontail bunny. But you best believe all them things have, can, will, and have had happen. And if these chicks don't get it together, like Kevin said with that laugh, winter is coming.
Basically, that's why Kevin said he's gonna be the Night King. He's gonna announce it.
He's a Night King. Okay, great.
Yeah, so he's gonna do the whole week on Winter is Coming. I think it said this week or maybe
this week. Oh hell yeah, I'm gonna be there.
You ain't right.
I got to be there. I'm not shit. I ain't. I gotta see it because I'm telling you, I gotta hear these excuses, man. I mean, and they talk shit about Kevin, but they are there every fucking night in droves.
Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, the numbers that are watching.
Because that's KRS-One, the Godfather. Daddy don't be playing with them. He giving them that harsh lesson that they wish their Paul could have gave them. But because of the choices they homewrecking mamas made, they never had a daddy to tell them this shit. That's why they keep coming back.
Yeah, because I was just arguing with Ruby and Vonda about this, right? Like a week before. And the very next week, that video popped right up. I said, okay, there it is. I said, I don't even have to talk about it. This is even before the evictions and the cutoff of the unemployment. I said it hasn't really got started yet, and it's already happening. I said, okay, it is what it is.
It is what it is.
In fact, California's talking about decriminalizing prostitution. So
BGS, I got a couple homeboys that's ex-NFL players, right? They like to play golf and go down to the country club, white country clubs, Barton Creek and all that shit. And also, he said, man, see, y'all think this shit's a joke. Even the high class bras are hitting up the country clubs trying to get these men. Man, it's bad.
Yeah, hey, big head is in all languages and all classes, man.
Oh yeah.
In fact, I had about 5 guys come in just in the stream say they got the hey big head text.
Yeah, that when can you talk? I know you're busy. When can you talk?
Y'all ain't shit.
Got a couple of variations of that myself.
Yeah, I get that all the time.
It's kind of weird, just out of the blue, just chilling, not even thinking about it, just and then
Ready for flight will not be in winter. Oh well, unfortunately, I guess they have to.
Yep.
It is what it is. Anyway, closing thoughts, folks, because we're over 5 hours now.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah.
I got you, BGS. 2021 gonna be real bad for these flightless heifer G straggler birds. It's gonna be real bad. Winter is coming. PSA service now. I'm out.
All right.
Yeah. I was if I could go next, I was just wondering. My last thing would be, do you have anything new planned for the Patreon coming out? Or
yeah, I got a bunch, man. You just have to do them. Most of my stuff on Patreon is gonna be long form. I got one that's I got a couple up there, but they're actually rebroadcast. Somebody asked me about Marxism, right? So I actually put Jack Rasmus's stuff.
Oh yeah, I want to hear that Marxism. Yeah. I wonder if you could drop more on that.
Okay.
Please.
He's good. I think he's gonna do a 3-part, but I'm gonna drop that. I got something coming up about. I don't know if I'm gonna put it here or I'm gonna put it on the Patreon. There was a chick. She's a Verna L. Williams. She's actually a lawyer, right? But the thing is, she's the one that helped kill the boys' school in Detroit, right? And she's talking about why they killed the boys' school in Detroit, basically, and single-sex schools in Detroit, because they don't want what they call black men to be in a masculine environment, because if they do that, they'll learn how to be men. They'll actually be as bad or enforce a patriarchy like white men do, and they don't want that. That's the real reason they actually try to squash the boys down. Actually going to do that probably toward the end of the. It's like a 30-page paper, but toward the end of it, she actually reveals the real reason why, especially elite black women, want to keep black boys tamped down.
I can't wait to see that.
Oh, this is a white woman? Who is this?
No, this is a black woman. It's actually a black woman.
Oh,
She's a black. She's a black
lawyer, right?
With law professor of University of Cincinnati.
Wow.
Excellent.
She's also wrote something against the Monahan report. Might have to do that one too. I got a few. There's also one I want to do. It's actually the chapter 7 of Empire Cotton, talking about how the Industrial Revolution changed the way the family was, because the family used to be intact, right, where the man was head of the household and all the labor and stuff was actually done inside the household, right, until they built these weaving factories and brought the women and the children in, and that's how they not only changed the family, also people started to rail against capitalism.
You know, a book needs to be done that puts all of that together, because we've had to go over the last year or so. We've had to go through 3 or 4 different books to combine all of that stuff, plus the Monahan report. You know, and it's just, that's why it needs to be easily accessible.
Yeah.
And how's that book you have going on the Octanes? Is that?
It's coming. The thing is that to do it and then figure out how it's going to be,
and pictures too. Lots of pictures.
That knowledge, I would read every fucking page. I would read every fucking page.
You know it's gonna sell out. You know it's gonna sell out, right?
That shit fucking backwards. I don't give a fuck.
It's gonna sell out. Obsidian's gonna be spinning and spinning his head around backwards and shit, going, "He beat me again."
Could be talking shit till now to the end of
It's
time.
gonna sell out, man. You just need to go and do lots of pictures, examples and whatnot. Have a nice hardcover with a jewel on that motherfucker. You know what I'm saying?
The thing is, the octanes are complex, right?
Yeah.
And how do you make something that's really complex simplified enough, but enough to where people won't constantly ask you questions about this situation, that situation, and basically, if I actually do that, the book itself is going to be between 80 and 100,000 words.
Okay.
Shit. That's easy. I'm about to, bro. I'm gonna eat that shit alive.
Yeah, I know. I know. I knew you was gonna say that shit.
We ain't writing it.
We'll buy it.
Shit, if that shit's 10,000 pages, I'm reading every fucking page.
Boy, and make that cover like fucking like a grimoire or some shit, man. I'm telling you. Well, so we can put it up on a nice little setup stand, so it looks like I gotta open that book. Yeah,
I'm just give you a glance, man. Okay,
I'm gonna frame that shit.
Let me just give you a glance. I think I've given my patrons a glance at this already.
Well, I can see it in the Patreon.
Show us a little of the Suza.
What I'm saying is this is 87, right? And basically, there's I try to categorize them to actually give you guys a script about the different characters in it, like the common names of different characters. Like, say, for the 87, working class girl, the blue collar wife, and what is it? I forget what the name of the other one. Oh, the regular girl, and then the plain Jane, right? And thing is, these are just brief paragraphs, right? And this is just one section. If I expand this out, actually describe all of them to the T, man.
Oh shit! Excellent.
You know what? Do it in volumes.
Well, yeah.
Do it in volumes.
I'd like
break
to get
it up
because I haven't. This is 10 of them, right? Male and female. I haven't even done the diesels.
Yeah,
there's a 6. There's 16. So basically, it would be just to do this where it's categorized like this. Okay, needs filled and all. Needs filled, man. Weaknesses, needs filled, common names, strengths, all that kind of stuff. That it gets it'll get hairy. So
yeah,
need to know those weaknesses.
These are without examples, without pictures, none of that stuff. This is just plain text and stuff like that. And I said, okay. I said each one of these will probably scope out to be like between 5 and 10,000 words, and there'll be 16 of them. So do the math, man.
Yeah, do the math on the money.
Shit on God.
Shit,
yeah. And BGS, we might need some pictures though.
We will get all of the motherfuckers. I will have that on a shelf on its own.
Oh yeah, most definitely.
The collector's edition.
Yeah. That's right. It will sell.
Yeah. Oh yeah. People. It's not just the men. The women want it too. So
yeah, they do.
Yeah. So just common names. Like just like the 85s. Okay. The common names and stuff like that. The different characters and personalities. Because people always ask, like the ghetto girl is the one that wants to get out of the hood. That's it. Those are the climbers. Okay, those are the climbers trying to get out, and then you got the other ones that want to stay there.
And see, it's easier for me to see it. And when I hear you talking about it, it's more confusing to me than when I see it broken down.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. The breakdown. The thing is easier for people to understand if I take you and say, okay, what is it? What kind of woman do you like? What characteristics do you like? You need to go back and pick out the characteristics and say, okay, you need this kind of woman. Like most guys say, I want a 92. Do you want a bitch who want to bug you about having a bigger house and earning more money? Well, no. Well, then you don't need a 92.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
But that's just a glimpse.
Lord,
bugging.
Yeah, we're gonna have to let BGS go to sleep, man. He's giving us enough for tonight.
Yeah. Oh yeah, hey Rodney.
Yeah. Are you not entertained?
Yes.
Hey,
excellent.
Yeah.
Yeah, my cousin. I remember I told you about how she got COVID. Yeah, now she developed asthma after COVID. She had the asthma pump and everything.
Oh yeah.
Talking about the PDF for Werner L. If you email me, I might have a link for you. I have to go back and look for it because it's on Academia. If you look up Werner L. Williams, the paper should pop up.
Yeah. She's probably gonna have to watch her respiratory status here for a while on out. If I was you, I'd tell her to make sure that she stays on top of that and has regular appointments.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Remember to eat and drink your water. Stay hydrated because I think one thing COVID here does is kills your
Dehydration.
appetite and it kills your sense of taste and smell, and you don't want to drink or eat. You got to drink, you got to eat. Okay.
And everybody needs to watch their mental health situation during this whole thing, because even though you don't realize that it's affecting you, when you're not being able to get out and go do the things that you normally do, it starts to affect you. It starts to drag you down, and we're starting to see an increase in people having suicides and major depression.
Yep.
And anxiety.
You should keep deleting your comments. Okay, free will, if you say so.
My final words is winter's coming. Y'all better get your mittens ready.
Oh yeah, I'm ready. I'll be looking out the window in the heat.
If I will say winter's coming for all you guys, man. These chicks are gonna get awfully predatory. Okay, every like they say in dominoes, all money ain't good money. Okay,
that's right.
Be careful. If it's too easy, kind of walk around it a few times.
That's right.
Yeah. Make sure you check these chicks out, because they can be awfully predatory in the next 6 months to a year.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna catch you on the next run, buddy.
All right.
All right.
All right. All right, y'all.
All right. Peace.
Peace.